Good morning, everyone. My name is Dlamini, one of the executive team members at TLC. I just want to say welcome, everyone. We are very honored and happy to see all of you today. May you clap hands for yourself that you are here. I just want to take you through a brief safety induction so that everyone can be comfortable and prepared. So, at your own convenience, our bathroom up by on your left when you go into that door behind you. Then, in case of emergency, while we continue with the event, please calmly use the exit door. We have our door handlers who will be able to help you and open the doors for you. Then also, our assembly points are located on both sides of the building, on your left and also on your right by the car park. So there is also signs there as well. So first aid assistance is available on site, offered by the emergency medical services. So that for any support and for any question, as TLC management, we are also available to assist you because we love you and happy that you are here. Once again, you are more than welcome. We love you. Enjoy the rest of this event. Blessings to all of you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Safety Indaba 2025. Themed, Zero Fatalities, Zero Tolerance to Incidents, Safety First. With a round of applause, allow me to introduce our MCs for the day. Makhosazana Mzileni, Key Accounts Manager at Eswatini Electricity Company. She's a marketing and customer relations professional with over 20 years experience of leadership. And Lunga P. Dlamini, a senior metering and power quality technician at Eswatini Electricity Company. With 24 years of experience, his career reflects technical excellence, safety leadership, and a dedication to continuous improvement in health, environment, risk, and compliance. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Sanibonani Dumelang. Greetings to you all.
Sanbonani, how are you? You're looking very beautiful, all of you. There's no one handsome today. All of you are very beautiful. Niyamanyatela.
Absolutely, Lunga. Before we proceed with the session today, allow us to call our General Manager, Research and Development, Mr. Mpumuzi, to come and open this meeting officially with a word of prayer.
Good morning. Shall we bow our heads in prayer? Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for your mercy and your grace. Your word says your mercies are new every morning. You have been faithful in doing that. We honor you and we bless you. We commit, Father, this session where we look at safety-related talks. We invite your presence into our lives, invite your presence into our organizations. We also, Father, remember those who are departed due to safety-related incidents. We also pray for their families. We trust, Father, that you are a God of comfort, that you'd comfort those families. Bless each and every one of us. Make this day a success. To the praise and glory of Christ our Lord. Amen.
Siyabonga Mazia.
It's such a great honor to stand before you, Namhlekseni. My name is Lunga P. Dlamini. It's not complete without the P.
Absolutely, and I'm Makhosazana Mzileni, and together we are your program directors for this exciting second edition of the EEC Safety Indaba under our strategy themed Vutsela Reloaded 2027.
Now, before we go any further, ngicela kuchecka nje energy la roomini ukuthi ninathini noma nje simesodwa la tulo. Ngicela ukuthi mangithi safety first, ngive nini nithi safety always. Safety first. Safety first. I love that. I love that.
It's beautiful, and because we believe in fun, let's do one more chant. When I say zero fatalities, you say zero tolerance. Let's go. Zero fatalities. Zero tolerance. Beautiful.
Wonderful. This is now what we call the spirit of safety in Indaba.
Thank you. Before we continue, ladies and gentlemen, it is important that you recognize those that have joined us today. We warmly welcome our board of directors whose leadership and governance continue to guide our organization's vision and values.
Sithandza kumukela futsi ne management team, our own management team from EEC who are on the forefront of e-safety and they make sure that they prioritize safety in our operations.
A special welcome and a word of thanks to our panelists and speakers, experts and leaders who will be sharing their knowledge in this Indaba, experience and insights during this day.
Nalabo labasivakashele, we'd like to welcome you and acknowledge you, and we'd also like to acknowledge the government, officials, abakhona emkhatsini wethu, corporate customers, employees, non contractors. Your presence here demonstrates a shared commitment to e-safety in Indaba.
To each one of us here, we thank you for being here and thank you for making this Safety Indaba 2025 a truly collaborative platform. Siyabonga kakhulu, ladies and gentlemen, your presence here is wonderful.
Dishayele ntandla ngalokho.
I would like us to take this opportunity to recognize Noma, to hold a moment of silence because it is very important that we pause and remember the lives that have been lost due to work-related incidents.
Just for a short moment, may we all rise to those who are able to, and we'll just hold a short moment of silence. Sikhumbule labo labasishiya ngema safety-related incidents.
Thank you. May the memory of those that have left us continue to strengthen our resolve to achieve zero harm. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga kakhulu nina nonke. Let's do that thing again. Safety first. Aw senicala nga always. Nilingisa umuntu lothi bathi ulimele andlulisele kulomunye bathi kube kubi kakhulu. Andlulisele kulomunye hey bathi ubhubhile. Safety first, safety always. Safety first.
Safety always.
Now, why are we here, kahle hle? Sibokhumbula kakhulu members and all the people who are around us in this gathering, which we are working on a very complicated commodity, lokungezi. Safety is not an option, therefore, masikhuluma ngagezi. It is something that we do not do for convenience sake. Masikhuluma ngesafety kugezi. Safety must be the foundation of everything we do, because even one mistake ngagezi can cost a life. We always say ukuthi gezi akabonakali, gezi akanuki. That is why it's very dangerous. It can destroy livelihoods, it can leave scars in families and communities.
Absolutely, Lunga. Electricity, as we know, is the engine that powers modern life today. From homes to schools to hospitals, factories and industries, nothing moves without it. But with that power, there must come great responsibility.
This Indaba, therefore, is not just a gathering. This is not just a normal meeting. It is a serious platform of accountability, reflection, and recommitment. And the theme guiding us is clear. We should los introducile ukuthi it's zero fatalities, zero tolerance in incidents, safety first.
We've got an exciting program lined up today for you, including panel discussions, presentations, keynote speakers, recognitions, and even entertainment, ladies and gentlemen. So please stay engaged and participate actively throughout this Indaba. We promise not to bore you in the process.
Thank you, Mkhonta. Before we go any further, we would like to introduce our opening remarks by Mr. Bheki Motsa. But just before etengembili malunga ngicela ukuthi sibukele nayi a very short video, and I would like to pass a disclaimer kule video ukuthi konke le nto akubona lapha was done under strict controls and kwanaka i-safety ukuthi it's being adhered to. So please focus on this video and you will have time to comment about it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Eswatini depends on reliable, safe electricity. Every home, school, hospital, and business relies on us. But electricity is unforgiving. One lapse can cost a life, disable a colleague, or tarnish the company we represent. At EEC, safety is more than just compliance. It's about you, your family, your co-workers, and the nation we serve. This film focuses on high-risk areas, working at heights, working in high-voltage zones, and working in or near water. Before each job, we plan, brief, isolate, equip, and empower each worker to stop unsafe work, because prevention begins with one person, you. At height, gravity turns small mistakes into falls. Ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. 3-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional. It is expected. Substations and high voltage zones are unforgiving. One misstep, one assumption, and lives change forever. No switch is touched without authorization. No line is trusted dead until tested with an approved device. Prove dead, then earth, always in sequence. Never force faulty breakers or substitute incompatible equipment. Report, isolate, and wait for clearance. Pressure to restore supply is real, but safety is never negotiable. Communication lines must stay open. Field teams, authorized persons, and the control center speaking the same language. Water hides hazards, drowning risk, slippery surfaces, shifting flows, and powerful turbines. Near dams, intakes, or penstocks, only authorized personnel should enter. Zones must be barricaded and permits confirmed. Personal flotation devices are mandatory. There are no exceptions, and no one works alone. Buddy system always. Rescue gear, life rings, throw ropes, first aid kits must be visible and ready. Trained responders should be on standby always. Check safe access points, ladders, platforms, and walkways before starting work. Flows and turbines must be monitored and locked out where required before work begins. Every incident carries a human cost. Behind the reports are families, colleagues, and futures forever changed. Your choices ripple outward to your team, your family, your community, and the reputation of EEC and all of its contractors. Choose the safe path. Follow the procedure. Speak up and stop unsafe work. Keeping the nation powered begins with keeping ourselves safe. Every task, every day.
ladies and gentlemen. I am genuinely excited that this day has finally arrived, especially as it coincides with my birthday. Yeah, so today is my birthday. So the Safety Indaba 2025 truly feels like the best present I could ever ask for. On behalf of EEC, a Eswatini electricity company, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the Safety Indaba 2025. Your presence here today reflects a shared commitment to creating a workplace and communities where safety is not just a priority, but a core value in everything we do. We have just viewed the safety awareness clip, a compelling and timely reminder of the true purpose behind our gathering today. Safety is not merely a procedural requirement or a box to be checked. It is a deeply rooted commitment to the protection of human life. It represents our safety responsibility, creating and maintaining an environment where every individual, whether an employee, contractor, or the community, feels secure, valued, and supported. Safety is about ensuring that every person returns home unharmed. Every single day, it is about safeguarding families from the ripple effects of workplace incidents and preserving the physical, the emotional, mental well-being of those who contribute to our mission. Let this message serve as a call of action to remain vigilant, to speak up, to care for one another, and to embed safety in every decision we make. Because when safety becomes a culture, not just a policy, we build legacy, trust, resilience, and excellence. Between 2019 and 2024, EEC recorded a significant rise in safety-related incidents across three groups, across employees, contractors, and the public. In fact, the number of incidents nearly doubled in all categories during this period, raising serious concerns for the company. As we reflect, it is important to note that in 2019, the COVID-19 pandemic led to a nationwide lockdown, forcing the company to scale down operations. However, some operations fully resumed in 2022. A sharp increase in incidents was observed, clearly significant safety gaps that required urgent attention from the executive leadership and the board. In response, we established the Safety Leadership Committee, a cross-functional team drawn across various departments with a mandate to strengthen and embed a culture of safety across the organization. The committee was given 24 months to design and implement an innovative strategies, beginning with a comprehensive safety culture survey across all departments. Amongst its key initiatives is the establishment of Safety Indaba. That's why we are here today, which provides a platform for collaboration, dialogue, and shared learning among current different organizations. In addition, the company appointed a Contractor Performance Management Committee. This committee has developed a new monitoring and evaluation tool or system, which will soon be launched. We believe this system will play a vital role in curbing contractor-related incidents and improving accountability across all projects. This Indaba is more than just an event. It is an opportunity to learn from one another, exchange experiences, build stronger partnerships to advance safety culture across all sectors. As I conclude, I encourage each one of you to actively engage in all sessions, ask questions, connect with fellow participants. The solutions to our safety challenges will only come through collaboration, innovation, and sharing of knowledge. Colleagues, thank you very much. At this moment, it is now my honor and privilege to invite our Managing Director to deliver the keynote address. Thank you very much. Thank you.
inaugural Safety Indaba was a foundation, and from it we launched new initiatives, strengthened our contractor management systems, and renewed our vigilance. I am proud of the steps that we have taken thus far, but the work is far from over. The memory of those whom we have lost is a permanent compass, guiding us towards an unwavering goal of zero fatalities, zero tolerance to incidents, and putting safety first. This is not just a theme for me, it is our covenant. A promise we make to every employee, every contractor, every family that trusts us to bring their loved ones home safely, and every single society in an everyday. Some may see safety as compliance cost, a box to be ticked. I am here to tell you that this view is not just outdated, it is very dangerous. Safety is a way of life. It is a fundamental principle, it is a fundamental right. The first thing that anybody or any life form seeks is safety, shelter, and food. At EEC, we see safety for what it is, and we value it so much as our critical strategic asset. It is the bedrock of operational excellence. A safe operation is a reliable operation. A safe workforce is a productive, innovative, and engaged workforce. Investors and partners now look beyond the balance sheet. They look at our safety record as the ultimate measure of our integrity and long-term viability. Safety is not a department, it is a culture. And building that culture requires leadership that does not set rules, but lives by them. Therefore, my first call to action is to be my fellow leaders in this room, from the EEC and from every sector represented. Leadership accountability is the cornerstone of a safety culture. It means prioritizing safety with the same intensity we prioritize profit and performance. Empowering every employee, every individual to stop any task they believe is unsafe. Investing not only in equipment, but in training, in mental health support, and in systems that protect our people. But we cannot do this in silos. The challenge we face managing high voltage networks, complex constructions, and hazardous environments are not unique to us. That is why we have invited all players in the industries from different walks of society. This Indaba is designed to break down the silos that separate us. It is a platform for shared learning, for honest benchmarking, for building a united front where the best ideas from railways, banks, manufacturers, utilities converge to protect our nation's greatest asset, its people. Today we move from principle to practice. I am honored to introduce a pivotal milestone in our journey, the official launch of the EEC Lifesaving rules. These rules are not another document for the shelf. They are a clear, non-negotiable code of conduct distilled from the critical skills that cause the most severe harm. They represent the absolute must-dos and must-not-dos that stand between a routine day and a life-altering tragedy. Later today, you will be taken through these rules in detail. I call on every organization here not just to listen, but to adopt and adapt them. Let these rules be our common language for safety. As you engage in the panels today, our risk management, safety leadership, and operational excellence, I challenge you all to share your success and your failures with candor. Listen to the intent with the intent to understand, not just to respond. Commit to one another one concrete action you will take back to your organizations. Let us leave here not just with no new knowledge, but with a new resolve. In closing, I leave you with this thought. 0 fatalities is not a statistical target. It is a human imperative. It is about fathers returning to their children and mothers too. Friends returning to their communities and colleagues returning to their teams. It is achievable, but it requires more than hope. It requires relentless effort, unwavering courage, and accountable leadership. I read in the Holy Book a verse in Proverbs 27:12, and I'll repeat in the English Standard Version. The prudent sees danger and hides himself, but the simple go on and suffer from it. Let the 2025 Safety Indaba be remembered as the moment we returned to tide. Let this be the year we truly embedded safety into our DNA, from the boardroom to the front line. Thank you for your commitment, and I wish you a fruitful and impactful deliberations. May God bless you all.
Let's give the MD another round of applause. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a powerful keynote indeed, Mkhonta. Thank you for reminding us that leadership requires both courage and consistency. Let me take a few points from his speech. The MD spoke about safety not being a theme, but a covenant. Not a department, ladies and gentlemen, but a culture, a promise we should make for every employee, every contractor, and every family that trusts us to bring their loved ones at the end of the day, baphilile. Siyabonga kakhulu Mhlungwana for reminding us and setting the tone that building that culture requires consistency. And not just creating rules, but making sure that we follow through the rules and we live on the rules that we have created. We are here not just ticking boxes, but making sure that we follow whatever we have set as organizations represented today here, with whatever we set as process is aidful in order to make sure that we all are safe in whatever activities that we embark on a day-to-day basis. Let's make sure that we're not just ticking boxes.
Thank you, that's right, Makhosazana. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi sonke sikuvile lokumcokwa, and Makhosazana has just alluded to that, ukuthi lokumcokwa ukuthi mawusebenta, remember that you need to go back home to your children. My MD always says, there is no emergency, mawusebenta. And I always say, maphangisa uyabulala. Maphangisa, hurry up may kill. So it's very clear from the speech of the MD, would say, once leadership sets the tone of an organization, its safety is guaranteed in that organization. So now let's move to that strategy as emalunga kulo mhlangano, and let's move to the ground level, hearing about operational challenges and successes from other organizations.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Sibusiso Khoza from Royal Eswatini Sugar Corporation to share with us how safety looks like in daily operations. Let's welcome Mr. Khoza.
Mr. Sibusiso Khoza, ngicela nimshayele tandla.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I hope you can, yes. Hello, hello. I hope I'm very much audible now. Thank you, thank you. I think as already alluded, my name is Sibusiso Khoza from Royal Eswatini Sugar Corporation. I'm the enterprise IMS manager, basically looking at implementing all ISO systems, including what we are here about today, occupational health and safety. So as a rest, we put our employees at the heart of the business. And, okay, this one and that one. Okay, yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you. Yeah, technology, yeah. So I will be sharing briefly on our challenges and successes as we operate our business. I think you'll all know that as RES, we are the biggest single employer in Eswatini with over 7,000 workers on a daily basis, working in an area that spans from the distance between Babane and Manzini with irrigated sugar cane. So that's how massive the business is. We supply the company, or we supply the country with over 2/3 of your sugar requirements. And I'm sure you have taken sugar, all of you, this morning. And I can assure you that that sugar on your table or in the sweets you are eating today is definitely coming from RES. So you must clap hands for RES for being such a... Okay. So as I say, I think briefly we will be contracting on how I'll be doing my presentation. I'll briefly take you through a brief context in terms of our approach to health and safety, look at a few challenges, successes, then I conclude. I guess we are all good to contract. We're good. Okay. So I'll be briefly, maybe I'll take you through just a brief context at how we view safety. For us, we say a good safety working environment is a proactive, inclusive, and constantly evolving environment. It does not only protect our workers physically, but it also supports their mental and emotional well-being, leading to greater productivity, morale, and retention. I think you all understand that as businesses, we are here to make money, but we can't make money without taking care of our own employees, making sure they are well, they are productive, they are physically safe. That is who we are as RES. That being said, we do have a few challenges that we have encountered as we conduct our business. Recently, between 2022 and 2023, we conducted what we call a safety culture survey within the business, covering our core functions, basically the sugar manufacturing and the agriculture sector. What came as magnifying was that the culture of safety in the organization, we are not here we want to be. We still need to improve it as an organization. Hence, it said we have got a poor safety culture, which is basically a compliance safety culture. What would that mean? It will mean that safety is being perceived as a compliance requirement rather than an organizational value. So that creates a challenge, because that means if there's no requirement to comply, it doesn't come voluntarily. Yet we say safety should be a way of life. So as an organization, we want safety to be a core value of the organization. There's heavy reliance on procedures, training, discipline, and safety personnel rather than system improvements. Basically, if there's not, as safety, I think we share the same space here to say things normally happen the way people want to do them, but immediately they see a safety person, they start doing things differently. Why is that happening in big organizations? If safety is a value, that means somewhere we are missing it as organizations to say, if they can do in another way where no one is watching, that means somewhere there's something that is missing in the value chain. We are seeing a culture of blame and fear. We are seeing issues of low trust, and low motivation among employees and managers. We are not learning as much as we would like from our past incidents. How do we see that? Why do we have the same repeat incidents? It happened in area A. In few years' time or few months' time, it will happen in area B. Why are we doing that as a big organizations? Those are the challenges we are facing. As I said, we have got over 23,000 hectares of irrigated sugarcane. That's who we are, and another 23,000 plus of livestock and game. That's how big the organization is. So driving from one end to another, we can easily take you more than 2 hours. That is how big we are as an organization, with individual employees based in each of those areas. So you can then imagine people working under extreme weather conditions and remote working areas. It is still a challenge where our employees are suffering from heat-related issues, heat exhaustion, and some heat stroke. Based on the nature and the size of the organization, regardless of us having 3 fully fledged clinics that has got emergency response equipment, ambulances, and everything, but because of the size, we are still seeing some delayed emergency response when we've got employees injured in the remote areas. We still have to do better in that aspect. Inadequate immediate supervision and support. It's always, as I say, if you've got 8,000 people working out there, what would be the ideal ratio for each one of the employees being supervised adequately? You know, our Occupational and Safety Act is saying we need to provide adequate and effective supervision. But for 8,000 employees, is it all always possible that everyone will be supervised at any given point in time. Definitely not. We need to do something better. We are suffering from issues relating to natural hazards, as I've said, storms. There are snakes out there. People are working in the field. We do suffer snake-related incidents, but we would like to turn that corner. We're still having issues around human behaviors and other factors where generally people get used to what they do on a daily basis, that they become complacent, they are distracted. We are seeing issues around fatigue and the high rate of human error because, as we said, it's not like a boardroom setup. Everyone is working on their own out there. So basically, what do you rely? You say we have trained the people. So training, you say probably they'll do the right things. But not realizing that as you train our people, there are so many factors. Because if you look at your hierarchy of controls, training is about at the bottom in terms of your hierarchies, where you said administrative. One, it will be affected by how well you have articulated the training. Was the employee, when you are giving the training, in the right state of mind to hear what you are saying? So those are challenges in an ever-growing business. Then we say there's overconfidence in resulting to bypassing of safety protocols. Employees not adequately involved in planning. Most of the time, we sit in the boardrooms while the employees are working, we plan, then we take these things to them. We still need to do better there as organizations because we say unless you involve them from inception, everything that we're doing will be based on assumptions because we won't be knowing exactly what the employees are feeling and suffering there. But we are going there. Inadequate hazard identification and risk assessments. Having been certified as an organization on ISO system for over 20 years, but we still, when we have got an incident, we identify that there's something that we did not include that resulted to the incident. Before that incident, we think, okay, we've got all these good booklets, but every time there's an incident, you pick, there are new things in terms of your hazard identification that you didn't put. Then your process reviews are not in sync with your hazard identification risk assessment protocols. We say processes, they change. But before you change your protocol, we don't always consider what you call your risk-based thinking. What can go wrong? And once you adopt that principle, then it will give you that as you change, consider A, B, C, D, before those things result to a serious incident. Then we've got high employee exposure to unsafe acts resulting from our inadequate risk assessments and hazard identification. The way we operate, as I said, is quite a massive, which predominantly, if we talk agriculture, it's over 6,000 employees working in the fields. So you'll definitely understand in terms of technology integration. It's not easy. And you are talking your low-skilled employees which are irrigating your sugarcane, weeding and everything. So how quick does information come to them when there's something that has happened? There's lack of adequate tools to monitor worker fatigue because we say, it's an 8-hour shift. We expect people, they'll be working, but there are different conditions. So we need those monitors to say, hi, Sibusiso, today you seem like a little bit fatigued. Maybe you can, instead of doing a normal shift of 8 hours, maybe we can break early because we are proactively wanting to manage incidents. Is that the case? So incident investigation outcomes, that's a challenge because you go to investigate an incident after it has happened. You were not there when it happened. So whatever that you'll be basing on is based on assumptions to say, as you try to reconstruct the situation, to say this is how the incident happened, is really, most of the time you find that it's not the real situation. And most likely, people will tell you the story that they'll want you to believe. So now you start working on those assumptions not necessarily being the real issue. Then we're talking of lack of data for proper risk analysis leading to inadequate investment on safety improvement systems. So unless your data is accurate, whatever money that you put in your system will not necessarily talk to the risk issues that we are having. We are so much fortunate at Rest that we are implementing rigorously a lot of interventions. I think as an organization, we're implementing our safety campaign strategy even this year. I was so much fascinated when I came here to see the theme resonating exactly with ours. To say we want 0 fatalities, 0 disabling injuries, ultimately leading to 0 harm. That's what we want to do. But without proper technology, it will take us an effort to do that because we are working there. Contractor management is always an issue. Part of the business, we are 50% of the workers out there are our service providers doing a lot of things. What you normally pick with our contractors is that we've got a varied culture and training levels among our third parties. They don't necessarily share our exact values because they are different organizations. But what do we need to do to make sure that when they come to RES, they live the RES way of life? That is what we want. Then service provider selection, not taking into consideration organizational health and safety policies. We normally want capacity to say, yeah, we want a contractor that can do A, B, C, D. Then we start vetting those to say, yeah, they've got a valid certificate on A, B, C, D. But do we really check down to the various individual employees if they share the same values as ours? Because now we are bringing almost 50% of workers in organization that come from various cultures. So that will obviously affect the way you perform as an organization. Then we say there's misalignment among key stakeholders with regard to expectations. We are the SHEC department. Our focus is employee safety. The production department, their focus is to drive production. So you see now already having competing priorities. Yet what we want at the end of the day is profitability for the organization. So we don't need to have those competing priorities ideally if we look at things from the same perspective. So basically in terms of the key challenges, those are the key ones. We do have a few successes that we can share. It is so much good for us to report that we've got good leadership commitment in terms of the safety systems generally. Safety policies and objectives are in place, and it defines the intent from management to say this is what we want. Then promotion of safety of employees has been included as part of our organizational strategy. Just this year, we are having our new strategy as an organization, which will take us up until 2030. So one of the key strategic intent is to develop a safe, trust-based, and high-performance culture. So you can see from management, we're already driving the intention to say we need our employees to be safe, because if they are safe, they will trust us, they'll perform. So it's a win-win situation. Organization wins, the employees win, everyone wins if we have got leadership commitment. Then employee involvement and empowerment. We do have forums and where we call safety committees as required by the Act, MI inspections and incident investigations where these employees are involved. But with what I've already touched on earlier in terms of our poor safety culture, they can't they can be there present, but there's elements of fear sometimes, I think you'll remember, in terms of our challenges, where we say, are we really getting the benefit of this involvement of our employees? It's something we need to do better, but now we are having those forums which encourages a two-way communication, promote a culture of employees taking personal responsibility for safety, and also for their colleagues. It's critical. Then we also promote practical suggestions and experience based on improvements. Solutions developed with employee input are more likely to be effective. You remember when I talked earlier in terms of the culture, I say, if you design a solution for employees without them, the uptake definitely would be low. So we are pushing that as an organization. Employee training, it's a no-brainer, but not realizing that the issue of training, it's a challenge on its own. If you read literature, how many times do you need to communicate for someone to understand what you are saying? At least 6 times. The first time, they'll just hear that we have just said something, maybe they won't even remember. The second time, they start, okay, what is he saying? Third time, fourth time, it's only the 6th time that they will start understanding. And you also need to use what we call various channels. Training, I can stand before you if I can ask all of you, what did I say since the first thing that I said when I came here? If I were to run a poll, maybe 10% of you will remember. That's exactly how effective training is. So you talk expecting the next person to get exactly what you are saying, yet it's not necessarily true. So change how you deliver the message. Some will hear it when you sing the message, when you write it, when you put pictorials, when you put a lot of things. That is how the communication and training need to come. It shouldn't be like, I'm standing in a 5 minutes talk, and I'm talking, then take your tools and go to work. How often do we do that? Don't answer because you know the answer. Because now it's a compliance issue. We need to prove we've told them, we've trained them. But do we have to prove we've trained them, or we need to prove that they are safe? So as an organization, we need to move to that level. I said we have already certified as an organization in terms of health and safety systems, transitioning from NOSA way back in about early 2000. We're still suffering incidents regardless of our ISO certification. We're having another audit next week, and I assure you we'll pass. We always pass the audits. But why are we suffering incidents when we are certified as organizations? Basically, this is aimed at demonstrating our continual improvement, building trust with stakeholders and clients, allow integration with other ISO systems. Because now you can't run a safety system alone, an environmental system alone, and a quality management system alone. Because there's one person who will be expected to do that work. The worker is expected to make sure they uphold the right standards and quality. They become safe. They make sure the environment is not impacted. It's critical that we as an organization are certified, and we are priding ourselves on that one. PPE, I don't like it personally. I always tell my colleagues that PPE itself is a sign of failure. Once you give employees PPE, you just declared that there's nothing else you can do. You acknowledge that if you give you a hard head, something will fall one day into your head, but at least let it find a hard head. Why aren't you stopping the things from falling? That's the million-dollar question, eh? But that's how we do things as organizations. PPE inspections, we do them to make sure the PPE is suitable and adequate, and we continuously review the suitability and adequacy of PPE across all operations to make sure that on a daily basis we give the PPE, regardless that I don't like it, it's a legal requirement we need to give. But I would like an environment where people work safely, all the time without us as organizations putting them into hazards that will require us to protect them now with PPE because we acknowledge it's not a safe environment. As I conclude, ladies and gentlemen, basically I would say effective safety culture starts with leadership commitment, where top management leads by example, prioritizing safety and employee well-being. Then the issue of employee engagement in safety planning, risk assessments and decision-making fosters ownership while maintaining open communication channels for concerns, hazard reporting, and safety suggestions. Without taking more time, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me. Much as I was boring, but I know I need to come 6 times again so that you can hear exactly what I was saying. Thank you.
Let's give him another round of applause. Siyabonga Mr. Khoza for those practical and honest reflections. Lesikfunzako namuhla lokugcizelelwa nguyo Royal Eswatini Sugar Corporation is that safety is not just meeting compliance requirements. It must be a way of life. And this is on a day-to-day basis. Accidents and incidents will happen. But in the event, we don't bury our heads in the sand. We look for solutions. Continuous improvement is what we all must aspire to do. Coming from here, let us be reminded that we need to continuously improve. Onke ema operations aid for an opportunity for us to improve, to avoid lama challenges lebesesihlangana nawo sisasebenta, the accidents and incidents. Siyabonga kakhulu kukhoza. And speaking of practice, because coming out of here, we need to put whatever information that is presented here into practice. So we're going to start now, so that we don't forget at least the past 2-3 presentations that have already happened. Let's put our knowledge into practice to test it with something fun. A safety quiz, ladies and gentlemen. Safety, yes, is serious business, but learning about it doesn't have to be boring. Who agrees with me on that? Maga, obviously, for obvious reasons. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Ms. Lungile Mahlalela and Thando Dlamini to lead us through the safety quiz. Enjoy.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. If I did not know any better, I would say I was in heaven. The way you all look so seraphic. So may we all give ourselves an enthusiastic round of applause. Thank you for showing up today. As I have been introduced, my name is Thando Dlamini. I am an environmental officer with the AEC. And the divine-looking lady with me on stage here is Lungile Mahlalela, whom herself is a safety officer with the AEC. Ours is to coordinate the safety quiz, and we'll have questions. So hopefully you were paying attention to the video that was played earlier, because most of those questions will be extracted from that particular video. Without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, may I please allow my colleague beside me to pose the first question, Yale safety quiz.
Ladies and gentlemen, I greet you all. As Thando has introduced me, my name is Lungile Mahlalela. I am a safety officer at AEC. Let's get to our first question. What is the first thing you do before conducting any task at work? The first thing you do.
By the way, I forgot to say, we come bearing gifts, so whomever is going to answer those questions, we will get a gift. I have colleagues on the floor who are going to recognize those who are raising their hands.
You conduct a risk assessment.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Let's clap hands for him.
That is actually a lovely question. I mean, a lovely answer. Yes, you are correct, dear colleague. You do conduct a risk assessment, amongst other things, but in the interest of time, we'll accept that answer.
And yes, we cannot emphasize enough that you also need to plan your task, including resources required. Every task you do, you plan it and also identify resources that are required and conduct the risk assessment as our colleague has stated. Thank you.
Then the next question, that one will be based on the video that you watched earlier. Like I said, I do hope you were paying attention. So based on that video, can any one of you name any unsafe act that you spotted from that video? Any at all? There is no right or wrong answer because we're all adults here, but you know, we'd appreciate the most accurate one. Temba, there is a colleague here.
Okay, morning everyone. I saw a guy loading a ladder on the back of a bike without putting a safety harness because he could fall and injure himself.
Thank you very much for being observant, fellow colleague. We're actually hoping you would spot that one because it was done deliberately. That's actually the correct observation. That was a very keen observation, thank you. Lungile will ask the next question.
All right, thank you. The next question is based on the Occupational Health and Safety Act of 2001. Who has the authority to stop any job if an unsafe condition arises?
Yes, Temba, that table.
The employee.
Right.
Yes, that's actually the correct answer. Based on the OSH Act of 2001, amongst the duties of the employee reserves the right to remove themselves from any unsafe any unsafe condition that they spot. That's a very, very good answer, Stabile. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the last question of this safety quiz would be to ask any of you to list 3 safety precautions to follow when working at heights. Any 3 safety precautions to follow whenever working at heights? Anyone at all? Yes, sir. Please wait for the mic.
Hello? You have to put on the safety belt every time.
We asked for 3. That one is very, very correct. I'm not sure if you do happen to have the additional 2, dear colleague. Mr. Twala, please move the mic on to this gentleman over here. He's been raising his hand for the past 5 minutes.
First thing is planning. Most of the work you must do while you're on the ground. The second thing is your scaffolding or your ladders need to be inspected before. The third one, you need to have a fall protection plan. And then the fourth one, you may need to have a safety harness.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that insightful answer. I'm afraid I'm running out of gifts. We only had 4, but may I please ask from my chairman to prepare a special gift for this gentleman because his answer was really, really insightful. Otherwise, this is the end of the safety quiz, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being interactive. Please enjoy the rest of the program.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for engaging. Ngithanda kakhulu nalokubuka unsafe acts because Res has alluded to it. Kutsi, you always ask yourself, what is the worst that can happen? Ngicela kubuta nje kuboma ke. Ngifuna kubona isafety ukuthi ikhona yini la emtimbeni wethu. Bangakhi laba check it off for the second time lamuhla usicishiwe yini before baphuma endlini. Huh? Boma ke ngiyeta kubaba. Bathi yana discrimination. Boma ke bangakhi laba check it off namuhla. Good. Bobabe bangakhi laba check it off ukuthi ticishwe for the second time. Ukuthi actually vele sicishiwe stove before aphume endlini. Oh, siyabonga mnakethu. You made sure. Before you slept last night, ukhiyile. Waba sure ukuthi ukhiyile. But how many of you, before uye ekamerweni, you checked again ukuthi ukhiyiwe nemnyango? Okay. Shows you the culture of what is the worst that can happen has not been there yet. Labanye bethu baze balale nemadumu la eceleni kwembhedza ukuthi kwangena sidlani nje ngimthela ngedumu. That's my first line of defense. But thank you so much to Thando V. Nalungile Mahlalela, that was very engaging. It shows ukuthi when we make safety entertaining, it will also stick. Make sure ukuthi when you're working out there, you work as safe as possible. Uyakhala umphathi wami uthi yona discrimination yabomage. There's not discrimination mphathi wami. Ayibe incane. Now let's shift to our next level of e-safety, colleagues. The next level of safety is we always talk about equipments, but we always forget about mental health. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome Mr. Siyabonga Mabuza, all the way from EPH, with a round of applause. Mshayele Ntandla.
Oh, nami ngicela ningikhuthade ngetandla. If it's about mental health, we really need to try and relax, be calm, be okay. Ngicela kuhlonipha ngibingelele our MD, ngihloniphe our panelists. Ngicela ngekutfoba ngithi all protocol observed. It's a beautiful morning, sanibonani. How many of us can confidently say, I am mentally healthy? And for that reason, safety is my life. How many can confidently say, "Hi, this morning is sharp, me right. No stress, no challenge. Finances are okay. I need no increment. I'm just okay." I'm seeing only one hand out of the multitudes. WHO says 1 in every 8 people has a mental problem that can result to a mental disorder. Sathi sithukile wathi WHO, every 40 seconds somebody dies because of suicide. Uyaqhamuka namhla EEC uthi #0 fatalities. Now umhlaba uthi suicide prevention. Ngicela sishayele EEC tandla for such a relevant theme and such a wonderful day. Ngwakamabuza Sibongo, my name is Siyabonga. My presentation is just to zero focus to the subject of mental health and safety at work. If I say going once, going twice, please say gone. Going once, going twice? Going once, going twice? Safety first? Safety first? Safety always? Thank you very much. Bengifisile ngathi umvulane ngabe siyamhlabelela le ngoma lethi happy birthday, happy birthday. Ngizombona ukuthi uyashafa yini. Imagine a work environment where everybody is comfortable and happy. Kuba semsebentini. Do you think we would have hazards and problems? Critically speaking, sometimes it's not us having or not having safety measures in place. It's the state of well-being of our people that matters the most. Are our people okay? Physically, mentally, emotionally, and psychologically. Utige, Mr. Koza, in his presentation, we need to drive the message in different forms until we get the message. One of the key things that we need to establish and sustain resilience in terms of mental health in the workplace is to be continuously aware of our reference points. Every safety measure that we put in place must have a relevant reference point. And I want us to sing a song briefly, without a waste of time, that will be our daily reference point when it comes to the subject of safety. Safety as our life. Zizojika izinto when ukhalelani, when ukhalelani. No, this one is not for Kaizer Chiefs fans. This one is EEC. Zizojika izinto when ukhalelani, when ukhalelani. Can I start my presentation with a principle? Colleagues, one of the things that I wish my generation could remember me by is gratitude. An attitude of gratitude is an anchor and a pillar of sustaining our resilience in mental health. And until and unless we become intentional and consciously appreciate ourselves for the things that we do right, we will never find resilience to work on the things that are still a work in progress. EEC siyabonga kusixoshela tipoko. Sekude tipoko ngobe kukhanya gesi. Kwanela kukhanya gesi. Dahamba tipoko. Uyathi nalati sekunconywana ngobe kuyakhanya. Thank you very much, EEC family, for the great job you are doing. We may not appreciate you, Sibanvana labafunza skolwa, trying so hard to cross night and study ngobe kunagesi. It was tough back then, but we have advanced and we are progressing. We need to take time to appreciate people who are doing well. The sacrifices. I was actually looking at the video. My take home was not the safety. My take home was, if you really want to inspire and motivate children, expose them to men who are exposed to danger in the workplace. And then you tell them it's all for you. Siyabonga bobabe. The sacrifices, bomage, the insults that you get sometimes, nagne load shedding, but you don't quit, you don't stop. You keep on giving the best. I wish you could find a reason to put your hands together for yourselves, collectively and individually. It is very, very important that whenever you start your day in the workplace, before you move out of your car, before you even start your duties, take time to appreciate yourself for showing up. Sometimes the beauty of life is not in perfectionism and getting results. It's the sustenance and continuity in showing up. Keep on showing up. There will be a reason to quit. There will be a reason to give up. Sihleli lapha nje not because everything is well with us. For some of us, solikalile le presentation, it's just a waste of time. It's just a boredom. But because there's a lot that we are going through. And when we speak about workplace safety and zero fatalities, there are two sources of problems in the workplace. They may come from our internal environment or from our external environment. And mental health comes in as a sustainer of both. Going once, going twice. When we are well internally, we tend to be focused to deal with whatever external pressure. Going once, going twice. Therefore, an attitude of gratitude forces us to focus on the possibilities of what could be better in our day. Here is a take-home message for our mental health. We speak about the ABCs of sustaining mental health. Acceptance, believe, and connect. That's very, very important. You need to accept that the nature of the job that you are doing has got hazards. And the greatest of all hazards is yourself. Did you know that the workplace is safe right now, now that you are not there? But soon as you can... I've always asked myself as a mental health, individual, that what really is toxic in the workplace? Is it the walls, the computers, or is it just us? We toxify the work environment. And if we can be intentional about detoxifying ourselves, we could have a healthy, work environment. It says to me that now the greatest gift you can give to your employer and the greatest gift you can give to the Swazi nation that is receiving your commodity and service as EEC is self-care. You can never pour from an empty cup. Safety will just be for compliance, as he has highlighted, until and unless we are okay. And how often do we invest in our self-care? That's where mental health comes in. Are we okay? Are we coping? Are we dealing with the things that we're supposed to be dealing with? Or all of a sudden we find ourselves displacing at the workplace. We find ourselves irritable. They must understand that I have a serious temperament problem. Who doesn't know that I have anger issues? Who doesn't know that I'm the boss? I tell everyone. Like, there is a possibility that you can release some sweetness in you only when we choose to invest and be conscious about prioritizing our mental health. Africa CDC has actually given a mandate to all governments in Africa, working towards integrating and ensuring that every sector has that prioritization of mental health. People have to be okay. Carl Rogers says in his person-centered theory, people have in themselves an innate drive to do good. We just need to create an environment for them. When people are in an enabling, conducive environment, safety does not have to be something that we are reminded, because we have it within ourselves to grow, to do well, to avoid danger. But if the environment is not enabling, we begin to show negative attributes, going once, going twice. And by environment, it begins with yourself. This is just a reminder that you need to continually, time and again, do some kind of self-assessment and self-diagnosis. Are you okay mentally? Why are you so negative and so pessimistic of late? What is it that has happened that has really made you become so numb and dumb intellectually? You used to be innovative and creative. You were the one who was the fountain and source of solutions in the company. What happened? What went wrong? How are you doing in terms of your physical well-being? You know, so many of the problems that we have in the workplace emanate from our physical ill health. Did you know that when you are physically not okay, there's no way you can actually function to your optimum level? But so many a times we are so naive and we pretend as if we are okay. May I encourage EEC colleagues and employees, if by any chance your physical body, which gives you a legal right to be on duty, the only thing that gives you legal right to be an employee is your physical well-being, take care of your health. But if by any chance your body is now enhanced, sustained by some medication, may we adhere to our medication. People are taking antidepressants, it's not a problem. Antipsychotics, it's not a problem. Diabetic medication, it's not a problem. I don't have a problem with the side effects. I have a problem with poor adherence. Because some of us start the day on a low note because your medication is sinking in. And by the day, as soon as your medication is kicked in, now you are bright, everyone must be excited. But you were also gloomy and somber in the morning. What happened? Adhere to your medication so that your system assimilates the medication. Then you find yourself acclimatizing in your mental well-being, in your mental space. Let's go for the medical checkups. You know, the unfortunate thing is that sometimes you'll go for a simple medical checkup and you are told that we now have, prostate cancer, stage 1. Who wants to be told you now have breast cancer? But these are the things that happen to us in the workspace. So the danger is no longer the electricity and the people you are working with. You are the one who is now a danger. Going once, going twice. So it comes without saying, therefore, that stress is part of our day-to-day living when we are in the workspace. Actually, WHO gave a shocking statistic in 2019. 15% of people in the workspace are dealing with depression. It tells you that we have our persons as the source of stress in the workplace. People are not okay. People are not coping. What can we say about substance use? And we think he's an uncooperative, unappreciative employee. We have no idea what the person is going through. And it looks like the higher you go, it's true that the colder it becomes. We never really care about our leaders. They must always have answers. They must always have it right. After all, they are paid for it. You know, but do we ever take time to check on them? Are they okay? Are they really coping? Yes, there were people on site who were able to address the situation. But are we okay? We speak the subject of mental health and appreciating that stress is part of the day. Some of the stress is personal, some of the stress is work-related. Some of us, it looks like when you are on leave, the company will collapse. It looks like you are now the pillar of the company. EEC has become the air that you breathe. You can't go on leave. Serious workload. You must be the one who mentors and grooms these incoming and upcoming ones to maintain the culture of the organization. And in the process, you become stressed by the work that you once loved. But do we ever take time to talk about it? And actually zero our focus and pause and say, that's where mental health comes in. You realize now that the hazard is no longer the work environment. You are the hazard now. Because as soon as you open your mouth, you speak from the abundance of what you have. Anger, bitterness, grudges, I'm not okay, discontentment. That's what you give to the people you are working with. So sometimes the problem is not the problem is just us. It's just not okay. And today comes as a reminder. Just walk around your space. And intentionally focus on the things that need to be addressed. Everyone has a story to tell. Relationship problems, everyone has a story to tell. Family challenges, dysfunctional families, everyone has a story to tell. But when we come into the workspace, we need to try to be a blessing one to the other. I wish I had a serious caption for my presentation. I would have captioned it, being my brother's keeper as a safety precaution in the workplace. We need to intentionally take care of each other. Versus intentionally trying to be a thorn in the flesh for each other. Singanakekelana sakhelane umthundi kunekuqinzetelana sigcine tsine sesiba inqabekelwane yekuphepha emsebentini lomunye kulomunye. Kodwa lenzaba iqala ngawe. Going once, going twice. These are some of the red flags that I just wanted to highlight, some of the common mental disorders that we see in the workspace. People are struggling with a lot of acute stress disorder. Stressed nje. Kuyasitfola ke sonke bekunene Nkosi yami kakhulu nje la kubomhla ka18 19 hawu ungathi nje vele ngathi asisakhulumiseki asisayikhulumi ke lokho ukuthi Mr Mashwama uthe ubeka sandle ekseni kumake sewugcokile isudu phela uthi unaye utawuthi hamba baba uyobakhulumisa ubuke kahle athi make hayi namuhla. Because the average woman has got about 4 faces in 4 months. So it depends on which face you are dealing with when you are going for work. Chabo Magangin Kulumigaba, I love you so much and I respect you so much. But it's the subject of some of us are dealing with serious acute stress. You wake up in the morning, you receive a phone call. You were not ready for it. You will never be ready for it. But you need to go for work and show up. And we want results. Who cares? What am I going through? You know, these are some of the challenges we're seeing. Generalized anxiety disorder, panic attacks. Imagine an epileptic person who is our expert in EEC. Yet the person is triggered by heights. Do we even care? How do we adjust and actually make ourselves relevant to our people so that babe safe? We're seeing a lot of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. A traumatic event happened. Nobody seeks to check on our people. Ninja, ninia kopa, anikopi. But it's the subject of depression that really matters to me. And I wish I could speak with all humility and submission. As I beating in my categories and levels to say mild depression, moderate depression, severe depression. We now have one category, major depressive episode. If you are depressed, you are depressed. Because for us to say you are depressed, you must have sustained your symptoms for a period of 14 days or more. Then we say you are depressed. Why do I talk about depression? It is the closest disorder to suicide. And when we're saying no fatalities, yes, in the workspace, but we also don't want people to take their own life because of our toxicity sometimes, the toxic masculinity in the workspace, you know, because of the micromanagement sometimes. Let's allow people to be, so long as they give deliverables. There's so many reasons that push people to a corner where they say, you know what, I can't take it anymore. It means you took it for some time. And you reach the point where your coping mechanisms are saying, I failed. Maybe they're better off without me. Maybe I am the problem. If I can just leave, I'll leave them in peace. Colleagues, can I speak with all humility and submission? We love you when you are around, not when you are gone. Life will hit you and hit you hard. But may we all consciously eliminate suicide as an option to our problems today. So many ways of dealing with challenges, but suicide should not be our reference. And we should intentionally eradicate it from our subconscious. We have all considered it at some point in time. And some have attempted at some point in time, known or unknown. But we just want to say today, zero fatalities. It's possible and we can actually make it a reality. What is our take-home message and how can we actually sustain our mental health? You know, because when we say when we say safety is life, I believe mental health guarantees safety to guarantee life. That element of mental health must really be there. Because the ancestor of every behavior is a thought. You cannot do it unless you think about it. And so long as we see safety as a thought, we will not really act it out. We need to transition, resolve today, more than just making it a concept and a thought. It should be our paradigm. Can I borrow from the sentiments of the late Dr. Dlamini in South Africa? He says, all human behaviors begin with a thought. He says we receive multiple thoughts even in our workplace, in our environment. He says of the thousands of thoughts that we receive, there are those that we dismiss and there are those that we capture. If you capture a thought, it becomes an idea. You study the idea, it grows into an ideology. If you continue to study the ideology, you identify connected facts to the ideology, then it becomes a theory. Going once, going twice. Once you fall in love with your theory, phileo, you begin to have a philosophy. You believe in the theory. And once you philosophize it, then it becomes your paradigm. It shapes your perspective and your worldview. So, the concept of safety and zero fatalities must not just be a thought. We need to study it, have it as our ideology, force it to grow in all our activities until it becomes our worldview, our paradigm. Before you do anything and everything, am I safe? Are the people around me safe? It must be our paradigm. So we need a transition, a paradigm shift, prioritizing safety, but prioritizing mental health. It is all about response. Human existence is a sum total of response. It's not what we are going through in the workplace that is a problem. It's how we respond to it. And here is our key takeaway, emotional hygiene. All human behaviors are fueled by emotions. May we be intentional about taking care of our emotions. Do you realize the words you say when you are angry versus the words you say when you are happy? Our state of emotions influences the way we behave. There are certain people who are employed today because they came for an interview when you were in a good day. But there are people we need, but I was just not in a good state when they came, and we had to let go of them. State of emotions, very critical and very important. We need to exercise and practice what we call emotional hygiene. How? Whenever you get into the environment, number one, scan your emotions. Which emotion is most dominant in your day? Is it sadness? Is it happiness? Is it anger? Is it joy? Is it hatred? Is it irritability? Scan. Know your emotions. And then number two, this is where we all miss it. This is the antidote of mental health. Talk. Speak it out. Find somebody you trust. Yeah, manje mshengu mne ngikhulumile ngeve indzaba yami seyikhulunywe enkampaneni yonke. At least you matter. They wouldn't have spoken about you if you didn't matter. Yeah, manje nje mina ngisathi khuluma tindzaba tami. But ubonile ukuthi fanele kukhuluma tindzaba takho sebakubonga indlela ehlukile. Let them talk. It's fine. It means you matter. People do not speak about useless things. You know, talk to someone. Confide in someone. Most importantly, act where you have a solution. I've realized that in every problem in the workspace, zero fatalities, there's always what you can control and what you cannot control. Act on what you can control. Ignore what you cannot control. Then it's the reset button that we are about today. Intentionally reset. Format. Vele sometimes ekhaya tinto ngeke thambe kahle, but nasifika emsebenzini reset. Na reset. Sengisemsebenzini amlokhaza. And there are days where emsebenzini it will be horrible, a mess. Soon as you park your car at home, reset. It is the challenge of the continuous balance between work and family. But that's the reality of the essence of your beauty as an individual. We need to continually reset. How do we reset? Self-talk. It looks like we need self-affirmation to survive more these days. I pity somebody who's striving with external validation. Your supervisor will forget sometimes. The people that you've done the most sacrifice for, they will never appreciate. Take time to invest in self-talk. If they are not saying it to you, you can say it to yourself. In actual fact, it has been psychologically proven that your mind believes more what you say than what people say to you. Stand in front of the mirror, speak to yourself. I know you are trying. It's not easy, but you're going to keep on trying. Keep on pushing. We need to learn the art of self-talk. Let me tell you how David killed Goliath. Can I preach in this place? I've run out of time. I've run out of time. But as Goliath was continually gloating in complacence, nakaqhubeka khuluma bekashifta lo makarap. Nakaqhubeka khuluma bekashifta lo makarap. So David nasekashaliche so ushiftile lo makarap, you know. But imagine what was going on in David's head, because sometimes siyatibuta ukuthi kube lelitshe la geja ke. The guy was on his side. Self-talk. Some days you will attempt, it won't go right. Talk to yourself. Encourage yourself. Build resilience from within. Pause, think, and act. Very, very important. We need employees who will stay cool, calm, and collected. Yeah, in the midst of it all, yeah, I've got this. I'm feeling the pain, but I am my brother's keeper. And I'm going to stay in control. That's very, very important. Then we want to say, let's reframe our mindset. Instead of pushing the blame and being critical one to the other, let's grow from each other. Let's help each other grow and help each other become how? Growth mindset, progressive mindset. Okay, umoshile, what do we do? What's next? That's very, very important. You need to take time to breathe, especially during an emergency situation or a busy day. Full deep breaths help your brain fully process information. And as I take my seat, we need to be intentional about our mental health to stay safe in the workplace. And once we become intentional, bekunene silinyatwa kwetayela. Gezi sonke siyamati ukuthi uyingoti. Silinyatwa nje kwetayela. Yambona lo mflohlela eceleni kwakho. You could be amazed how great that person and how amazing that person. Manje somjwayele nje. Sijwayela ngisho nalo msebenzi leswendako. We need to learn to refresh, avoid familiarity. Always embrace each day in its newness. And embrace your colleagues in their newness. We will always find ourselves being able to shake off the things we can't change and keep grinding to change the things that we can change. With those words, colleagues, we need to prioritize our mental health to try and stay safe. Very, very critical and very, very important. And as I conclude, it doesn't matter how amazing this laptop is. If I've been using this laptop for the whole day and it's no longer functioning and actually responsive to the prompts that I give, there are 3 critical buttons that I can always press to reset the laptop. There is our take-home message, zero fatalities, Control, Alt, delete. Some of the negative experiences, intentionally delete. Some of the things that are going well, alter. You know, ngajwayeli, keep it new. To give compliments, keep it new. To appreciate yourself, keep it new. To continually give it your best, keep it new. Nasebzalen babo, Mr. Motsa, but that's what we want. And I was hoping we'd have a conversation in terms of how old are you? Because so many of us will tell a lie if I ask you how old are you. Who amongst us, when we ask how old you are, will always count the 9 months in utero? We always say 51 minus the 9 months. What happened to the 9 months? Because that's how old you are. We need to start. So when it's corruption in Zal, I think back then. So we need to control what we need to alter, change. We just want to say sometimes let's change our attitude, let's change our approach. You know, but siyacela ukuthi labashayela timoto emagesini bangashinji kulokushayela bagijimisa ngoba sesibadayele. Let them only control, stay safe, and actually ensure that we keep the nation lit. Thank you very much.
Sizojika izinto
Thula mntana.
wena ukhalelani
Thula mntana.
wena ukhalelani.
Thula mntanam wena
Do I have church here?
ukhalelani.
Sizojika izinto
Thula mntana.
wena ukhalelani
Thula mntana.
wena ukhalelani.
Thula mntanam wena ukhalelani.
Ah.
Thank you, Lunga. Impela lesikufundzako namuhla, it's the attitude of gratitude. Titawujika tintfo. Angeke kuhlale kunje. It is true that siyagowa. We are going through stuff, but we show up each and every day. We choose to show up because it's the most important thing. What stood out is that uyathi mawuhlete emotweni yakhe ekuseni sine nkulunkulu kumbe la sibusise ngetimoto before ungene le office uve ukuthi kulukhuni. Give yourself a round of applause. Kuthi uyathi ngivukile ngageza. Ngamnyuka malagwane. For those that abanyuka malagwane to the head office, that is important. Keep on showing up. We need to take care of our mental health, guys. It doesn't mean all is well. It will never be well. Lisho njalo mos nelBhayibheli ukuthi there is a time and season for it all. Namuhla it may be down, tomorrow it is up. So let's keep on looking forward to a brighter day. Kufuneka sizivuke ekuseni ngisho kulukhuni uthi this is the day that the Lord has made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Ubuphuma, ube wathi kahle hle it's not okay, but by the time uhambile 5-15 minutes, you'll be okay. Trust me, we are all in the process. This is life, guys. It is a journey. We have not arrived. We don't know what our future holds, but we know is that we have control of these very minutes that we are living in. Nkulunkulu lasiphelona. Ndaze ngishumayele, chubeka lu.
Preach, Pastor, preach. Prophesy if you can. I think my take homes leswatholile from EPH. Kwecala nje ngicela ukuthi sanibonani bo David. He spoke about self-talk. Ukuthi you need to reset and when a self-talk utitshele wena ukuthi I can go through here. Noma ngabe kunelibonza lapho ngidawuphuma. And another take home lesitfolile my ABCs. Can anyone remember what's my ABCs bekathini? 1, A, acceptance. B, believe. C, connect. Mano bese soyangiqhuba ke EPH. Uthi the workplace is safe, that I'm not there. Uthi lokhu ngilana nje workplace is safe. My colleagues, if you're watching me, No, you are not safe if I'm not there. Going once, going twice? Thank you.
Let's prioritize our mental health, ladies and gentlemen. Let us breathe. Breathe in and out. Make it your daily commitment. Kwekuthi noma sekufika, because the reason why maybe we experience these accidents and incidents, particularly in the workplace, is really because we are not okay. We are going through stuff. Breathe. Even before you act, whatever you do, the step that you are taking forward, breathe and be awake. Awake. What is happening around you? Be your brother's keeper. Ngiyabonga kakhulu Mshengo lokuthi yathi la msebentini, if we can all go with the mentality ukuthi I am my brother's keeper. Lokwendeka to my brother is going to affect me as a person, as a colleague. Sikhumbule phela ukuthi masite emsebentini, we have children, we have husbands, we have spouses, we have bobabe, we have bomage emakhaya. Bantwana labasimele ukuthi at the end of the day sibuye siphilile. Let us take care of each other. But first, before we take care of each other, we need to take care of ourselves. Breathe.
Let's remember our theme today. It's in zero fatalities. Hey, up my gifts. Zero fatalities, zero tolerance. Siyabonga kakhulu, ladies and gentlemen. Ngicela kuniphica nje kancane. Ngiyaniphica nemuntu wami. Ngemuntu wami, the more you take from him, the bigger he gets. The more you take from me, the bigger I get. Who am I? Going once? Going twice? Ngumgotsi. The more you take from a whole, the bigger it gets.
Absolutely.
Kunjalo nakuma incidents, colleagues. The more you allow mistakes to be tolerated, is the more you are opening up for incidents. So right now, please help me to welcome our very own engineer, Mr. Dlamini, yotasifundisa ngema incidents investigations.
And the lesson they leave behind.
Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Dlamini.
Sanibonani malangeni. Ngicela ngibonga MD for lelithuba and ngithemba iprotocol uyichazile wabe. Ngidawuze ngone kube khona umlomdzala lengimshiyako. Nabo bonke abantu labakhona la endlini ngibelieve ukuthi simgcoka sonke beyingeke le event iphumelele kube mhlambe bowungeke wabakhona. Ngidawucela ukuthatha lelithuba kukhulumisa incident investigations from the perspective ya EEC, share ema lessons lesiwatholile. Ngithemba ukuthi mhlawumbe kukhona lesikufundile from a personal view. Sengine business noma I've been with EEC for at least 10 years manje. I can confirm MD ngitikhulumela at a personal level kungukuthi I've seen a positive attitude and transformation from the perspective ye management, even going to the lowest level of the business. Ngingacela sithi shayele ntandla because we are not here to tick a box. Mane angati akabo technology sengaveli bengacela kucala formally. Ema incidents since singapane le existago eveni, we are guided noma we are being mandated by the OSH Act ya 2001 eveni, and within that act kune requirement to make ema reports noma reports ngalawo ma occurrences lasvelele. Ema requirements la khona from the act aqala kuma disabling incidents nema fatalities. We also have requirements that have been brought about by the regulator, incidents that which we have to report on. Then internally with EEC, depending on the level of the incident, if it's a fatality, from the executive level, establish that manager, investigation team. For disabling incidents, usually it's from the department where that manager responsible establish an investigation team. That team is usually given terms of reference. And the lata guide agunguti yini lo niyoyibuka le ngaphandle nako konke, but I must make it I must mention kunguti it's not limited. Noma lawo terms of reference they don't usually come kunguti niba stereotype niyobuka naku noma niyobuka nayi incident nayi kuphela. They encourage kunguti you look at the incident, especially because it results from a process ye business let's say it. So you encourage kunguti ubuke le process kunguti nguphi la khona isele khona, such that we then eventually get to have an incident. And usually those terms of references also encourage the investigation kunguti appreciate some of the issues le wakanza go le ngaphandle and incorporate them as part of the output of that investigation. Let's say le iceleke kunguti ibe a written report. Njalo bengmentionile lokho ukuthi it's the act lesinayo, and also as a business we are accredited to ISO. My systems less accredited kiwo, it's 9,001 for equality, 14,001 for environment, 45,001 for e-safety. Then sibage nema requirements la qamuka from leto tingono letehlukene. Njengaloku ngibekisa kunguthi si accredited for ISO. ISO usibekele requirements, let's see, in the event uvelelwa incident na usebenda, you expected kunguthi notify everyone kunguthi so uvelelwe incident, uyichaze kunguthi incident lebe kanjani nako konke, and then ke ataseke ayalandzele ma reports thereafter depending on the severity of the incident. We also have the electrical infrastructure out there. Nayo ibeke imcabo MD mentionile kunguthi sinema operational safety rules. Within those operational safety rules, sina clause 2.7. Lotsi, in the event usebenda kuba khona lokhu kuvelelako, you're expected to report as soon as it's safe to do so to the controlling officer. Locele kuye kwenda lo msebenzi before uqale. We also have a recognition agreement from HR nayo lesikhutsatako kunguthi la usebenda khona konke njeke lokwendako. You are expected kunguthi ungakaqedzi leyo shift nangabe bowukushift noma as soon as possible ureport kunguthi so uvelelwe incident. And recently bangwane with the regulator uphinze naye wathi uyacela iEC kunguthi amreportele ema incidents that we term them as adverse events. Noma ma incidents la let's say damage to the infrastructure so much that kube bengabekisa kunguthi asibeke past to our knees, such that stikhanza siyekela konke sizama ukuthi sibisele gesi emaswatini akhanye kungikhona mhlambe silalela ticelo talabo labasha labathi bacela sibakhanyisele noma sendeni. So we are also mandated kunguthi within 3 working days nazivelelwe incident of that nature simatise regulator bese ke siyalandzela within 10 working days simendele a report to that effect. Because it's something lesiqalile in the 2023-24 financial year, shothi wes3 lo mnyaka si reporta lawo ma incidents of that nature. I believe out of interest yekunguthi sesi ngoba wona atasinika an appreciation of ema factors le city control of wona, more especially i-weather. Lama incidents of this nature si wachaza noma nakavela siwakhanze ahlukana maybe ngetiluba letinzatfu. Kube ma hailstorms, windstorms and thunderstorms la lethe ema incidents on our infrastructure where it was pulled down to its knees. Lawo ma incidents ke lawo abane impact lehlukene. Sometimes lama thunderstorms and hailstorms eta I combination and aphinze alidele into severe strain on our network and damage. So ngicela nje maybe the 2 minutes sengingwashare now for the perspective lesitase sesibanayo ke kungukuthi nase sisebenta sesigcine siba exposed kusebenta kuma conditions la kanjani la chamuka from external factors. Njengalokhu ke ngibekisile, in the last 3 years, noma kulona lesikuwo wesithathu, ku 23-24 financial year, si experience ema incidents labengu 4 that we deemed them as major. These are incidents lesithi with their impact nakashaya, ashaya at a scale across the country. We did have a hailstorm, I would want to believe and assume just about last week. That one I got figured to this, what I'm reporting. So logu lelengu reporter logu be across the country, noma logu be in the impact let's shy across the country. So lesikhumla mhlambe nangabe sinetihlobo around bongculweni. Nga 2023 just day before for we had a hail and windstorm. Ngiyo lesaqala ngayo kuyirecorder for the year. Ngizame ke nekungukuthi ngiquantify the operational cost la sikhiphe ekutheneni sigcine sikhona ku restore I network yethu kuze kungukuthi sibiyele kube normal. And these operational costs arise from overtime, the equipment like bite kungukuthi siyithenge to replace onto the network. Ma operational cost la sabe se ayangeteka nema labor cost lesigcine siwabhadala our contractors kus assist kungukuthi se restore. So in a nutshell, from the last 2 years to date, a business ibe exposed to ema operational cost la cishe amthanze just about 70 million. Just trying to restore in network so that Staukhona Kubek has provided the service that were expected. Lapa ngicela nje maybe kuveta titfombe lesi tithethe nasakha these reports to support the impact on our infrastructure. Guma windstorms usually noma lesikubonile lokusimangalisile we got to an extent la khona we lost even a steel monopoles as a result of nababogom on my left labagamuka bagamukela to the lines. So these are not structures a wood, but aksito tikotvo, so ma structures ensimbi that which we thought angeke asilimalele, but we were exposed to lawo ma situations la lidele ukuthi tihlahla natiwela ke kulawo ma line agawi wona as just as the result of the wind. We had thunderstorms now, let's say these damages to the network, aslimatele more especially the overhead infrastructure. Lenye yawo lena ledulile ama transformers leba khona lama lining. So na iwile le transformer, most of them vele aslimalele. I think the last incident around June this year experienced the first of its kind nasilinyalelwa ma panels Indaba in our solar power station, where we lost about over 100 of those solar panels. Ngidawungixolela bekunene mhlambe ngisebenzise ithombe dasekhaya noma telikhaya lalomunye wethu noma tesihlobo sethu lokhona la. These are some of the hailstorms la hamba aze ayofika kuyawuslimatela equipment noma even emakhaya awe Maswati. Sangishito logo ngicela phinze ngiretaliate. I'm not saying noma this presentation is not saying isi ubese uba nema incident as a result of lama storms, but we are merely trying to bring to your attention the situation lokhanza kungukuthi eventually our teams get to be exposed noma lamele kungukuthi asebende ngayo, because like ngishito ema standards as expecta kungukuthi sibe se restorishile within not more than 4 days from the time yendeka the incident. Unfortunately, some of these incidents nageta langa alarm storms etanel tulu. So it's not even possible kunguthi bonga khipha imoto and drive up to these areas ngoba kusemeneni since kusese mandi ungabhajwa. So kunesikhathi nje lesicala sihambe lesingeke sakhona kwenta ini ngayo because those areas are not accessible. And that on its own eventually brings pressure for the respect that we have towards the compliance. However, the learnings, which is the core of this presentation, ibuya from incidents that we have had as a business, going beyond some of the incidents lesiba nawo as a result of these natural causes. So my learnings lesibe nawo ke langa ezisivelelwa noma sizama kubuka ema incidents lazivelele, trying to report, establish root causes and reporting back to management. Ngicela kucala ngema challenges investigation team usually leba now in trying to meet the requirements ye good deliver a report in time noma as regulated by leyo requirement. Uthola kunguthi key witnesses are injured in the process naendeka an incident. As such, you cannot go less bedlela kuyothatha statement sekunguthi wakithi ngabe kwendekani noma kwendekeni because basesetandleni tadokotela labo bantu. So therefore we get to have a delays simela kunguthi bakhululeke and bodokotela baba endose kunguthi sebafit kunguthi bangabuya emsebenzini singakhona khulumisana nabo. We also have situations where nasibe nema fatalities. Sithole kunguthi the crew members are so traumatized such that kudzingeka kunguthi baye through counseling. So we respect that period. Singajagi kunguthi stickle bogis kunguthi kumele skip your report within 7 days noma within 10 days, but we allow kunguthi bathole that adequate support such that bakhona kubuya bakhulume nathi basinike lolo esitawuzama kunguthi sibuye se report back and assist the business. We have also noted situations peer pressure where when we investigating and this is our interviewer umbone lo muntu kunguthi tingulumo takhe tiyaphambana or lama statements akhe nje are incomplete. So that usually comes in for noma kuma areas where le venue kumbe lenhlanganyele kiyo kunalama colleagues akhe lo muntu la ngaphandle, and he feels just because ubonakele angena ayokhuluma nani lapha eboardroom kuthi kwendekeni akasakhoni lokukhuluma kahle ukhuluma ngekwesaba. So we also note that and kustile uthole kunguthi we need to relocate or find a neutral venue to discuss with that individual. Kusihamba ke sibe nema issues leadership in the process, or rather the lack of it. Kube sitawusuka la as an investigation sischedulile kunguthi siyokhulumisana naleto disebendi ngacela kubekisa maybe esithobela. Sithi siyafika lapho khanze kunguthi the area manager is away on leave or conveniently on leave. So kulikhuni ke kunguthi sotawu bathola phi lo dzinga kunguthi ukhulume nabo because nguye lo mcele kunguthi arrangele to meet those people. And within that context kugcine kucreateka this gap noma rather this distancing language ya them and now, where kugcine kungasabonakali kunguthi we are still all EEC employees. It is just that she assigned this task to establish the facts kunguthi kwendekeni kugcine kungilaba lababuya kuphi kungilaba bembabane noma kungilaba bobani ukhanze kulokunye kuqhamuka from structures leadership that which we expect kunguthi ngangibo phela labachazela the employees that we need to make have lawo discussions now. We also have challenges that we learned noma lokusifundisile over the years kunguthi angayi compromise that report eventually that you have to issue out. Kube nema situations noma we have since learned kunguthi it's not advisable appointment of that investigation team kufaka the line manager. Because nasahleti ngala kule investigation team lama employees abanekungukuthi awukepha na yengosi usasikhulumene ngoba phela ngabe lo mlingani wakho lo laceleni kwakho uyakuchazela ukuthi lokhu kubangwe yini noma kwasho yena kungukuthi lokhu asingakwendi, and that kuyayilimata le investigation kungukuthi awu ngicile ngakakhona ukukhuluma ngikhululekile ngoba phela lapha bese kufana nokungukuthi ngifaka umphathi wami phase bus. Kuba nema instances where you need as an investigation to declare sivile labanye bethu lana laba ke bavela la kungukuthi babe with the business for 20 years. You can never run away from that relations, I mean those work relations la sa agcina akhona. Ganga ngoba ngeke sikubalekele at the same time buhlobo lesinabo kungukuthi bu very bu extended simaswati. So we responsibility ye investigation team member to declare nangabe kukhona buhlobo lobukhona, because at the end of the day the output may be assumed kungukuthi even a biased view that mean good report. We also expected noma we note kungukuthi we have to be impartial nasende my investigations. There's issues lokunye loyo usina uyifunza investigation report uthole kungukuthi inema findings and recommendations, but if you read closely awabon lama submissions of the individuals, so it's difficult to then have confidence on the findings because awaboni lama submissions alabantu from which the findings were developed. Kanzi if that's properly captured, you then have confidence on that report kungukuthi iqhamuka from these submissions le finding lena and the true reflection of what the interviewees submitted. Siphinze sibe nama affiliations that we need to respect. Ngilijaha lembutho mina mhlambe ningawiye ngilamabhuluko lengiwagcokile namuhla. Imagine si tisebende simajaha embutho sikhulumisa and appointed ukukhulumisa indzaba yalomunye lolijaha lembutho. So for that reason i-management ibuke lokungukuthi nayi appointa that investigation lama affiliations lesinawo ekuphileni kwethu kuma unions and all that angagcini alina towards ukuthi igcine ingathembakali that report noma ibe questioned that report. Further, kuma lessons learned lengacela kuwa share today, it's initiatives that management have taken on board as sichubeka senda umsebenzi noma trying to address my issues and my incidents, or rather my initiatives that which management established after kuvele ema incidents sibe nama recommendations agcine abe ma initiatives la actioniwe. Si konile kungukuthi mhlambe sifunziseke so that we can be able to interact as sendema investigations nalamanye ama stakeholders. Siye uthola kungukuthi siyathunywa kuyo investigation sikhanze kungukuthi kunalamanye ama external stakeholders now lane interest on the activity. So we do give respect to that, and we are equipped enough to also appreciate kungukuthi was this investigator nangabe kune matter ledzinga umthetho sikweshe siuallow umthetho kungukuthi achubeke. Documentation of all activities. We normally have issues related to delays. Our management is not rigid to say sitesifune report in 10 days. But if during the course of the investigation you report in time my issues langa causa delays, then my extensions are justifiable and are documented as part of the investigation. The issues of interview venues, kuye kube nama incidents where our contractors are affected, labanye bangabe comfortable ukukhuluma enzaweni lala khona kunema colleagues abo, facilities are EEC are khona velonge and lamanye are close to each other. Kube bengingabekisa nje, we do have a regional office Gamanzini, in as much as within that radius lengasiyo nganani yabo Malkens, Matsapa, namanzini sinema depot. So we do sometimes decide ukuthi no sicela kuyomitela a region, so that noma ngabe kuna somebody from the general public angathi khanzi sekaba nebulukhuni ukuthi ngidawubuya ngitongena njani la depot kutobika ukuthi ngiyitegesi lekhaya. We have contractor evaluations, noma audits. As a business, sakucala nasikucala besikwenda once a year, nyalo sesikwenda at least twice a year. Logo kuqhamuke from the fact that imoto lo ikhanze iphila namuhla, ikakhulu leti sebendako, it's not possible ukuthi itawuphila for longer than a period ya 12 months. So kumcoka lokhu ukuthi siwahlole as frequent as possible. Tools that we are using sibe exposed to periods la busy where they get worn out. So akusiko nje kuba neladi. Kuba neladi lelingilo. Akusiko kuba ne testing equipment. Kuba ne testing equipment lengiyo. So le use yawo isheshe lamanye awo of these equipments asilimalele. So we do need to have periodic checks la cishe aba sikhathi lesonzelene. We also have learnings where sithole ukuthi sifuna sihloniphane within the organization, because kunema internal structures la yaqhubeke. Kuye kwendeke mhlambe on a certain matter kube ne element yabo whistleblowing within that matter. Ngeke bese sesiba rigid as an investigation to say hey kuthunywe etsine la kunjani. Kunema stakeholders la ngalamanye la bese athatha over. So that handshake and allowing ama processes kungukuthi akhona ukuchubeka anikwe management through that appointing authority nanibika lokungukuthi whilst kule matter lesi investigator kwasekuvele nako. Within contractor audits naswaqala over 5 years ago, bekuye kube ngimi ngusimanga nginginjinela ngicela contractors lenginawo kubuka timoto kungukuthi tingiletiphilile yini. We realized kungukuthi kepha ngide that skill mine yekungukuthi bengayidima le moto kungukuthi ifit for use. So we are working together with inspectors ahulumende to say kuma evaluations ama contractors akube ngilo inspector lothi le moto lena I roadworthy I issue with a certificate to that effect, so that ikusasa noma ngabe seyivelelwa inkinga leyo truck ye contractor, they are able to say 3 months ago this vehicle yatestwa yapasa kungukuthi ingaba semgwaqweni welive ipasa through sandla sakhe hulumende. So siyakubonga lokho naku management kungukuthi iku endorse, because vele bekugcine kulingana liso lami nje ke ngingimi kungukuthi ay lena ngibona ukuthi seyiyalunga mana le ndlela seyistarta ngayo seyiyakhwehlela kanzi akusiko lapho bo government inspector labaye bakubuke. We have had reviews of operational safety rules, the edition lesnayo ya 2023. All those activities are as a result of the changes and concerns and gaps la investigations la beka wapika kungukuthi the rules uyati akasibukeli this aspect. So that was done to address and close some of those gaps la arise from my investigations. There's also in need to document even positives. This allows kungukuthi the investigation is not viewed by the employees as an exercise yekutotfola inhloko. We are encouraged to say as a business, values zethu it's honesty and integrity. And you find an employee lebene incident where there's a fatality. That employee, without being pushed, aninike an account leletha sithombele singiso, even to the detriment kumbe mhlawumbe yakhe nakatibukela yena ku career yakhe. And that is documented kuma investigations kungukuthi Simanga Dlamini indlela lati conducting ngayo naka presenter what demonstrate ma EEC values even at his worst moment. So logo siyaku encourage kungukuthi kube part of lawo ma investigations. Ngicela ke ngingakahlali phasi mhlawumbe kutsinza ma issues around the confidentiality. Confidentiality expands even to the different people labe basebenda kanye kanye. We are discouraged kungukuthi nakangena Simanga Dlamini nim interviewer. Nakasho kungukuthi kwendeke naku nanaku nanaku. Ngeke bese sesimbuta kungukuthi ani uthi te nakangena amandla wathi. Because segmenta angabi comfortable ikulala kushoko kwayena. Stam afforda nje lithuba ukuthi akasho Simanga Dlamini kungukuthi yena kwendekene. It is the duty of the investigation to allow the next person naye ukuthi angene asho, and if there's a need to get a third person akabuye asho, and then it's the duty of the investigation team to then arrive at ema findings. Hayi lata uqhamuka from kucabaneni kwebantu noma likhanza kungukuthi acabanisa abantu, because at that point sisuke singadi kungukuthi kwendekene kude lokliye kungukuthi ngibani lokhuluma iqiniso or not. So the confidence has to start from la bantu that which you are investigating bona all the way kuyo yonke le process, because lo muntu at that point uaffordela ithuba lokungukuthi akachazele the business. So uyayidzinga I comfort kungukuthi ukhuluma nebusiness akakhulumi nenthatheli lengawubuya bese ngibuya ngithela ku WhatsApp to say awu ungakapheli nekuphela investigation uthi tesenza Dlamini awu babacoba labantu lapha. Then kuyayibulala le process even long before kube issued the report kungukuthi kwendekene. Root cause analysis training, I think management has assisted in trainer ema investigators for root causes, because they are a fundamental requirement of that investigation and report. It's what we have picked recently. We are grateful kungukuthi sesikphikile, and hopefully it will be a take home for everyone within the organization. Lesikutfolile, there's diverging motives at different levels, which unfortunately are computer nale common objective. The common objective is it's safety first, zero tolerance to fatalities, zero tolerance towards ema incidents. Good lesingake siyengane sithi nakavuka ekseni ufise kungukuthi lokho angakuviolate either at management, line management, staff, contractors. But when you wake up ekseni, uthola kungukuthi the contractor employee uhola yena ngalakwendile. That is how ipay yakhe eventually at the end of the month. Itawuqhamuka wendeni on a day to day. So you have a director we contractor lotawulungisa imoto nemathulusi and everything, and the business yake iba available to EEC kuthi should there be any need yekusebenta nasi staff. And ngeke wabaleka kungukuthi there's an element yama finances ladzinga kungukuthi abe mindful of as enda lo msebenzi. But an EEC employee wakes up noma ngabe kungendeka for a simple reason kungukuthi akasadiva kahle on the day ekseni, akasakhoni kuya esayithini to attend noma isolated that contract. That individual will be paid nakuphela inyanga, but the contractor employee, no. The contractor resources labe ready ku driver avuke ayesayithini 20 kilometers ayomela Simanga Dlamini, lo unfortunately on the day lemele acime akasasiko available, sekasebendile lawo ma resources lawo. Line management ukhanza kungukuthi kunale element yokunguthi nakuphele inyanga ngidawubika kungukuthi ngendeni. And I employ some of us lesikuleyo level kungukuthi asengithi nangireporta kungukuthi ngiclose 50 wema services. Ask myself kungukuthi kepha ngiwasupervise ngani? Is it possible vele kungukuthi bengaba na 50 services with the resources nginawo? We cannot shy away from management your business to say bane duty ekungukuthi siyasebenta siya comply. Ku comply unfortunately may start nekungukuthi ngikhonile kugwenda ABCD. Not kungukuthi ngigwende safely yini, kungukuthi ngigwendile. That's the first stop. The service that which is in the license yayo siyakhona and we deliver. So the investigations athi ikhona this gap between the different motives at the different levels. Legcine ithi kulomunye asengimane ngizame ukugibela ngebe because ngifuna kubhala namuhla. And some of these incidents swakhanzile avela as that result where ungakhona ukuchaza we-employee ye-contractor kungukuthi kepha na vele ugibeleleni uwedwana ungakacinyelwa. But the investigations asilayele kungukuthi some of these issues arrive from there, but akakhona lo muntu kungukuthi ngangagibeli engozi le mali kwakona le kudla namuhla negibela bengiyibolekile ngidayibhadala ngani because ngeke ngihole nakuphela inyanga. Ngiyabonga kakhulu MD nelibandla.
Thank you so much. Ngicela niphinze nimshayele tandla umlangeni. That was a very, very powerful reminder. Ukuthi when we work, we need to remember ukuthi sisebenza ngebungoti, and we always have to remember ukuthi ma incidents they have to be reported. There is no other way ukuthi ma incidents noma bungoti sikhona bucisha ngaphandle ukuthi we report every small incident. I think it is imperative for us to also mention ukuthi kuna nako lokuthiwa uboni yemis cishe kwendeka ini cishe ngehlelwa yini. A lot of companies do not or a lot of employees about report emis kanti that is where the incident starts to cripple up. So siyacela nanyalo ukuthi colleagues asekhuthale ku reporter emis in our companies and in our departments. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu Lunga. We've learned so much already this morning. We all deserve a break, don't we? Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to recharge with a well-deserved tea break. Sitawucela ke ukuthi ema-serving stations ethu alangemuva. But for purposes yokuthi kube ne-order, sicela ukuthi kusukume ngematafula, maybe the first, number 1, number 2, number 3, amakiwe ngematafula ethu. Sicela number 1, 2, 3, and 4, kube ngibo labatawuya ngasemuva kucala. Sibuye nje, sithathe kudla sibiyele ematafuleni because i-program yethu sisemuva nyana kancane, so we are trying to catch up as well so that we don't keep you longer than lesikhathi lesisibekile for the program. Singanicela malangeni lamahle ukuthi nisibeketele kuloko ukuthi sihamba nje sibuye sitokhona ku catch up with our program. Lokunye ke lesikushidwe at the beginning of the programs ukuthi sinitshele ukuthi ema restrooms ethu siyathi kusilabaningi bethu bomafika late, so probably bahletilana nje abantu usibataphuma babhekephi. Our bathrooms, ladies and gentlemen, masiphuma la across the corridor sitawuthena ngaka left wethu, there is where our restrooms are. Siyabonga kakhulu. Sitanibona ke after how many minutes Lunga? What's the time now?
Let's give you 20 minutes exactly.
20 minutes it
Thathi
is.
inkomishi uthatha lo utawudla. Please come back to the table so we can continue with the program.
Remember, table 1, 2, 3, and 4 first. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you after break time.
Eswatini depends on reliable, safe electricity. Every home, school, hospital, and business relies on us. But electricity is unforgiving. One lapse can cost a life, disable a colleague, or tarnish the company we represent. At EEC, safety is more than just compliance. It's about you, your family, your co-workers, and the nation we serve. This film focuses on high-risk areas, working at heights, working in high-voltage zones, and working in or near water. Before each job, we plan, brief, isolate, equip, and empower each worker to stop unsafe work, because prevention begins with one person, you. At height, gravity turns small mistakes into falls. Ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. 3-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional. It is expected. Substations and high voltage zones are unforgiving. One misstep, one assumption, and lives change forever. No switch is touched without authorization. No line is trusted dead until tested with an approved device. Prove dead, then earth, always in sequence. Never force faulty breakers or substitute incompatible equipment. Report, isolate, and wait for clearance. Pressure to restore supply is real, but safety is never negotiable. Communication lines must stay open. Field teams, authorized persons, and the control center speaking the same language. Water hides hazards, drowning risk, slippery surfaces, shifting flows, and powerful turbines. Near dams, intakes, or penstocks, only authorized personnel should enter. Zones must be barricaded and permits confirmed. Personal flotation devices are mandatory. There are no exceptions, and no one works alone. Buddy system always. Rescue gear, life rings, throw ropes, first aid kits must be visible and ready. Trained responders should be on standby always. Check safe access points, ladders, platforms, and walkways before starting work. Flows and turbines must be monitored and locked out where required before work begins. Every incident carries a human cost. Behind the reports are families, colleagues, and futures forever changed. Your choices ripple outward to your team, your family, your community, and the reputation of EEC and all of its contractors. Choose the safe path. Follow the procedure. Speak up and stop unsafe work. Keeping the nation powered begins with keeping ourselves safe. Every task, every day. Eswatini depends on reliable, safe electricity. Every home, school, hospital, and business relies on us. But electricity is unforgiving. One lapse can cost a life, disable a colleague, or tarnish the company we represent. At EEC, safety is more than just compliance. It's about you, your family, your co-workers, and the nation we serve. This film focuses on high-risk areas, working at heights, working in high-voltage zones, and working in or near water. Before each job, we plan, brief, isolate, equip, and empower each worker to stop unsafe work, because prevention begins with one person, you. At height, gravity turns small mistakes into falls. Ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. 3-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional. It is expected. Substations and high voltage zones are unforgiving. One misstep, one assumption, and lives change forever. No switch is touched without authorization. No line is trusted dead until tested with an approved device. Prove dead, then earth, always in sequence. Never force faulty breakers or substitute incompatible equipment. Report, isolate, and wait for clearance. Pressure to restore supply is real, but safety is never negotiable. Communication lines must stay open. Field teams, authorized persons, and the control center speaking the same language. Water hides hazards, drowning risk, slippery surfaces, shifting flows, and powerful turbines. Near dams, intakes, or penstocks, only authorized personnel should enter. Zones must be barricaded and permits confirmed. Personal flotation devices are mandatory. There are no exceptions, and no one works alone. Buddy system always. Rescue gear, life rings, throw ropes, first aid kits must be visible and ready. Trained responders should be on standby always. Check safe access points, ladders, platforms, and walkways before starting work. Flows and turbines must be monitored and locked out where required before work begins. Every incident carries a human cost. Behind the reports are families, colleagues, and futures forever changed. Your choices ripple outward to your team, your family, your community, and the reputation of EEC and all of its contractors. Choose the safe path. Follow the procedure. Speak up and stop unsafe work. Keeping the nation powered begins with keeping ourselves safe. Every task, every day. Eswatini depends on reliable, safe electricity. Every home, school, hospital, and business relies on us. But electricity is unforgiving. One lapse can cost a life, disable a colleague, or tarnish the company we represent. At EEC, safety is more than just compliance. It's about you, your family, your co-workers, and the nation we serve. This film focuses on high-risk areas, working at heights, working in high-voltage zones, and working in or near water. Before each job, we plan, brief, isolate, equip, and empower each worker to stop unsafe work, because prevention begins with one person, you. At height, gravity turns small mistakes into falls. Ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. Three-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional. It is expected. Substations and high voltage zones are unforgiving. One misstep, one assumption, and lives change forever. No switch is touched without authorization. No line is trusted dead until tested with an approved device. Prove dead, then earth, always in sequence. Never force faulty breakers or substitute incompatible equipment. Report, isolate, and wait for clearance. Pressure to restore supply is real, but safety is never negotiable. Communication lines must stay open. Field teams, authorized persons, and the control center speaking the same language. Water hides hazards, drowning risk, slippery surfaces, shifting flows, and powerful turbines. Near dams, intakes, or penstocks, only authorized personnel should enter. Zones must be barricaded and permits confirmed. Personal flotation devices are mandatory. There are no exceptions, and no one works alone. Buddy system always. Rescue gear, life rings, throw ropes, first aid kits must be visible and ready. Trained responders should be on standby always. Check safe access points, ladders, platforms, and walkways before starting work. Flows and turbines must be monitored and locked out where required before work begins. Every incident carries a human cost. Behind the reports are families, colleagues, and futures forever changed. Your choices ripple outward to your team, your family, your community, and the reputation of EEC and all of its contractors. Choose the safe path. Follow the procedure. Speak up and stop unsafe work. Keeping the nation powered begins with keeping ourselves safe. Every task, every day. Eswatini depends on reliable, safe electricity. Every home, school, hospital, and business relies on us. But electricity is unforgiving. One lapse can cost a life, disable a colleague, or tarnish the company we represent. At EEC, safety is more than just compliance. It's about you, your family, your co-workers, and the nation we serve. This film focuses on high-risk areas, working at heights, working in high-voltage zones, and working in or near water. Before each job, we plan, brief, isolate, equip, and empower each worker to stop unsafe work, because prevention begins with one person, you. At height, gravity turns small mistakes into falls. Ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. 3-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from our break. It is time for our first panel discussion for the day, titled Risk Management versus Financial Preparedness in Safety. With a round of applause, let's welcome our participants. Our moderator, Magaziwe Ngokuhle Dlangamandla, a power systems controller at Eswatini Electricity Company. She serves as a she representative in her department, promoting safety and compliance. A round of applause for Magaziwe. Let's welcome our first panelist, Mr. Tembumenzi Gunene, a risk specialist at Eswatini Electricity Company. With over a decade of experience driving the enterprise risk and resilience agenda across capital markets, banking, tax administration, and now the energy sector. A round of applause. Our next panelist, Mr. Stelo Mashwama, a shack manager at Eswatini Railway, a seasoned executive with over 18 years of experience in the public enterprise sector, specializing in safety, health, environment, quality, security, risk, and operational management. A round of applause. Our next panelist, Mr. Sambulo Mamba, a shack manager, manufacturing at Ubombo Sugar Limited, with over 10 years experience in occupational safety, environmental management, and quality systems. A round of applause. Our next panelist, help me to welcome Mr. Tabisos Melane, a credit manager, CBI at Standard Bank Eswatini, a financial services professional with 10 years experience in banking, currently leading the credit risk function for corporate and investment banking. A round of applause. Our last not least panelist, Mr. Senzangakona Dlamini, a corporate business manager at DBO Insurance Brokers, a seasoned risk and insurance professional with over 9 years experience. A round of applause.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you for that warm welcome. My name is Magaziwe Ngokuhle Dlangamandla, and it's truly an honor to moderate this panel discussion on the topic risk management versus financial preparedness in safety. Well, this isn't just a theoretical comparison, it's a practical and timely conversation that we must have. Risk management without financial backing is like planning without implementation. Financial preparedness without risk insight is like funding without direction. Today, as we reflect on safety through both a proactive risk lens and a financial readiness perspective, I invite all of us to consider, are we truly prioritizing safety? Not in theory alone, but in the way we plan, budget, and prepare for the unexpected. Well, we've heard the introductions of my esteemed panelists, but allow me to say what a privilege it is to be joined by these panel of experts whose depth of experience we'll be gleaning insights from. Please give them a round of applause. Well, gentlemen, I won't leak any secrets from this men's conference. I've been invited to a men's conference, but I won't leak any secrets. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Thank you. Well, to ground our conversation, let's begin within the strategic heart of today's theme, where risk awareness meets resource readiness. Mr. Gnene, in your experience, how do we balance proactive risk management with ensuring there are enough financial resources allocated for safety measures?
Thank you very much, Magaziwe. It's an interesting topic. One would start by appreciating the title because it's what is going on in our executive boardrooms, right? It's risk management versus financial preparedness. So it gives us the impression that the two are conflicting, right? Because we say versus financial preparedness. But the way to think about it, the way I think about it is that these two are the same, are two sides of the same coin, right? Because on the one end, you have proactive risk management, which demands that we have foresight of incidents. On the other hand, we have resources, financial resources, which are limited, which is why I say it's a hot topic in our executive boardrooms, because we often see the two as competing priorities. But in actual fact, the two are complementary to each other, right? Because risk management says identify the risks, anticipate where safety might be compromised, and then financial preparedness then says, do we have the resources available? And most often than not, short-term savings will cost the company later if we do not balance the two. So it's a very important conversation that we are having today. And as an advocate of risk management myself, I say to everyone present here today, these two are complementary and should never be thought as competing alternatives. Because if we do not invest in risk management today, if we do not invest in our safety today, it means tomorrow we'll find ourselves in a crisis situation. And it's interesting how when risk management says allocate resources to preventative measures, executives are quick to say, no, but we do not have budget for that. But my question is, what happens after we have an incident? No one says we do not have a budget because we have to solve this incident, especially when it involves the lives of people. So it says, risk management says, at planning stage, let us identify the risks, the health and safety risks. And once we have that, to me, a risk register without adequate funding is a wish list. That's how I think about it. So if we identify the risks, but there's no funding to back it up, it's like we're just dreaming. Okay, so that's where financial preparedness then comes in. And financial preparedness says, let us not only be ready to fork out the resources once we have an incident, but let us invest in proper risk management. Let us be happy to push more money into the preventative controls rather than, when we have to react. So by the same token that risk management is a wish list, it then says to us, financial planning without the actual risk management informing it is a waste. So if sitting here, I were to be given a budget of any of the companies represented here, I should be able, just by seeing the budget items, to tell where are the risk, the high risk areas, right? If I'm unable to see that, it then says financial planning without risk management is a waste. And in fact, I conclude by saying the two are complementary. So risk management or risk intelligence should then inform financial readiness. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gnene. That is very insightful. My take home is, let's not see safety as a cost as organizations, but as an investment that delivers returns, right? Well, that brings me to you, Mr. Mashwama. How can organizations shift the mindset from seeing safety as a cost to recognizing it as an investment that actually delivers returns?
Thank you, Magaziwe. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. To build up on what my fellow panelists have shared, it is true that in most organizations we view safety through the expense lens. We hardly view it from the benefit aspect and the value add it has on the organization. When in essence we know that there are quite some considerable benefits of investing in safety, where the direct benefits may include your reduced lost days due to reduced injuries, where in essence, maybe as organizations, we spend quite some considerable resources into ensuring our staff wellness, be it your PPE, which we all know that is actually the last line of defense, when we train staff, when we take staff for our medicals. So mostly we look at this as a cost element. But in essence, there are actually numerous benefits that are linked to investing in safety as an organization, where, as I've indicated, directly those benefits include the fact that as an organization, our productivity is increased. Because we all know that when one of us in the workplace has been involved in an injury on duty, they need to be placed off work. The question is, who's doing their work whilst they are not at work? Do we even go to the extent of quantifying the financial impact when an employee has been off at work for 2 months? Do we quantify the overtime that other employees have to work in order now to cover up for that employee? So part of the transformational shift for us as organization is to be able to come up with strategies on how to effectively measure these benefits. So if we measure these benefits, it sort of influence our culture, our safety culture as organization, because now we start seeing the value that safety adds to our operations. And besides the direct benefits, there are also indirect benefits. All of us as organizations here, we've got reputations that we need to protect. We've got stakeholders that we work with. They need to view us as good corporate citizens. And in all honesty, I know even the MD from AEC, when there's a headline that there has been a fatality, you know, so we all want to maintain the good corporate image. And so that's just some of the indirect benefits that we realized if we invest more on safety as an organization. But what's more critical above that is that this should be underpinned on a very strong safety culture. A very strong safety culture now is to say, we have a tagline today here that says safety first. But do we really sit down and interrogate that to say, when we say safety first, what really do we mean? Is it only for the teams who are on the ground, running around with operations? Or when we sit down and set strategies, when we budget, do we really put safety first? When there are austerity measures in our organizations, which is the first budget line item to cut on? Do we satisfy all other line items and then remember that, by the way, there's also safety, we need to budget for it? So that is the transformational shift that I believe can assist us as organization, so that at the end of the day, we create a strong balance between our bottom line, profits, and people. Because I know that most of the time the question would be, if we are investing in safety, how much is it bringing into the organization? But maybe it is also proper to reframe that question and say, if we do not invest in safety, then how much are we losing as organizations? Thank you.
Let's give a round of applause. If we do not invest in safety, how much are we losing? That's the ultimate question. Thank you for that, Mr. Mashwama. I'd like for you guys to keep engaged because I'll give you a chance to actually ask our experts or reflect, call to action, whatever it is that you feel, I'm gonna take this and implement it in my organization. I'm going to go to Mr. Mamba. So ukhulumile babe mashwa mangendzaba ye cost for safety, right? But we will know that in order for us to be safe, we need to conduct a comprehensive risk assessment. Babe Mamba, ngicela usitsheleke ukuthi how critical is conducting a comprehensive risk assessment prior to making financial decisions, and what value does that bring in the decision-making process?
Thank you, Magaziwe. Morning, everyone. I think I'll start by saying every organization operates within confines in terms of budget or financial resources that are available. So your risk assessment becomes fundamental in terms of assisting the business to streamline and prioritize resources to where it matters the most. So your risk assessment is going to help you as an organization to make sure that you actually establish your main high-risk areas or your fatal risk in your business. As we are talking about eliminating fatalities today, means you first have to focus on your fatal risk, and as you go along, deal with the fatal risk, then you can deal with the less impactful risk. So your risk assessment is going to tell you that these are fatal risks, and within your fatal risk as well, you've got critical controls that you need to have in place. So the risk assessment process will help you to say, these are my critical controls. Firstly, what can I do before actually opting for financial investment? Because even in the order of hierarchy of controls, there are controls you can implement without much investment in terms of safety capital. So you deal with those. And then you look at your critical controls. Those are the controls that needs to be there, function always consistently. Then that will then say, in your available resources, this is where you need to focus your resources to make sure that resources are focused where it matters the most, on the things that are going to shift the neatly in terms of having the impact, in terms of providing a safe work environment for your people or your employees. So I find it very helpful in terms of prioritizing your resources. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Babe Mamba. I'm actually tempted to engage you guys even before. Ngifuna sibe sonke kule conversation. This is a conversation that yindzaba yethu sonke, ngasho njalo. So I have a question to ask, or rather a reflection for the audience. Nakungaba khona nje lo ngangiphendvula ukuthi if you could challenge organizations to change one thing about how they currently approach safety and finance, what would that be? How? Akhona lama promotional items. Let me ask the question again. If you could challenge organizations to change just one thing about how they currently approach safety netimali, ukuthi i-safety angeke siyi-prioritize because siyide imali, we need to put forth or noma sihambise embili tindzaba tema-operations. What do you think those organizations should change? Ngicane ngihambisele nje lapha.
Good morning. I think if you look at the cost of non-safety compliance, that is what we need to do. We need to analyze incidents aidful and the costs that we have incurred due to that, and then look at the budget. Do a cost-benefit analysis. I think there is no replacement for a life. There is no monetary replacement for a life lost due to a safety incident. So once we start looking at safety in that perspective, then I think we will budget a bit more wisely when it comes to safety.
Thank you very much. Ngicela simshayele intandla. Siyahamba, siyobala, siyobuka. What are the costs that we are incurring for all the incidents las velelago in our organizations? And do cost-benefit analysis, plan, budget. Ngimve kahle, Sisi, thank you so much for that. Mr. Smelane, laba betimali, baphathi betimali ke laba, baphathi betimali. Mr. Smelane, bengingathanda nje ukubuta ke Mkhonta ukuthi okay, mbuto wami ufuna ukubalekela. In your view, how can financial institutions like banks actually influence and support industries to adopt stronger risk management practices through lending policies, insurance, or credit assessments?
All right, Sanbonan, and thank you for having me on the panel. I think that's a very good question, and I think it allows me to give my outside looking in perspective because I'm just a banker. I think the first thing to say is, whilst perhaps my perspective will come from the financial impact side, I think it's not lost on me that when we talk about safety or safety risk, it's people first, and then property second, then you can have finances third, right? And then in terms of the actual question, perhaps one can start by saying, as banks, right, we have a duty to lend responsibly. Why is that the case? Because the money that the banks sit with and hold and lend out belong to you, well, to me, you, and the members of the audience, right? And if we went to the bank tomorrow, so I'd say, I'd like to withdraw some of my money or all of it, the bank needs to be in a position to give it to you, right? So when we then do our due diligence in terms of any loan or lending applications, we no longer just only focus on, is this entity generating sufficient revenue or cash flows? We also now look at your entire value chain. How do you impact the environment in which you operate? It could be the physical environment, it could be the social environment. How do you treat your staff, the community in which you operate? If I were to make an example that we can probably kind of all relate to, if you think about the forestry industry as an example, typically the nature of that environment has inherent safety risks in it, given the logging, sawmilling, and then if you own a plantation, the risk of fire, all right? So what we then tend to do in terms of our due diligence, we'll then sit with management of the organization in that industry to really get a sense of what are the risk management practices that they have in place to safeguard themselves against some of these key business risks within their operations. Because if you think about it, if, like the forestry example again, if you think about it, if there's a fire outbreak at your plantation, maybe because it's been started by a nearby fire in a community, that's an erosion of economic value, just in terms of the trees being damaged, which means your ability to sell your produce, your ability to generate cash flows then reduces, which means then your ability to repay the bank so the bank can give its depositors back its funds again is also is also limited. So those are some of the things that we then look into. I think once we have some level of comfort from the organization around some of the risk management processes and principles that they have in place, what we can also do as an extra step, just to make sure that we know exactly what they're doing, is in the loan agreements themselves. We can have conditions that speak to, do you have certain certifications around, risk management that you abide by? Do you adopt OHS standards that are internationally recognized, as an example? And then we request that regular information on an ongoing basis, just to give us the comfort that, look, this entity or organization has a certain level of organizational resilience, because like I said in the beginning, we have a duty to the depositors ourselves to return their funds as and when they need it. So in that way, I think we then start to influence how organizations also think about risk management.
Thank you very much. So my takeaway from that is that banks actually reward organizations for ensuring that they work in a safe environment. Let's give them another round of applause for that. I have another question just to follow up on that one, Mngoni. What is the one red flag? I heard that there are things that you identify that tell you that this is how the organization is seeing through safety practices and ensuring risk management is in place. But what are the red flags that you actually spot?
So I think it's important to then highlight that we are money experts, so not safety or operational risk experts in a sense, right? So typically, we rely on the information that the client or the organization will send. It's typically audited financial statements, as an example. You can assess those financial statements. In some instances, if you look at them and you look at the size of what we call contingent liability on the financials compared to the overall perhaps balance sheet, then that's already a red flag, in the sense that there's a possible incident that happened here that this entity is liable for, which will eat up a large chunk of its cash flow. Then you kind of start to ask the questions around, what is this contingent liability in relation to? Have you resolved the particular issue or incident? And what is, I guess, the likelihood of you, repeating the same issue?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for that, Mngoni. Talwa bengoni ke mine, bombembe. All right, Ngos. Thank you for coming and joining this panel. I think just to close this round off, I'd like to ask, how do you guide organizations to balance short-term profitability with long-term resilience when it comes to investing in safety preparedness? How do you guide organizations to balance short-term profitability with long-term resilience when it comes to investing in safety?
Thank you. Thank you for that question as well, and thank you for having me. I think for any organization, it will have to start with the risk identification and a risk assessment process. So you identify the risks that you have, you do an assessment using tools such as your risk register to determine the impact, the severity, or the frequency of the different risks that you've identified. And you then implement measures of control or preventative measures in order to circumvent or minimize those risks. And where you've exhausted your control measures or your preventative measures, you then implement risk transfer. This will then take you to your insurances, which is a good example of third-party risk transfer. Your insurances can cover your property, which is also linked to your business interruption, where you'll be covering your gross profits, your salaries, additional cost of working. Those are the things that you could cover under your business interruption policies. You also have your liability insurances. In the event of a liability, we see a lot of liabilities arising out of the business connections of EEC. And you also have your personal accident side of insurances, where you look at your workman's compensations and accidental injury or bodily injury to employees or individuals. So you've implemented your risk assessment, you've done your identification, you've done risk transfer. You can also look at financial resources or liquidity management. So with your financial resources, a good example in insurance is implementing a contingency policy. The contingency policy allows you to establish a fund that can cater for crisis events and can cater for uninsured risks as well. Once you've implemented a contingency policy, maintain that contingency policy and put it in use for the things that it was placed for initially, and do not then divert and use it for other operational uses. This is a form of financial resources and liquidity management. You also need to implement an enterprise-wide risk management strategy alongside your risk assessment and your risk identification or your risk management process. Your strategic risk review allows you to look at the different risks across departments. When you're looking at the different risks across departments, it will create awareness amongst the leaders within the different departments on how the risks are linked between the different divisions. And once you've implemented a strategic risk review, I think I should also note that these are one of the services that we provide as insurance brokers to our clients at our cost, because you find that such services or such exercises can be costly. And so these are part of the services that we provide. You've implemented an enterprise-wide risk management exercise. You can also move on to training. You need to train your staff, not just on the risks that they are facing, but training across the board for everyone to be aware of the risks that are occurring. And also invest in technology and automation. I know that EEC has a system that's called the SCADA that allows them to monitor the grid and identify, pinpoint where events or problems have occurred. Investing in such automation increases your ability to respond rapidly to any event or to crisis management or to safety management. And again, you further take it even further, because there are a lot of strategies in which you can adopt. You need to implement protocols in place, protocols for how you will use your financial resources or how you will respond to certain events, and not just protocols, but partnerships as well, because you can establish partnerships with local authorities on how to respond to crisis and events. So there are a number of strategies that you can implement to ensure your financial preparedness and to ensure that you are in line with the safety initiatives or goals that you need to reach as an organization.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gnene on my side, I see you nodding your head to that. Do you have something to comment on?
Well, I'm nodding first because he's my neighbor, so I have no choice. I have no choice but to nod. But most importantly, I think my colleague has already said to say financial resources are constrained, right? And the first thing that we want to cut as organizations is insurance. Right. I always think about it myself when my insurances become due, and I'm like, but I haven't had an accident in 5 years. I mean, since I started driving, I only had the one incident, and then why do we have to insure? Okay, so I'm nodding because insurance is in itself one of the risk management strategies, right, that organizations need to adopt. So we have to say as organizations, we cannot be able to stomach in this risk, right? And therefore we have to transfer. But from also what I'm thinking about, maybe as a question to my colleague, is to say, how do you balance as your client, as EEC, your client, who is faced with constraints and we want to undercut, and also the reality that you have to advise us to take enough insurance cover. So how do you balance as an insurance professional to ensure that your clients are not only underinsured, but they're also alive to the risks that they face? Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Gunene. I think your question talks to how you want to leverage your insurances as well, because you want your insurances to work for you. So in implementing the risk management strategies, such as your enterprise-wide risk management exercise, and investing in risk, not viewing it as a cost, but looking at it as an investment, or a strategic investment. Once you've implemented those control measures, and we encourage you as your brokers to share this information, because if you share your risk reports and you share the initiatives that you have done to control risks and to ensure safety within the work environment, we can use this to leverage the insurer to reducing the rates in the premiums that you are paying, to ensure that the risks are clearly identified, and where we can minimize or cut, we implement those strategies as well. But it's encouraged that we share all these risk initiatives, share them with us, and we share them together with the insurer. And from there on, we can find ways in minimizing the cost of insurance whilst maintaining the cover and ensuring that we don't then find ourselves in gaps such as being underinsured.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. It takes me back to the times where there were riots. That is when the insurances actually told us that, hey, we don't cover riots, so now you are underinsured. I think that is what Mr. Dlamini is talking about, that we can try to engage the insurer, give them the risk, but ensure that everything is still covered within, so that whenever you process that claim, you are still covered. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for that perspective, Ngos. And Vulin, it's clear that navigating financial pressures while advocating for safety isn't just a technical challenge. My operations gets in and out. Yeah, so when financial constraints compete with operational priorities, how do you go about making a compelling business case for safety investments?
That's a tough one. I think it starts with you as a safety professional, your mindset. Firstly, you do not have to see safety as a conflicting priority to operational priorities, you as a professional. Once you view safety in that perspective, then you'll be able to influence in terms of coming up with a compelling business case. So I do not view safety as an additional cost or a cost, but I view safety as a value driver or an enabler for operational excellence. So I'll talk about maybe 3 things around that. Firstly, you do not have to divorce safety from business performance. So safety and business performance are one thing. Because when safety failures or safety incidents happen, it leads to downtime, production losses, which eventually elevate your operation cost. So quantifying this, I think Mr. Mashwama posed a question to say, how much are we spending on these incidents? So quantifying both the direct and indirect costs, like your medical claims, your insurance claims, your workman compensation, as well as your reputational damage, then makes it clear for everyone to say prevention is actually more cost-effective than correction. That's the first part of it. Then the second part, what you need to try to do is to link your safety priorities to your strategic and operational objectives. Because a safe workforce is a motivated, productive, and committed workforce. So then that also contributes indirectly to reducing costs like your high turnover costs, training cost. Then the last part of it is I actually always emphasize or underscore compliance and reputational considerations. In the business environment that these businesses are operating at, you've got stakeholders, you've got customers, investors, shareholders. And if you can look, their focus is on strong safety performance for businesses. That's where their interest is at. So having strong safety management systems actually help in terms of improving the credibility of the organization in the market. So ultimately, safety investment is investment in business resilience, one, and also investment in business long-term sustainability. So that's how I think we can make a compelling business case for safety. But ultimately, it starts with the mindset. These two are not conflicting, but they complement each other. Obviously, it also helps if you've got the right priorities from the leadership of the organization and the shareholders in terms of their priorities. So if we say safety first, our people are a priority. If that's the priority of the shareholder and the business leaders, it makes it easier for those who are leading the business to actually prioritize and make sure that safety is not seen as a conflict, but as complementary to business performance. So that would be my submission to that.
Thank you for that, Mvuleni. Do not divorce safety and business performance. That's my take home. Do not divorce safety and business performance. Siyafuna ku-maximize on our profits. We want to maximize kuko konke lesikwendako as an organization. But we shouldn't divorce safety because Mashwama uke washo earlier on ngokuthi, what is the cost for losing someone or downtime from work, overtime, their medical costs even. It all boils down to one thing. Do not divorce safety from the normal operations of the business. Mr. Mashwama, njengoba ke sesixoxa lenzaba ye safety and operations of the organizations. We know that there are systems in place, compliance systems, policies that are in place, cinema audits that are lined up. We comply. Those checklists are done. Those registers are filled up. But I want to ask, what role does continuous monitoring, audits, and compliance play in convincing management that long-term safety investment remains a worthwhile financial commitment?
Okay. Thank you once again. Maybe to firstly expand on this one, it's important to understand where compliance checks, audits, and assessments come within the safety management system, where the most common used approach is the continual improvement cycle, where before we even get to audits, you would have planned the objectives that we set as organizations. The 0 fatalities, that's an objective that we set at a planning stage. So at some point we need to assess to say, how far are we from that 0 fatality? By the way, it's an interesting one. I'd like EEC to also share with us next time we are here, how far did they go on reaching that target? Because really as organizations, there is a lot that we have to learn from each other. And believe me, in the workplace, even one fatality, even one incident, it shouldn't be tolerable, because at the end of the day, we may have the insurance remedies, we may have everything, but if someone goes to work and they do not come back home, that is irreparable, that is irreplaceable. To come back to the question that you posed. So having planned, then you need to implement. Once you've planned, you need to implement, putting the controls out there, making sure that what has been planned is going accordingly. Then the most critical part is the check, where now the audits and the assessments come in. I normally liken an organization that doesn't monitor its safety performance to someone who's driving a fast car without a speedometer and a GPS. You are moving very fast, but you don't know where you're moving. You don't know the speed in which you're moving. So the question is, if you're not measuring what you're doing, how are you going to improve it? So that's why then audits become very critical as a measure of our safety performance. Not just within for us as organizations, but most of us, you find that we outsource some work even to third parties, to contractors. The question is, do those audits only fall within our scope as organization, or they even reach out to our contractors and suppliers? If as organization we've got safety targets for 0 tolerance, does the same targets apply to our contractor? If it does, how do we go and assess that actually they are working towards that? So then that becomes very critical and important. Audits themselves are very critical because they provide an evidence-based platform for management to make critical decisions. They are very important because they bring in trends that are very necessary for the business to make strategic decisions, especially when it comes to safety. So without that critical component of the PDCA cycle, it becomes very difficult for organizations, especially leadership, to take decisions that are critical towards improvement of safety. So that's why maybe the take home or the key message on this question is that within the auditing and assessment space, it's very important that we remain as objective and as impartial as possible, so that those audit results can be relied upon, so that those audit results, we can actually have confidence that when leadership is actually taking decisions based on those results are actually a true reflection of what is happening on the ground. Of course, as an organization, it also becomes very important that you have systematic tools and approaches in place for collecting such evidence or such results from audits, so that at the end of the day, there is consistency. And ultimately, when this is done correctly, when audits are done correctly, then leadership is able to take action and act based on those results. And in essence, then the organization is able to continually improve its safety performance. Thank you.
Thank you. Siyabonga Mashwama for that. There's just a question that is arising within me. Hope I'm not putting you on the spot. But ngiyatibuta nje ngokuthi, there's leadership, and then there's the employees, the rest of the employees. How do we bridge that gap in terms of what the leadership understands, where these audits and controls that are put in place mean, as opposed to what the employees understand, and how do we bring them to an understanding, a common ground for all of us to reach one goal, without the employees feeling like, for it to be a culture, and also for whatever the employees may see on the ground that the leaders do not actually or are not exposed to.
Okay, yeah, certainly. In fact, it's very common that within the workplace, in many circumstances, there is us and them. There's leadership, then there's employees. There's an employer, there's an employee. At one particular instance, I asked, but are we aware that leaders are also employees in the organization? They're also employees in the organization, just like I am also an employee. So at the end of the day, I strongly believe that the organization's overall culture is a bigger contributor to the safety culture of that organization. The safety culture of an organization cannot be a standalone culture from the organization, from the organizational culture. So in bridging that gap, it is then very important to continuously understand the different roles and responsibilities that each and every one of us need to play in the workplace. In the safety language, we say that a safety leader is everyone in the workplace. In the safety space, a safety leader is not just the CEO, it's not just the director, it's not just the manager, it is not just the section that drives safety in the organization, but each and every employee has an inherent leadership role that they need to play as far as safety is concerned. Of course, our values as an organization are also very key in bridging that gap. Employees need to understand that we do not work in a safe manner because we want to comply, because we want to tick the boxes, because we want, when the auditors come in, we want a clean audit so that we can clap hands. But each and every employee needs to understand that working in a safe manner is their principal value as they come in the organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to time, I'm going to ask that we wrap this up. But before we wrap it up, I'd like to invite questions from the audience. There's one, there's two.
Siyandivusela abantu bami.
Yebo kakhulu baba.
Unesibulala man. Emamba. Cha bonke siyabonga kakhulu nje. Unesibulala. Nesibulala macha. Kepha ke sikiyo lenzaba. Ngiyabonga kakhulu nje magesi lokuthi asendele nangu umcimbi lonje. Lenyanza leyo. Manje abantu abami nishaya kakhulu man. Nawubuka ndisiphakamisa kancane sivume kancane. Lapha mamba ngivile nasuthi le integrity ngiyabonga lapho nje mina. Vele ngeke ngakubona ngidawucinisa ukuthi kuloko lenikubeka ko lamuhla kude longalimali enhlitweni lakithi sine bacashi. Ndoselula sifundzise kahle thina batali. Lenzaba yekwe kuthiwe namamba masulenyalelwe ngilomuntu. Ilimata nale integrity ngoba lekubo bathi naseka ngcwatshwa bathi wabulawa ngizwane vele lo mntwanethu wabulawa nguzwane thuthi nebelunga sile emgcwabeni usukusaba ngoba kwendeke labantu bafike bakugangatha kunjengana ushayisa umuntu nje lamgwacwena kulimalela umuntu awukavami lokuya ubese uthuma abakini so ke longathi nintangoma abantu abami mina ngidake sengithi nje ngiyabonga la ma-contract la magesini kakhulu lawa la ka-construction ukuthi i-management yamagesi sabakhumbula uma uphuma la magesini uya ngaphandle uthola ama-jobs ufike uve lo mehluko uyeva mphazima kalanga ubonge ndlangamandla kulabaphathi yebo le mali uyayijaha uyithole manje ke mamba sosicetha ngaloko ukuthi you lose a lot nanale yalijala lapha ekugcineni uthi uyaluza kakhulu vele uqinisile uthola ukuthi lo mntwana ebantu ngeke ngabona nami kulenye indzawo ngeke ukuthi ngithi ngimi lo mntwana walimala walala phasi sikhathi lesithe kufuna ummixe bobani boCheshire Homes nako ke lapho kuyafika lo kananga kuyasishaya lapha lo kwaka finance lejalela seyiyalimala vele le mali ngoba sokhipha imoto ibomlanze ekhaya kubo batsakalala uta from Friday to or from Monday to Friday so yamlanza vele emalanga uyamlanza emalanga ye utawugcina udziniwe bekunene hamba ngifuna kubuya kancane kuwe najalela ngale ngawuya nje kula ma insurances so ugcina uthi nobe kunene noba kufuna umholele ivele nesishayile abantu abami so uholulele phasi lo muntu for 3 full years so mixe jaws bathi bamlungisa le spinal cord la shaye kakhona ufika uyashona sebayabuya be insurance bathi ngifuna kuya lapho ke insurance ukuthi senibala le mali nini manje lekwe ukuthi lo muntu nitsini sekubhadala njani nesibhedlela kuthathwa le insurance yakhe bengu-265 iyobhadala lena yini noma kufuna kuphindze kubuye la kumlungu ukuthi akabhadale le nako lapho nje ngifuna ukuthi siye khona nangabe niyakwathi bantu abami lokho angisho nami ngakubona somewhere kulenye indzawo yebo kona nasiphuma lamagesini vele thina sike sathi shelele uyayakha le mali nedi le mali iphizende njani ibaleke nangu lo muntu sowulimele limala umuntu iminyaka mani zibe mithathu mani uyamholela na ukukhuphula umholo ufuna ukukhuphula nabathi uyakhwehlela bathi hayi lokukhwehlela wena wangiloko ukuthi ukhwehleliswa ngothi walimala kakhulu la vele uyiluze ke le mali ngisho ukuthi abantu bami nje awu nisilima mina ningilimatile kepha lama-contract asemagesini ngiyawabongela lokho ukuthi basebenta ngaphasi kwalama audits mina ngema vele MD ngamiswa kulama audits mane kakhulu man hayi ngema ngaphosa ngathi hayi it's too much audits la sengiyaguga lana imali angiyitholi ngoba lama contract vele athi thina nje manje sengilikhehla mina athi asale ngideda kungena labantu labafunzile labayenda lento ngalokuyihlonipha mina sengibanga lokuthi ngidawudlana ebukhehleni bami manje nasuthi angithathele enye imali mina la ngiyofaka i-public liability lengaka bantu babe ngi-30 kepha kude imali cha kepha nje ngikukhanzeka ukuthi ngifuna ukuqinisa lama-contract nani management nani mntwana enkosi mbutho womkadlela lomkhulu kwekuthi kuyasebenza nasuphumile lakiko lona lengimatiko kwamsita kwathiwa le insurance bekanayo lela bekaya khona bekafune kwasa insurance kepha le insurance kwagcina kwasebenza le bekayakhe le emuva nami ngeva sengitshatha ushayelwe ngumthetho abathi labantu bakubo bafikile batobuta ukuthi lo muntu ngathi lamagesini insurance ikhona bathi hayi akekho lamagesini wahamba lo muntu ungalandela sifana kepha kwagcina kusena le insurance yemagesi of which ngiwashayela tandle emagesi kukhona la sifundisile la kusita ngako na uphuma uya ngaphandle siyabonga abantu abami nidinyanga kakhulu lapho niyasilimata man kakhulu silimata abantu abami
Siyabonga kakhulu siyabonga Nkosi kusho ukuthi asiqhubeke sithole indlela yokuthi ungabaleki sikhone lokufaka ungaphosi ngoba ubalekiswa ama-audits. Utawukhona lokho ukuthi ube ingcenye, ukhone naloko ukuthi uchubeke udle ebukhehleni bakho angithi. Ngidawucela lokho ukuthi siwuthathe nalomnye umbuto, then we'll wrap it up ngalama comments labatawuba nawo ma-panelists ami. I only have one more and ngimbone sisi lapha ngicela manje nimnike sikhathi sesiyasishaya. Nangya, sorry sis. There. Uphakamise kuqala.
Thank you so much for the opportunity and sanibonani nonke. I have a question. Okay, I have two questions. One is to Mr. Smelane. I heard you allude to the fact that when you are doing your vetting processes and trying to maybe finance a business or something, you also look at the ESG principles and if people adhere to that. I just wanted to ask and find out if that is a binding thing that you do and that if it's as a qualifier for a loan or whatsoever for maybe businesses. And also, is it a widely publicized requirement that is spoken to individuals to ensure that there is an awareness and there is the appetite to invest in ESG as a principle and as a foundation for good governance, good business practices? Is that widely publicized in our environment? And how, if that is not done, are there any plans to do that? And then to Mr. Dlamini Senza, I would like to ask, and maybe, insurers, usually we see them when we are now interested in maybe making claims and whatsoever. But I am interested in finding out if we do the validation of controls in the work environment or in the businesses that we are insuring to ensure that there is no misalignment of expectations when, unfortunately there is an incident that requires that I come to forward for a claim. And then you say, but there are a few things that you have not put in place and therefore your claim cannot be processed. So do you validate the controls periodically whilst I'm still under your cover? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Ungaqala Mngoni ngilandzele ngawe Nkosi. Ndawucela ukuxolisa kakhulu sikhathi sami sesiyangishaya kepha ke we'll figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Magaziwa. Yeah, perhaps just to tackle the two questions from the member of the audience around ESG. I think the first one was around, is it binding, or rather, is it a prerequisite for the due diligence that we do? So if you think about ESG, it's a bit of an emerging requirement or an emerging trend or emerging risk management framework. What we have done internally is we've started to embed ESG screening in our credit due diligence processes, particularly for perhaps sectors or industries that are, I'd say, predisposed to ESG-related vulnerabilities, right? What we then tend to do is request certain environmental assessments that an entity could have done, or any of the, I think, approvals that they would have received from, the regulators. If the entity that we're doing the due diligence on cannot provide us with a minimum set of criteria, we have rejected a loan or facility before, just because of some of the signatories that we are party to, such as the Paris Agreement as a bank. So it is something that we take very, very seriously in terms of impact on the environment, not necessarily binding on the client or the relationship, but where we do feel like we do not have line of sight into your impact on the environment, it's difficult for us to then extend that line of credit. So that's the first piece. Is it widely publicized? I think if you look at our posture as a bank over the last maybe 2-3 years, particularly around power, sustainable power, and partnering with EEC around financing renewable energy projects. That is one of the ways in which we're trying to demonstrate our seriousness around our impact on the environment, particularly from an ESG standpoint. And I hope that kind of gives you a better sense.
Okay. I think your question brings us to the emphasis of the importance of having an insurance broker. Our duty is to provide you with professional advice to ensure that your insurances have no gaps and are adequately placed. This is why even insurance brokers have professional indemnity insurance. This insurance protects us as insurance brokers against errors or omissions that we may do or that we may not do when administering your policy. So the protection is for both us as well, and the protection for you in having us is so that your policy or the conditions or your policy is structured, is tailored in such a way that you do not find yourself having a claim being repudiated. So you can hold a broker liable as well, which brings us to the professional indemnity insurance. So it's important to engage the services of a broker. Your broker is liable for any decision or for what happens on your policy, and it is our duty to give you the best advice and to ensure that you don't find yourself in that situation. I hope I've answered your question.
She's giving a thumbs up. Thank you for that. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of our discussion. Ngicela sithi shayele intandla kakhulu. I'd just like to cut through to Mr. Smelani from Mwenangosi. Just 30 seconds of closing remarks on the discussion.
I think in closing, I would like to re-emphasize some of the points that were said by my colleagues here. Let's not look at safety preparedness as a cost, but look at it more as a strategic investment and as a value protector. And let's ensure that in all executive decisions that are being made, we implement risk management processes or risk management practices. So let's get the executive buy-in in all risk management initiatives. Let's ensure that it trickles from top to bottom or from bottom up, and incorporate it and let it form part of the risk culture and part of our everyday lives in ensuring that we accomplish the set tasks of 0 fatalities and 0 tolerance. Thank you.
Thank you. Yebo Mvuleni.
Thank you. I think for me, it's just the emphasis on, I'll talk about the safety culture to say, I feel that's the right area to focus on for organizations in terms of creating an inclusive safety culture where even employees are participating in terms of the culture, so that, because your employees are actually the people who are actually exposed, and if you have got the right culture, you'll be able to have effective processes in terms of your risk assessment, actually focusing on what is the pain point, because they know exactly where they are going to be injured, and then if they know it, they'll be able to bring it up if the culture is actually okay. And then obviously look at safety not as an isolation for the whole business activities, but as an enabler for successful business performance. So if we we look at it from that perspective, we will be able to integrate it into our business processes and seamlessly implement our interventions to protect our people.
Thank you. Mashwama.
Okay, thank you once again. From my side, in conclusion, I think if we are serious about the zero fatalities, the zero tolerance, and putting first, then it's very important that we understand that financial preparedness and safety management are not competing business priorities, but these two are merely two sides of the same coin. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unene.
Thank you very much, Magazu. I'll also echo what my colleagues have said, but maybe one dimension that I would add is that why do people fund things, or why do people buy into things? It's because when they do their assessments, the benefits outweigh the costs, right? So what says to us as risk professionals, as health and safety professionals, is that it is our responsibility to convey the message to our management teams to say health has more benefits, safety has more benefits, you know, preventing it is more beneficial to the organization. So I say some of the times we will blame our management teams for not, you know, funding safety-related risks, but I'm also saying it is our duty to make sure they see how it would benefit an organization. And then lastly, I'd say risk management, once the risk has been identified that are safety related, it has to be integrated into financial planning. Earlier we spoke about that it is risk that informs how you plan, because if risk doesn't inform how you plan, it means you may waste resources. So it's very important that we acknowledge that risk management, safety management is the one that should drive a conversation. Mashwama has already said that it provides evidence for management to say, this is where you should be spending. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And lastly, Mr. Swelane.
Yeah, just maybe one reflection, and it's triggered by the lady in the corner. The UN Sustainable Development Goals, right? Particularly SDG 8, which speaks to economic growth and decent working conditions. There's a sub-goal in there that speaks to occupational health and safety. What we're starting to see is a lot of, I guess, financial institutions making finance available for activities that are linked to projects that have or help the UN achieve those sustainable development goals. So I think an event, I suppose, like this is also one that kind of adds to that conversation in terms of making people conscious of safety and what it means in terms of the broader environment, and perhaps even from a funding and financing standpoint, what possibilities could there be there? So thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you to each of our panelists for their invaluable insights. So today we've learned that risk management and financial preparedness, we don't separate the two. They are not competing priorities, but they both need to be treated with utmost importance, right? So that is from reshaping the mindsets to aligning the budgets, to implementing safety in operational decisions, etc. I hope we are all challenged to take this and implement it in our organizations. Can I get a thumbs up on that? Dr. Lashayre and moderator Dandla. Well, thank you very much for that. But Ladies and gentlemen, to help us reflect and tie together the insights we've explored, I now invite Ms. Lomakosetive Chabalala to share her expert lens on what has emerged from today's dialogue. Ms. Chabalala.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, as introduced, I'm Lomakosetive Shabalala. And firstly, I'd just like to be grateful to EEC for bringing together two topics that are very pertinent in an organization. One, because the other is a grudge purchase, and the other one is a necessary devil. Risk is always a grudge purchase because people have to have it whether they like it or not. And finance is a necessary devil because we want to know where we're going. And I think the panel has eloquently brought out how these are two complementary aspects. And in terms of the conversation, the panelists have almost taken away everything I would have possibly said. And risk and finance are two areas that I always say, once you've worked in one entity, you can work in any. Once you've managed risk and you've done financials in an aeronautics company or a pharmaceutical company, it's the same thing. And I think the caliber of our panelists shows that in as much as they come from different environments, ultimately there is a consensus around the treatment of risk and finance. So can we give SEC and our panels a round of applause, please? As I was trying to understand the safety environment, fortunately or unfortunately, I haven't worked in an environment that's significantly safety related. I came across an article by the lady called Kina Rep from the US. Interesting article, YouTube video, Kina, K-I-N-A-R-E-P-P. This lady, when she was 20 years old, she worked at a company and she lost her arm on the first day of work cleaning a conveyor belt. And she says the reason why it all happened, she ultimately believes it's because she never understood the processes, which is where risk management comes in. For those of us that do understand or appreciate risk management, there's different lines of defense. And there's something that Kina says, which is a bit interesting. There's always the first line of defense, which is the people that do the work on the ground, that own the processes. It's never one person, it's a couple of people. So we all own risk at some point. There's the second line, which is your risk department. There's the third line, which is internal audit. Fourth line, external audit. Fifth line, going to regulators. And in some instances, you bring in your board members. But there's always a group of people responsible for risk. But after her experience, Kina Rep says, you are your last line of defense when it comes to safety. And it all boils down to you. And it said to me, when it comes to safety, the management of risk doesn't become Indaba yethu sonke. Yes, I know we said that's the case, which is the whole point of the Indaba, but ultimately, I'm the one that can keep me safe and ultimately keep everyone else safe. And I think that for me resonated a lot in terms of when you manage risk, you always believe there's someone else who can do it. Because risk management is a responsibility of each one of us as individuals. The different speakers spoke to a couple of different things. And I think when we start off with the risk management aspect, there is a consensus that risk management is where you start. Before you say this is how much money we need, you need to understand the risk types. And I think from that conversation, I'll just look at a few common themes that I identified in the conversation. Firstly, risk and finance are two sides of the same coin, and they are complementary. They are not competing with each other. And safety is not a cost, but an investment. I had that coming out a lot. And then the idea of risk assessment and identification so that you don't throw funds at items that are not higher risk. I think one of the speakers spoke to fatalities, which that is probably the top of your list. And as you go down, so when you allocate your costs, it's not just for the sake of throwing money at it, but it's because you understand the risk that comes with it. There was also the part about risk management strategy and having a departmental look, which I think is critical because even though we are all about safety, the impact of safety in the different departments of where we work has different levels, and we have to appreciate that. So we can't have a blanket provision for safety costs across all departments because other departments, I know there's a transmission department, SEC, is probably a lot more prone than an HR department. So there's also that critical aspect of identifying what risk sits with you. I just want to go through an exercise which I believe once we've done that, it'll make my life a lot easier. EEC promised me some gifts that will go around. But Dlamini had a conversation with us around the risks that EEC faces. And I think that's a critical conversation because we ultimately, in my conversation around identifying risk is not some abstract thing that some people at a head office somewhere decide this must be going wrong, and then they tell people do this and that. All of us on a daily basis experience risk. On a daily basis, the job that we do is managing risk. And ultimately, the cost that gets attached to risk is because of what we do or we don't do. I have 7 questions so that you can figure out how many gifts will be going around. So Dlamini in his presentation identified major incidents or adverse risks that we've experienced as a country or that EEC has had to manage in the last 3 years. There's 3 of them, so please say one answer at a time so we don't finish the answers for people. Where are the gifts so that you identify the people? Yes, hailstorm is right. But windstorm, putila le tafla is on a roll. Nanya put them over. Sebamshito hailstorm, basho hailstorm, now windstorm. Thunderstorm, yes. Thank you very much. A round of applause to our audience. And then Dlamini also said there were 3 costs. So those were the risks that EEC experienced. And then there were costs that were attached to those risks, speaking to the financial aspects. There were 3 costs that he said EEC then had to incur as a result of those risks. Can we have people from this side? 3 costs that EEC experienced that added up to that lump sum. There's a gentleman here. Yes, definitely overtime. Gentleman at the back. Here's the one gentleman. Yes, sir. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Yes, infrastructure and equipment, and there was the last one. There's a lady there in an orange jacket. Yes, yes. Okay, labor cost linked to the overtime costs. I know he said them separately, but there were one thing, sorry. I'll ask them to get you a specific one, but there's a 3rd important one.
Medical cost.
Okay, I think he used a word that covers many costs. I'll give that gentleman, I don't know who said medical. It was a number of things. He said operational costs. So ultimately, there's a lot of tiny little bits and pieces of things. The contact center goes up in numbers. There's a lot of things that happen. But I think that example was very primary to identifying this conversation and showing that at any point in time, there's a risk, and the risk will ultimately result in a cost. So there's it's not a scientifically proven process, but I think it helps in a business trying to manage risk and mitigate risk. And I think there's a couple, maybe 4 items that you can consider when you look at finances and you look at risk management. We did say that they are the same side of a coin, 2 sides of the same coin. It has to do with a lot of, firstly, proactive planning. You can do that both in risk and in finance. When you look at the risk aspect, the panel spoke to the identification of threats. In every kind of work that you do, there is a threat. Sometimes we call it the things that don't make us sleep at night. Ultimately, that is a risk that you need to manage. Secondly, from a finance side, when you are being proactive, you look at planning for buffers. I think the insurance gentleman spoke about that. You have to make sure that the funds are available. You have to have buffer stock, for example, because you don't know when a thunderstorm is going to happen. Maybe you use 50 poles a month, but you have to have the stock of 150 in the event that that happens. The second thing about the two is the crisis response. Under risk management, you have to activate your protocols. For example, if someone, God forbid, has already fallen down the pole, someone needs to know who gets called. How do we get safety in place? That has to be known in advance. You don't then call someone when it happens. So we always have to be proactively ready with that. Similarly, finance, when it comes to the crisis, then they have to mobilize the funds. No one knew it was going to happen. It's 2 in the morning. Is the warehouse open? Is the buffer stock? Can we collect it? Are the vehicles available? Do they have fuel? So it becomes practical things that have to happen at that point in time. The third thing becomes building of resilience. And I think the subject speaks a lot to financial resilience, but also in terms of the business resilience. Again, another panelist spoke to the trends. Firstly, historically, once you know what has gone wrong, then you're able to see the trends. See, I think just making load shedding, for whatever reason, there will be thunderstorms and we might run out of electricity, but it won't be the first time it's happening this year. So at some point, we all believe EEC has a trend analysis of the risks they expect. If there is insurance that they have to take out, the cover is adequate. I think Mr. Mashama, if I'm not mistaken, mentioned the issue of contingency risks. It's an expensive risk, but we live in an environment that is so volatile from a climate risk perspective to an economic environment perspective. So unfortunately, a contingency risk insurance feels like taking insurance on top of insurance, but it's how you cover yourselves from a financial point of view. And again, when building resilience, you need to ensure that there is liquidity to cover that in eventuality. Because business resilience is basically how quickly can you go back to your normal operating status after a crisis has hit. And it is that time that you get tested. If the timelines that Mr. Dlamini spoke to, with my investigations, when do we have to bring business back to normal, if those go beyond what our targets are, it means we haven't understood our risks and we haven't financially prepared for that. And then I think ultimately it becomes compliance and governance, another grudge purchase. But from a risk management perspective, we need to understand our regulatory requirement, our ISO standards and application of them, our policies in the business, what do they say we must do and not do. And the panel from a finance perspective spoke to the audits, the monitoring, the assessment. We are an entity that has to, again, it's been mentioned, EEC has to report to the regulator on whether it's incidences, but even financial performance or whatever negative impact that has happened to the company. So it is a responsibility that every company, not just EEC, holds. Just in summary, I'd like to highlight a simple exercise. I'd hoped to be able to project this. A simple exercise that a company can do to make sure that these two critical issues are addressed. It's a combined risk and financial performance dashboard. It sounds like a long name, but it's a very simple thing. So firstly, you have to understand your risk and the distribution of its severity. So the team again spoke to your risk register. Look at your top 10 risks, for example, and say, from a low to high perspective, those different risks, how likely are them to impact me, and what's the possibility of that happening? Once you've rated the risks, then you take those risks and you say, okay, in the event that one of the 10 risks were to happen, what financial impact is it possibly going to have on me? And if, for example, there might be a risk that is high because of the frequency with which it happens, but the financial impact might be low. So if it happens, we don't lose a lot of money. But there might be a risk that's going to happen very rarely, but when it happens, it changes the life of the company. So once you plug on a pivot those two parameters, being the severity of the risk and the financial impact once that risk has happened, there is a clear business case of which risk are you going to put money against. And I think it eases the boardroom conversations that you mentioned. Those are never easy, I agree with you, but it eases the conversation because as human beings and in our mental capacity, we want data, we want facts, we want stats, we want trends. And when you plot those two, no one can dispute why the risk is that risk because you've got experts in each company that understands that. And then the financial impact, even if you understand the risk, you go to the different departments and say, if this were to happen, how much would it cost you? So there's also expert view on how much the cost will be. So when you sit there and you show the business, this is where the two meet. It doesn't become rocket science for decision making, whether you are deciding to take out an insurance cover or you are deciding to raise a provision to cover that eventuality, or you are checking your liquidity to ensure that do we have enough in the event that comes across. So I think in a nutshell, in my view, I agree with the fact that it shouldn't be versus, it should be and risk management and financial readiness and resilience. And I'm happy that the industry experts agree with that as well. But I think above all, for safety to be at the heart of both, we need to make sure that both are prioritized and both are identified at a departmental level, because we do not want to run the risk of throwing money at an issue that does not necessarily pose a lot of risk on us. And I think with that said, I'd like to appreciate you as the audience and online, and for the insights again from the panel, and thank you to the moderator. And thank you very much, everyone.
Ngicela niphindze nibashayele tandla. That was a very, very rich conversation we had right there. Don't you think so? It was very rich. Can we take this time, Nyalo, to refresh through arts and culture, through arts and creativity? Ngicela ukuthi semukele sisonke arts group with a round of applause, please.
awucela ningibongise ningithi hawu la 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 angithi la la yamadoda ngibongise nini hawu la 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 angithi la la cela ningibongise nithi hawu la 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 shinini angithi la la ngibongise nini yena bakithi la la ukuthi sithi la
Hayi bo baba wathaka sekuseni kusekwende njani thina mniswami.
la mashini
Baba.
lem17 sebaqala kungitshela ukuthi ngisebenzisa umuthi la mashini
Kwenzekeni baba kodwa nato mani ngoba phela nyalo ujekele em17. Kwende njani?
sengiphinze ngahluthula lelinye litoho la mashini
Ye baba ngikubonga isi nje sathulela ngithenda wena.
ngibonga bakayisi ngihluthuleleni the
Uyithatha kuphi ke lena baba?
awusuka madoda bathi double mfola ngibuthi wena ngibuthi ngakho ngoba ngasazi ngasomka ngangquma ilenta sehlanzeni ngakibo ukuthi
Yebo,
thini
baba.
nawubheka le bosipofaneni
Baba.
weqa uthi sipofaneni
Yebo baba.
uthi thandweni
Yebo.
uthi sinene
Yebo, baba.
uthi lavundla manje
Yebo,
uthi
baba.
sithobela bese uthi phasi kakonto la mashini
Khashane kangaka baba into ufuna ngani lapho?
oh phela la mashini ngihamba ngalo mshini ngikhuluma lo mkatakata wami lengithi ngubhilika ngeligiya ngibe ngilibhonqula ngitini waya ngalo mhlolo
Hayi phela baba ngifuna niphephe phela baba.
la mashini wena ungati wena mina ligama lami ngingiphephile
Ye baba umsebenzi awujwayeleki baba njalo ekseni awufika emsebenzini hlola bungodi balowo msebenzi ungakaqali ukusebenza baba.
yeyi la mashini
Ba.
ngike ngagilatika nangifika lemsebentini
Wentoni,
uyangiva ukuthi ngithini
Yeah.
ngabe ngiqonze etule epolini ngathatha lokho esitepisi ngakukhahlela ngakulahla le ngakuqonze etule epolini ngafika ngabe ngithatha letandla tami leti ngabe ngikukhonekitha gesi ngaceda ngawuthesta ngelwimi ukuthi uyasebenza
Ye baba. Sine nkosi yami kuthi safety first baba.
la mashini
Safety baba iqale kuwe baba.
lena inkosi lamalanga le
Ye baba siyashaya isikhathi sakho nguthathele isikhaftini baba.
phuthuma mkambi phuthuma
Phuthume baba.
Sibusiso yesibusiso Sibusiso
ba
hayi wena
Ba.
mfana man
Ba.
angifuni ukuthi ngithi ngiyambitha lo mfana ulele nje ulele mina
Yebo babe.
hayi sibusiso man uyangihlazisa mfana yemfana
Yeba.
awente kanjena ke phuthuma sibusiso uye le ehokweni ngifuna ukuthi ulanze natata insambo letasala nangiwayalisha
Oh.
ngifuna ukukhanyisela lelawu lakho lomjondolo wakho ngifuna ukhanye ehlele
Utipha babe.
phela ngifuna ukukhombisa nabantu nabo ngiphethe ngibe isilole semandla samagesane
Wo.
phuthuma
Okhathe ngiphuthume babe.
phela lo mfana lona ufeyilile lo ngimthengela icalculator ngithi akaphasa esingisi kude akabali manje ke nyalo sengifuna kumfakela emalanga
Angiboni sanothephe babe.
wena mfana man sibusiso phuthuma lapha emdustbinini uthathe liphepha lashukela lengilahla itolo uye nalo la
Wow.
awufasela ngalo
Naku babe.
very good boy beka phasi ke mfana wami ngifuna ke sente njena
Yebo
sibusiso
baba.
ngifuna sithathe insambo satheleni ngifuna sithi chumanise ngifuna ukushaya
Nibala
phuthuma la mashinini
Lendani lale baba.
ngifuna kukhanyisela lo mfana lo mjondolo wakhe
Umkhansela kuba.
lapha elawini
Lethe icucuza insambo sendikucula
hayi phela
khanda.
ngifuna kuphuma into yonke yensambo lengasuka la yenga lengeshaya komgwaqo
Mani ke lensambo ndayikhipha kuphi ke lena?
oh la mashinini ngifuna iphuma eventilatorni lapha elawini kami iyongena le ventilatorni elawini la
Lalela ke kodwa insambo letawuphuma kuventilator la kami.
hawu make ucanga ukuthi ngilibele phela ngisongcondo mina utawuphuma phasi emnyango lelawini lami uyongena phasi emnyango elawini kakhe
Kodwa futhi insambo letawuphuma phasi esivalo lana.
hayi wena mfati kanulwa nami la mashinini
Ngithi kude nje insambo letawuphuma lapha.
hayi Okay, la machine. Ngifuna ke iphume efastelweni lela wingam. Iyongena le fastelweni lela wingam.
Yeah, Nkosi yamdlovu. Kude insambo leta uphuma futhi efastelweni la. Lalela la endlovu. Uyathi uthi le nsambo nalifaka lapha efastelweni. Siyalivala le nsambo yendalo. Iyadleka kancane kancane. Ngalenye ilanga niyasinyalivula noma niyalivala. Wamvitha
la machine.
Maka. Niyabona mgodi lelifuna kusifaka kuphi?
Hawu. La machine. Akuhlalo ngagesi mani.
Uyabona mgodi ufuna kufaka kuphi? Sasombe emsebenzini.
Yathi ngaze ngaphefumula ngenza ule wrong man machine.
Sasombe emsebenzini. Uyabona kugama. Wena uva wena. Yeah, ikithi hamba emsebenzini.
La machine.
Hamba.
Nawulimatana.
Wena butha le tipo takho leti uhambe la. Uyalahla yonke lo mdodi lona. Akufuni uphiza itibone leti kucukutha insambo la.
Awufuna angikhanyisele.
Yena usivuma ngale sagini.
Oh ma.
Lokho basho kahle emagesini. Bathi na ufuna ukukhanyisela lenye indlu. Hamba ubebikele. Hayi lezi nyoka lezi. Angifuni ingodi nje emnela kamla. Asengibahlole la.
Bisa. Sibizelwe emsebenzini. Ishaya izule wedriver kude la siyakhona.
Angisineke sibeka.
Yini inkinga yakho?
Ukuthi wangimfathi ngize ngibone.
Yini inkinga yakho?
Angitshela nje ukuthi lo
ingoma lana sambe siyasebenza
Hayi
manje.
man.
Uthini wena?
Siyami. Hey.
Kunjani na
Hey, kunjani nakuje bafana?
Kunjani na kunje?
Hey, kunjani nakuje bafana?
Kunje.
Hey, kunjani nakuje?
Kunje.
Hey, kunjani nakuje?
Kunje.
Hey, kunjani nakuje?
Kunje.
Hey, kunjani nakuje?
Kunje.
Hey, sambeni bafana.
Sambeni.
Hey, sambeni bafana.
Sambeni.
Hey, sambeni bafana.
Sambeni.
Hey, phakam bafana.
Phakam.
Hey, phakam bafana.
Phakam.
Hey, phakam bafana. Hayi man simpe. Phakamisa netball lapho man. Hayi yekela. Mani ntangigoba ngale
Ukisho uyasibulala kwente njani quthe manje? Unani lamuhla usawathi umsebenzi?
Ye foreman. Yayiwana foreman wena.
Uva ke sekufika nebaphathi yemvo ya.
Amehlo ami. Kwendekani la?
Oh, kanti sevele sekuyasetshenzwa madam.
Sekuyasetshenzwa madam.
Contractors, is this how you operate?
Oh, madam. Dosa contract uthi miseleke kufaka 20 wemapoli. Lamuhla.
Ngumhlala wami. Len for iqala risk assessment ekseni. Niyendile yona.
Ululeka madam. Then volena imelula. Ifanana na A, E, I, O, U. Ngeke sikhulume info yonke malanga.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the safety hazards, dude.
Oh, safety hazard kangikhuleka ke ne madam. Nalelo lisishiya hazard lapha emgwaqweni. Mpo.
Uthini madam?
Lelo lingilele sinye songetitini.
Hawu phela ngumshini ngiloliwe igama lasa. Hala wayekhuluma ngani?
Yaboneni, isite check niyendile yona.
Isite check yani madam ngoba nabasebenza nami mina ngagcaba lana ngafaka inhlungu tetinyoka kuthi inyoka lengaba khona la site.
Hey madam phela uyinyanga sibeko.
Yaboneni niyatini ukuthi we 10 accidents emsebenzini. Lenipulana nilibamba ning 3. Umthetho nisawati chuthi.
Mina ye madam ngisebenza netikhulumana. Tilwane temandla. Tinsimbi, tilwane temadla letiyawufela emandleni. Nami ke kutse manikini. Inye indvodza imele emashumi emadvodza.
Bekani phasi. Nyala nje ngiyanikhipha. Ngithi mina
Ngiyababona ke labo madam labalwa nentuthuko la.
Asimshiye nomsebenzi wakhe.
Ngikahle ngingakenzi. Yema workers, yekelani lokujwayela umsebenzi. Yekelani kujwayela umsebenzi. Mina nje as a safety officer, before ngene officeini lami, ngiye ngibuka ukuthi lesitulo ngabele ngizohlala kiso ngesingwise lamadoda angasangiboni njengoba bathi angenzi. Ngiphinze ngibuke lesilingi lengihleti kiyo ukuthi angeke yini izingcobo. Yekelani kujwayela umsebenzi. Lo mthetho uthi safety first. Bese ngilandzela ngekusebenza kani uyadiva kahle kokuthi awukalungi. Akukavumeleki. Wothi uya emsebenzini udiva kahle kokuthi uphephile and uright. Nanaba labasebenza ngemishini. Make sure ukuthi umshini wakho uphephile before usebenzise. Nanaba labasebenza ngetimoto. Musa kuvela udvumisa imoto. Yicheke ukuthi iphephile yini. Bese ke ngidawugcina ngekuthi usebende kani udiva kahle ukuthi ukhathele. Hamba emsebenzini usebende naso udiva ukuthi ukhathele. Uthathe ama regular breaks. Hayi lento lo yento nabo chuthi. Asenibonga ngathi baphusha le moto. Yachuthe. Hawu yehen, yathi ngumhlolo lo. Yaqhuthe.
Unamaka qutse man. Yaqhutse nguwe lona. Nguwe lona Skhole.
Qutse awu madoda.
Nguwe lona qutse.
Yes Bheki.
Ngiyekele man.
Nsanga yethu.
Ngiyekele man qutse.
Yena bokithi.
Kunyamalala nje iminyaka nasoloku agcina kudonsa donsa. Wena sothenga inyawo lesi3 soshintshe waba i3 legged potty. Hayi.
What? Uyaphila kahle Sibeko. Ucanga ukuthi ngiyajabula. Ucanga ukuthi ngiyajabula lokho nje.
Kahle phela mfowethu.
Ukuthi kumnandi lokho nje.
Kahle phela quthe.
Uwe kuhle la.
Kayibe incane mfowethu. Ho, yathi mina ngicabanga ukuthi ngiyakudlalisa ngithi wenyele nje ngitakuchumisa lithambo weluleke kanti sekupermanent yini quthe. Ho, ayibe incane quthe yehlisa umoya. Kwende kanjalo majaha. Kwendekani?
Sibeko. Ithanzi lenzaba nsanga yethu.
Hayi man.
Ithanzi.
Kwendekani?
Hey yenza ngayethu. Ngasuka ekuseni lekhaya.
Yeah.
Wangikhutha lo mfati wathi equthe.
Yebo.
Yamyeni wami sigqoko makalapa nemabhuthe.
Wawushiya.
Ngathi mina soka.
Wawushiya angithi ngilokuwa ukenta ebholeni sisadlala athi coach asidlale i442 sikhanze wena sodlala i23-1 sithi sokuthatha phi ke lokho
Mina ngibhoboda Sibeko.
hayo manje kwasekwendekani kani
Hey nangithi ngiyefika lemsebentini ngithi pose kulongwengcalamba kwemphathi kwami lo lokwa safety office.
angithi ngilendoleni babita yona bendela ukuthi niphephe kwase uthini
Wathi yaquthe ngithi ipi full PPE.
Lokho ngumakarapa
Makalapa, magloves, nemabhuthe.
Yebo phela.
Ngathi wathi nakathi sithe.
Hayi quthe man.
Ngithi mina wathi nakathi sithe.
Kwenzeka?
Ngase bangeva khala kunkwela.
Yebo.
Ngase ngiqonze epolini.
Wakhwela quthe.
Ngathi banginika stebhesi.
Kudela imzoso nyakwazi.
Ngasikhahlela.
Kudela imzoso.
Ngasijikijela le.
Kudela
Ngase
imzoso.
ngiyagodla kuhle ngigodla umka. Ngase ngiyenyuka. Ngase ngiyenyuka. Ngase ngiyenyuka. Ngase ngiyenyuka. Ngathi sengisetu.
Konekitha phela quthe. Konekitha.
Izikathi sengisetu. Ngathi bona ngibambe ngikhonekite la. What?
Hayiwe. Ukhonekitha ukafaka ama-gloves kani. Ufuna kushisana nami quthe. Hayi. Uyabona quthe.
Ngaphaphama sengiphaphama esibhedlela nje sengiva mpo.
Hawu. Uyabona ke quthe ukuthi uyamosha. Yathi wamosha quthe. Ema-safety officers abekelwa kona lo msebentini ukuthi asiphephe. Thani na uphume ekhaya kumndeni wakho uphelele. Uphinze ubuye ephinze uphelele. Asitifuni leti ngodi.
Akugiywa ngalithambola lenye indoda
Hayi
Sibeko.
angiyi ngalo man. Asiphepheni la msebentini.
Asiphepheni quthe.
6-0 nyalo 6-0 akungalimali muntu. Uyeva kambe 0 fatalities. Uyeva kambe?
No fatality.
Ye wena sithi nyalo akuphele ukuthi tu kulimala emsebentini.
Safety first
Akhambi
Sibeko.
sembili tekuphepha man.
Hayi,
Yekele
man,
lentya.
Sibeko.
Nyalo ngitawuhamba ngiyokuthengela umlende wesifo ngifuna ukudlalisa phansi ngoba nanyalo sola ufa.
Umeme nsanga yethu Sibeko.
Hayi ngiyahamba
Sibeko.
mina. Ngiyekele.
Lo mshangane lo. Sibeko.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to our second panel discussion for the day, titled Safety Leadership and Industry Experiences. With a round of applause, let's welcome our participants. Our moderator, Mr. Kusi Manana, Head of Estate Support Services at Ubombo Sugar Limited. With over 10 years' experience in the energy sector, he oversees housing, healthcare, asset protection, emergency management, estate infrastructure, and community services. Our first panelist for the second discussion, Mr. Vusi Gama, a General Manager Operations at Eswatini Electricity Company. With over 20 years' experience in the energy sector, he oversees the core operational functions of the EEC power system over power generation, transmission, and distribution. A round of applause. Our next panelist, Nondombi Mapanga, a Chief Operations Officer at Eswatini Water Services Corporation. Having served as a field engineer and a technical services director, her experience spans over project implementation, ISO 41001, quality management systems, people's management, and infrastructure operations. Round of applause. Our next panelist, Mr. Lwazi Apane, a safety officer at BSA Holdings. He is responsible for promoting workplace safety, conducting risk assessment, and ensuring compliance with health and safety standards. Last but not least, Mr. Skumbuzo Mohammed, Health, Safety, and Environmental Head at Ubombo Sugar Limited. A seasoned professional in quality, safety, environmental management, and compliance, with extensive experience in developing integrated management systems aligned with international standards.
Sanbonan. Ngangbaleke, Luyan. We'll just have a conversation, Mr. Kama Lwazi. Thank you, Mpongane. Feels good to be here. I won't comment why, but good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We'll try to keep time. As you know, we are a bit pressed for time, and I know people are hungry, and Kanzi, it's still a key part of our conversation that we're going to have today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to our panel discussion, where we're going to speak to safety leadership and industry experiences. Nvile, when they were introducing my panel here, they seem to all have more experience than me. I can comment Mr. Kama, but today I'll call him Vusi. In terms of the experience. But yes, today we will get to borrow and maybe get some learnings from each of the individuals here. This year's Safety in Indaba is aptly named Zero Fatalities, Zero Tolerance to Incidents and Safety First. It sets a powerful expectation for all of us. It reminds us that safety is non-negotiable. Fortunately, I also work for an organization where safety is our #1 strategic priority, and it seems like we are also aligned with the theme of today's discussion. Safety is the foundation for sustainable operations, employee well-being, and industry credibility. But to achieve this theme, it does not happen by chance, but it requires strong leadership at all levels. Leaders who set the tone from the top, bridge gaps with frontline teams, and respond adequately to emerging risks. And also embed safety as a core value and look at safety as more than just a compliance exercise. That is why today's conversation with my colleagues here is so important. because we'll hear how the different industries approach safety, leadership, and how we all can learn and also reflect from each other, and also the role in advancing the vision that we all have from all our different sectors for zero harm and putting safety first. I'll start off with the rose amongst the thorns, amongst the gentlemen. Nondombi, we heard your profile there was very long. Ngihle ngivala abanye bathi hey short emgcwabeni wakho sitawuhlala sikhathi lesithe singasadli so babala tonke tindvo, but it just speaks to your business acumen and your leadership credibility. But Nondombi, as a COO at Eswatini Water Services Corporation, you hold a key role in shaping organizational culture. How do you personally set the tone for safety culture within your organization?
Thank you, Kusi, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that commitment to safety, to the culture of safety, actually should start from the top, but it should permeate throughout the levels of the organization. And that's not just in policies or procedures that you define as probably leadership, but it's in the behaviors that you demonstrate in your day-to-day existence in the organization. So primarily there are three aspects that I try and focus on. One is visibility, two is accountability, and the third one is ensuring duty of care. How does that become practical now? When we talk about visibility, it means being accessible to the people, going to the sites to see what is actually happening, because what's on paper may not be translating to what is actually ongoing amongst your frontline officers. So when you go on site, how do you present yourself? Do you take shortcuts? Do you wear PPE? Do you do all that's required? Because people are always watching you to say, you know, if you can take shortcuts as leadership, then basically it doesn't matter. And then they will also do the same thing. So first and foremost, lead by example. So in summary, just do what's required to ensure that the people, when they watch you, they can see the value of safety. Number two, for us, or for us in operations, safety is not just a slogan. Safety first for us is not just a slogan, it's a way of life. When we start our meetings, that's the first thing. Before we talk about finance, before we talk about anything else, safety is the first thing that we talk about. So we will talk about incidents. We will have like a safety issue that we'll discuss for that particular sitting. And then we'll also talk about incidents. Did we have incidents in the past week? What were those incidents? How did we deal with them? Did we have near misses? Near misses become very important because they indicate what could potentially happen. So when we focus on those, we are saying we want to prevent. So we will talk about that and make sure that management actually has that under control. The last, maybe another thing that we do is that we've also focused on making sure that safety is also visible amongst the frontline employees. In our stations now, what we've adopted as a corporation is that we have safety boards in all the entrances so that as you come into the plant or as you start working, the first thing that you see is a safety board that reminds you that you need to try and be safe and make sure that you go back home. So those are the major things that we try and do, maybe from top down, but then bottom up, we're also trying to make sure that people are secure and they're able to engage. That is something that we try and promote through training and development, and also just trying to ensure that the psychological safety, people should be free to speak about the things that concern them in the workplace. So I think broadly, I think those are the things that one would highlight as issues that we try and focus on to ensure that the culture of safety permeates throughout the environment that we work in. Safety, though, is just a component, as we've said, of culture. If you're not going to practice a culture that is aligned with your values in other business aspects, you're not going to get it in the safe. So whatever you do should be consistent in your culture pursuits as an organization. And that is what we try and emulate in the operations unit at Water Services Corporation.
Yeah, well said, Nandombi. I think one of the best things that you said is that the culture, I think I've heard somewhere that culture eats whatever strategy that you may have for breakfast. Even if you have the best safety strategy, if the culture is wrong, it won't work out for you. I do take home the point of visible leadership, leading from the front, and ensuring that whatever business discussion that you have, safety takes a priority. Because usually leaders commit and say, yes, safety, safety this, safety that. But mase kuxoxwa, qale kuthiwa, hey, kepha le mali ikhona yini, ukungabuki wedwa indaba about safety. So it's key that businesses actually live what they actually talk about. So I think that's good. Mr. Kama, Nondombe mentioned something about top-down, bottom-up leadership and issues like that. But in your thoughts, Mr. Kama, and maybe from my practical knowledge as well, bridging the gap between management and frontline staff in terms of safety is sometimes a real challenge. Now, what strategies have worked for you and for EEC as GM operations in making sure safety concerns from the ground reach leadership? And when I speak of the ground, I speak of the frontline employees, and also on the ground you have contractors. Borrowing from what Mr. Zwane highlighted earlier, how are those concerns actually, how are you making sure that those concerns filter up to you sitting in the boardroom at Luvatse House? Yeah, siyathi sinabafundisi.
Thank you, Kuse. My student as well. Thank you very much, Kuse. Maybe just to respond to your question. First things first. The strategy is key in actually making sure that things happen. At EEC, what we do, we normally have a 5-year strategy. And the issue of safety is part of the strategy at EEC. Now, what we then do, we have Friday meetings where we discuss safety issues, and contractors are actually encouraged to be part of those meetings. In terms of bridging the gap between leadership and the frontline staff, at EEC, when you talk about safety, there is no one that is senior or junior. We're all equal. I'll make an example. Recently, I was driving up to Mbabane, and the MD called me while I was driving down Malakwan, and he said, "Hey, where are you?" And I said, "I'm around Lozita." He said, "Let us join safety at Elangeni." So when we arrived there, we find them holding those safety meetings. What they normally do, they normally share the safety incidents for the week. And while sharing the safety incidents, they also look at how best to actually mitigate. We take lessons from there. So myself and the MD, you can imagine, we go there and sit as part of the audience. We are not necessarily going to be sitting there to be sharing the safety, or it then shifts the focus to us. So we encourage management to join safety anywhere. They don't necessarily have to plan. They have to go there randomly. So because the employees and the contractors, they already know that any of the management staff could join. So we take this as part of the communication. That way, it then inculcates the safety culture within the organization. So the communication is free from top to bottom. It's important for us to have those Friday safety meetings. I remember when we had COVID, that was one of the difficult times, and we didn't have those Friday safety meetings. That's when we then see a rise in the number of incidents because those safety meetings were not being held. So in terms of safety at EEC, it's just like Sunday church. you always have to go to church. You don't have to say, I'm a Christian, I already know what needs to happen. You always have to go and learn on an ongoing basis. And the most important thing is the aspect of saying you must learn, unlearn, and relearn. Because if the moment you say you have arrived, that is where the problems start. We deal with a dangerous product, which is electricity. Once you say you know electricity, just say goodbye to your life. So you always have to take those safety precautions. So in terms of bridging the gap between management and the junior staff, we have to make sure that even the junior staff are actually taking the lead in terms of the safety in the organization.
Yes. I think it comes across from your comments and Nondombi's comments, the point that leadership commitment is one of the main pillars of any safety system that you may want to have. If you do not have any leadership commitment and leadership support, it is just something that you've just written down on paper. I think even the latest ISO standards, they do speak to leadership commitment, leadership coming through and speaking to those safety issues, and you actually involving yourself. I think you have answered one of the follow-up questions that I had in my mind, where I wanted to test if you are seeing any results in involving the frontline staff and contractors in terms of the results that you're doing. And I think it comes across that having those meetings, yes, maybe some people may think that you have one meeting a week that is relative, whether it is good or bad in terms of the numbers, but the fact that you're able to sit down at different levels, at the different operational sites and speak to your safety issues, speak to your near misses, I think it creates that culture, and that culture of openness for everybody to highlight whatever issues that they have within safety. Okay, I'll move on to Mr. Mohammed. Kunjani futhi?
Khona Xhosa unjani wena?
Hayi no, siyaphila SK. Fortunately I work with this gentleman, and we get to debate very strongly on safety issues. And sometimes our needs conflict, but they are always there to maybe ensure that the needs of the business are satisfied. But Mr. Mohammed, can you share a specific incident where safety protocols were really tested and how the leadership influenced the outcome?
Okay, thank you, Kusi. Thank you for having me. And to EEC, big up to you guys for just taking the day off and coming here to speak about safety. I'll share two scenarios. Before I do that, we all agree that productivity is a priority for all businesses. Ne? Underline, I didn't say the number one priority. I said it's a priority. Yes. Safety is hidden in that you can go for a day, 2 days, or even a year with no incident, and you'll be fooled and you think you are working in a safe environment because it's not showing. But if that factory where I work stops, before the end of the day, Musa knows that he's lost how many millions of rents because the factory has stopped. That's correct. Okay. So, in terms of conflicting, I really don't think it's conflicting, as other speakers have said. It's actually complementing each other. I'll share two scenarios where safety protocols were tested. So a recent one is we implemented alcohol blowers. We all know what alcohol blowers are, tifonyo, that are not popular even on the road. To test people when they're coming to work if they're not intoxicated, because one of the things that cause accidents It's people who are intoxicated, they're not focusing on what they're doing, operating heavy machinery, putting themselves into risk and other colleagues. So we implemented that, and they were very not popular even after engaging people. And the last straw, after losing all the other battles in terms of them not being implemented, was I got a call, I think I was in Nelspruit, that the alcohol blowers are delaying trucks to come into the mill, and we are going to lose productivity. And I got the call from the factory manager. So the truckers were sneaky enough to say we are being delayed. So as safety professionals, the one thing that we tend to use is the fact that we know we're a number one priority. We then want to stop everything. We use our legitimate power. But that is the biggest mistake that you can ever make in terms of driving a culture. So what we did, I asked Sambulo, who was on the ground, to go and observe the process. And he actually timed it to say a driver to get off a truck and blow at the gates, it takes 45 seconds. 45 seconds. And guess what was the next step after the driver has passed the gatehouse? He goes and he waits for his turn at the hilo table, which can take even 10 minutes. So they were making noise about losing 45 seconds as opposed to the 10 minutes that they're going to wait. So instead of us engaging them and say, we are going to do this, we proved to them to say it actually doesn't take a lot of time, and we use data. Over and above that, I went to the gatehouse the following day, observed the process as well, and had a conversation with the drivers. They were not so happy about it, but how I engaged them, because as you implement a culture, is who are you being as you implement the culture? Are you going to use the command and control, or you are going to engage and use the emotional connection with the people? So I decided to use the latter. Driver, I tell him, you know what, let's say here, they were saying we must implement the tool at the cane yard, the drivers must blow at the cane yard, but you're not guaranteed that the driver who's going to bring the truck into the plant is the same one that blew at the cane yard. So we said, no, that's not going to happen. So I say to the driver, okay, let's say you are driving from Tambote to here, you are bringing the cane, and you are intoxicated. And me, I am driving my car at a very high speed, and I go to the other side of the road, and I get killed. I go under a truck. God forbid I die. My children are going to say you are negligent. I am the one who's wrong, but because of the fact that they're connected to me, they're going to blame you. And then the police will come now because there's an issue, and they come and check your alcohol levels. And the alcohol levels are saying, no, you are off. So it escalates from being a homicide case to a murder case because you're not supposed to be on the road. So the process here now is actually helping you to understand how important it is not to be intoxicated. And you are going to be safe and you're going to be protected from your job. So what happened was everybody, thumbs up, alcohol blowers are in use, everything is working. In terms of productivity, we've hit the highest number of productivity ever since the implementation of the alcohol blowers. And some brave people even go to the MD and tell him, you did a good thing because now we're being productive. So safety can drive your productivity high. It's not an enemy for productivity. So the other scenario that I'm going to bring in, we're managing a project remotely at Umzimkulu. A contractor, very good contractor, dismantling units took the months, that protocols, that everything. But because the contractor wanted to make more money out of the whole process, they decided now we're winding down the operation. They were left with 2 weeks to finish the project. And their risk assessment was saying, you are dismantling this unit, you have to have 2 cranes on the side, you have to have spotters on the side. And it decides, no, I'm only left with 8 H-frames. I'm gonna use 1 crane because, hiring a crane is expensive, to load. And then the guy who's cutting and dismantling the units is going to cut and be left with one side that is not cut. I don't know how. He didn't even do engineering studies to see if the H-frame was going to be able to withstand the weight with one leg on the plinths. Guess what? The guy forgets, he cuts everything. And the H-frame fell on him. Fortunately for him, he was very slim, and he was able to somehow, the H-frame didn't do a lot of damage on him. So what I'm saying here is testing protocols is not it's not a good thing. The best thing that you can do is be actively involved in terms of doing the risk assessments that are going to form part of the protocols. That is my submission, Kusi. Thank you.
Thanks, SK. I learned two key reflections from your submission. The first one is the issue of making difficult decisions, no matter how much pushback you may get, to ensure the safety of your people on site. I know breathalyzers or alcohol blowers are a big issue amongst employees, and it speaks to the societal issues that we have. I think Mr. Mabuza was speaking about issues of substance abuse and how it then affects our employees. We do have that issue within Eswatini as well. And we have an issue where employees make the conscious decision to come to work intoxicated. And those people operate machinery in the millions. They do work that may endanger not themselves, but endanger the public and their other employees as well. And I applaud you and your department for introducing that new deterrent. Even though, people will always find a way. Labanye bataze banyenyise, dimehlane bafike banathe sebalengekhathi. But ngivile ukuthi you now test on exit as well. So it's a bit tough. So lokugada umuntu ukuthi aphephe emsebenzini. And then kule yesibili incident ngivile ukuthi lo muntu wasurvive ngoba beka slim, shothi kethi labaye bestofa. Anyways, Mr. Lwazi, how are you, sir? Lwazi, you are a safety officer at BSA Holdings, which is one of the big contractors within EEC. And in doing your job as a safety officer, you operate where the leadership principles in terms of safety meet the frontline realities. To you, what does safety leadership mean? Beyond just compliance and regulations, what does safety leadership mean to you?
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you and EEC for having this opportunity. And on behalf of BSA Holdings, we'd just like to extend our sincere apologies for our MD, Mr. Sandile Ferreira, who was supposed to be here, but because of other business engagements, he then asked me to come and represent BSA Holdings. Coming to your question, Mr. Manana, leadership when it comes to safety is not just what we see written on the walls. It's not just the policies, Lamanya Palang is Swati, some are supposed to be written in English. and the compliance, the EEC needs you to comply in a certain way. Ministry of Labor needs you to comply in a certain way. It goes beyond that. Leadership actually calls for you as a leader to inspire the people who are working with you. Actually, leadership doesn't mind being questioned when it comes to safety. If it means we have to take 45 minutes in the morning deliberating on safety issues, it means just that. Leadership actually means that you have to role model. As a leader, you have to role model all of the safety principles that you talk about. I always make a good example. When we started working at EEC some 5 years ago, we were doing a project at Gingomo substation. And one day, the MD then was one Mr. Mishak. He came to site and he wasn't wearing safety boots. And one of the technicians was Fanfigile Ngambule. He said to me, Mr. Safety, if the MD comes in here wearing those sharp-pointed shoes, tomorrow we're coming in here. So then I went to Mr. Mishak and I had a good conversation with him, and I asked him, hey, Mr. Mishak, I cannot allow you to come inside the substation with those shoes. Can you please, if there's something you want to see over there, I'd gladly take pictures for you, and then I'll bring them to you. But a good leader, Mr. Mishak didn't say, hey, I'm the MD, you know. He actually waited 45 minutes outside the substation for someone to bring him his safety shoes. And then when he came in, he didn't shout at everyone. He just said, thank you guys for reminding us that safety is not just for the technicians and the engineers on site. You know, so that is a true leader when it comes to safety. He reminded everyone that actually safety is not just for you guys, because in reality, no one is immune to all of the dangers and the risks and the hazards that are there on site. So that is leadership. It's reminding the people all the time that sisonke kulen for your safety. It's championing safety. It's being a safety champion. It's being on the lookout. You know, when people look at you, they get inspired with, oh, if the MD can wait so much time just to get inside, he could be out there doing other things, but he really had to come in here. But so those are the examples that I always give, that safety leadership is not only about being on top of people and giving them slogans to say, hey, 0 fatalities. These slogans that we give, safety leadership says there must be a non-negotiable standard. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lwazi. And I think I know, the former MD well. It's somebody that embraced safety and knew that safety, or knows that safety applies to people at all levels. You know, safety is not something that is just done, or risk assessment is not just done for the people on the frontline staff or the people that are going to be doing the job. It speaks to risks that are there and the risks that will be presented to anybody that comes within that area. So it doesn't matter when mhlawumbe usebenta head office, uphethe inkampani, you sign the checks, you are equally at risk as somebody that is doing the job. So it doesn't help you trying to force things and circumventing the process. And the second take home from that, Lwazi, is if a whole MD, as busy as he is, can take 45 minutes and do the right thing, who are you to take shortcuts and do whatever you want to do and eventually ugcine ulimele? I'm not saying that the empty position is all high and mighty, but we do understand that he has conflicting interests and perhaps much more busier than the rest of us. But if he can take that 45 minutes and do the right thing and adhere to whatever safety principles are out there, we're now hlulwa yini. Good impendvulo. Okay, asiqhubeke nontombi. Miss COO, let's speak more about going back to safety leadership and the roles that safety leaders play. What role should executives and senior leaders play in promoting safety at all levels?
Thank you, Kusi, again. I think the role of senior executives and leaders is to ensure that safety is embedded as an organizational value throughout the business and not seen maybe as a shirk function. And maybe in driving that at Water Services, what we've done is we now have practitioners in every part of the business in the operational space so that they own it and they don't see it as a function that's external to them. So in now making sure that we embed safety, the safety culture organization-wide, there are 4 things that we do at Water Services. One, we resource it. Maybe I'll talk a bit to resourcing it. We ensure that it gets priority in our budgets. When it comes to issues of training, that's the first line that actually passes where you talk about training and development of safety issues. We don't even debate much on those issues. We ensure that officials are properly trained and they are in the positions that they need to be. And we understand also, just taking on from Mr. Khoza's presentation earlier, that it takes a while for people to take on information. And at this point, we are still not really at the value stage. We're still more at a rules stage. We want to progress to being value-driven rather than being rules-based. So we've made it easier. We've actually defined 5 cardinal rules at Water Services that drive safety. And we've tried to make it simple for everyone to be able to follow. We call it RESCI, to address risk. And in that, we look at issues of risk assessment, having the right equipment and tools, not taking shortcuts, making sure that you're your brother's keeper, and obviously reporting incidents as and when they happen. So every employee, when you go to Water Services, the word RESCI means one thing to everyone, that you need to ensure that you are aligned with the safety protocols. We also model safety. As leaders, we have to ensure that also, as has been shared by Mr. Apane on the other side, that you have to model it all the time because employees are always watching. Don't waste a crisis. Even when there's a crisis, you go there, you are visible, you go and you see what is actually happening there so that you can also impart knowledge on how better to do it in the future. We reward it at Water Services. We have awards for safety. I do see someone on the floor who's actually received an award for being a safety advocate because of their consistent integration of safety principles in all that they do, in all the work that they do in the organization. And then we measure it. And measuring safety also starts with a strategic imperative of making sure that we reduce any safety incidents. So at Water Services, we do have a slogan that says 0 injuries, our goal every day. We've been lucky so far, we've been blessed as an organization that we haven't had fatalities of employees. So for us, the focus is really to reduce even the injuries. So in a nutshell, those are just some of the initiatives that we do. We try and make sure that data analytics play a very significant role in how we address safety incidents. I'll give an example. One of the key risk factors that we have as an organization is that we have meter readers who are on motorbikes. And we were seeing for quite a while that most of our incidents were coming from motorbikes. motorbike incidents. And we were very strategic and intentional about it. There was a forum that we set up where the MD and the executives would spend the whole day with meter readers to find out what are the issues that they are experiencing on the ground that are compromising safety or even their operational performance. One of the things that came up from those sessions is that even the riding gear, we had black riding gear, top black from head to toe. And they were like, you know, this is one of the things that's probably compromising safety because we're not visible to the drivers out there. And that is how probably we get knocked by vehicles. So we had to rethink that, and we're currently working on rebranding our riding gear so that our cyclists, our bikers actually become more visible. That the managing director and even top management will spend some days out there on the field with the meter readers, also just to get a sense of what kind of dangers or risks that they face so that we can also be able to share in the solutioning for such interventions. And we're glad to report that in the past financial year, we've seen 50% reduction of such incidents. And that's because we are visible. We've been able to take on what they're saying, listen to it, and also solution with them and resource it in the manner that's required.
Clap hands. You know, it's pleasing to see and hear Nondombe. You speak so passionately and so eloquently about the safety culture and what you guys are doing within your organization. I think it's something that we need to applaud you. And I think one of the biggest take-homes from your submission is the fact that when you are doing a ranking, going back to the previous panel in terms of assigning financial resources for training, safety is one of the big things there. Actually, safety is the last thing to fall off the basket. The temptation from some organizations is always to prioritize training for the things that will then bring in money into the pocket. And the leadership commitment that you're doing, the initiatives that you're doing, and involving the frontline staff and actually learning from incidents to continuously improve your safety system, I think it's something to be applauded. Well done, Water Services.
Thank you.
Mr. Kama, I can't let you go that easily. You were my mentor back in the day, so. Mr. Kama, how do you balance productivity targets with maintaining whilst maintaining rigorous safety standards? And please also add, if there's ever been a moment where safety has had to come first at the cost of output or production, and how did you guys handle that?
Thanks, Kosi. Maybe let me start like this. At EEC, since we're dealing with a dangerous product, from design up to operations and maintenance, safety has to be inculcated all the way. Now we are approaching the summer season. You will notice that you will sometimes have blackouts when there are thunderstorms. The reason why the network has to black out is because it is designed such that it must protect itself and it must also protect the people. So everything that we do at EEC, from design stage up to O&M, you have to integrate safety in all the processes that you have. Now, here is the most important one, and it's one of the things that make me not sleep well sometimes, is to think how best can one inculcate the culture in the organization such that we live, we breathe, we do everything. Safety. You never do it right because incidents are still happening even now. How I wish one day we could have a situation where we don't have incidents at all. But it's important that the aspect of training, like Nondombi has already highlighted, is very important and is very key. For us at EEC, we prioritize that because all our processes have to have safety. And to demonstrate how we take safety culture, the importance of safety culture, I'll make an example. We had our safety Indaba, was it last year? And one of the things that we picked up from that safety Indaba, and the MD is passionate about, is a safety moment. We have introduced the safety moment in each and every meeting that we have. Before we start a meeting, the MD consistently, he just says safety moment. The moment he says that, I can tell you I cringe because I know that all the incidents, most of the time when they share the incidents, they touch me directly, SGM operations. But that action on its own inculcates the culture throughout the whole organization because we have to take that and make sure that in every agenda that we have, you must have a safety moment. That safety moment, you share any recent safety incidents that have happened so that you can actually learn from them. And that is a big positive for me. We have even gone to the extent of setting up an incident WhatsApp group. From that incident WhatsApp group, throughout the whole organization, once an incident happens, it gets posted immediately and I get to see that incident. And we then tend to learn about it. And basically, you definitely have to make sure that you incorporate the safety culture in all your processes right through. And for me, I'm looking for the time or the day where the issue of safety becomes a natural culture for each and every one of us. I remember in last safety Indaba, someone asked, I think it was the MD, who said, ever since you woke up until now, can you identify any safety incidents that had actually happened? So it's important for you to plan your day, do things right, don't rush things. And that is what we normally communicate to our teams. Even now, as the storms will be hitting us, we encourage them not to rush to restore the network. You must take your time because the moment you start rushing, that is when the incidents will normally happen. And I think we are improving bit by bit, but definitely we are adopting the culture of learning, relearn, unlearn, keep on learning, because the moment you say you have arrived, that is when the incidents start happening. Thank you.
Mpokane, lenzaba ye safety inzaba le mele ihlale ivusetelwa iphose ibe njengendzaba yekholwa. Lonke liviki uyahamba esontweni uyovusetela. Ngisho labantu labafundza iBhayibheli labalati from A to Z baze bona mhlambe bagcina sebafundzisa labanye ngendzaba yekholwa. So you can never speak too much about safety. It is something that is ever present and it's something that we continuously need to do. There's a question that comes to mind as you're speaking, Mr. Gama, and as you're highlighting the incident platforms and from the beginning where people were sharing about near misses. And it ties back to our safety culture issue. How do you ensure that the safety culture allows people to report safety issues without feeling like they'll be victimized? Hey, sengiyobika near miss yami, ngiyati ukuthi Mpokane utangimela ngale sekayongicharge, uyabo. Utawuthi Mpokane, hey ngivile ukuthi kuphose kwenteka nangu so uthuma labanye, so uthuma Thami lapha ukuthi Thami utongicharge because there's something that has happened. How do you create that safe space and that safety culture which will allow people to report? Because we can see the importance of reporting and discussing near misses. They inherently maybe lead us to then preventing future incidents. But bantu bathulile bagodlile ma safety near misses and safety issues. How do you create that culture?
Thanks, Kosi. That's a very important question. And like I've mentioned, how we actually do it at EEC. The safety meetings that we have on Fridays are normally led by staff. Those people that have been chosen to actually run with that. And it's always encouraged that we try and report more especially the near misses so that we can learn from them. It's not necessarily reporting for the purposes of holding people accountable. We want to say, let's report those incidents so that we actually learn from those incidents. So, by so doing, if you could attend, I'll make a simple example. When I wake up very late on a Friday, I normally then go to the nearest depot, which is Motsa depot. If you could just join them on a Friday when they are actually sharing those near misses, you'll actually see that they do that voluntarily in a free space where they are actually able to speak freely. And each and every contractor is actually encouraged to share what were the near misses. If there are none, then they will say there were none. But look, when you are the nature of the job that you are doing, definitely you'll definitely have near misses. And then you'll definitely then have to try and learn what is it that we need to do differently to make sure that we mitigate those cases. So if you encourage people to actually do that, we have the stats, and those stats, by the way, they then also feed into our performance management system, because we've got a target to say, like myself as GM operations, there's a certain number of incidents that I'm not supposed to exceed. If I exceed those, I get penalized. When we get paid bonus by GM corporate, it's good. But if I get a bad score, then I don't get that bonus. So I'll try and push to make sure that I always get a bonus. So each and every one of the EEC employees sitting over here, they get penalized if they fall into that. So we track the stats in terms of that aspect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's key, Mr. Kama, creating that culture and having that near-miss reporting culture within the organization. Just to share, I think currently in our organization, we're trying to push more, getting that near-miss culture being inbuilt for people to start reporting. And maybe we are starting to focus more on the quantum of those near misses. And I think eventually we will evolve through my colleague here. We'll evolve to more the quality of those near misses. In my previous life, I used to work for another company, where Mr. Koza comes from earlier on. The one thing I learned from them is they concentrated more on the quality near misses, and they started to reward employees for quality near misses. Now, it's not just reporting, it's more to do with and addressing those issues so that employees are not just, they don't have the culture of just reporting and expecting somebody else to address it, but then they don't have the culture of reporting, also doing something themselves, and maybe sebabuyela kumphathi wabo uma ngabe sekubehlula sekwendlula emandla abo. And that's the culture that we need to eventually get to in terms of near misses. Mr. Mohammed. Yes, boss. What safety risks are emerging in your industry today that you feel were not particularly critical 5 years ago? And as well, how are you preparing your teams to manage these ever-evolving risks?
Thank you for the question, Kusi. The good thing is, Siyabonga Mabuza Msheng Shabalala has done my presentation. So it's around mental health. I will only touch on the causes that are related to work, because I think, as you said, everybody's got a story to tell. We've got issues with family, we've got issues with our relatives and so on and so on. But we need to come at work and show up and do the work. So for me, where I want to touch on is we do have serious mental health issues. And some of them are caused by us, and it will be difficult to prove that they are work-related. For instance, most of us have got issues with our managers and also our direct reports in terms of relationships. The relationships can be toxic. And you go to work and you dread to see this person that you report to because they are really, really treating you not in a good way. And also there are some other employees who are just very difficult. They don't want to work, they can speak for themselves, they sometimes use other angles to fight you, and also the managers are also at risk in terms of mental health. So what is key is, as a management team, or even the executive team, is to have programs to develop managers, to develop their soft skills. Most organizations promote people because of their technical ability without giving them the tools to manage people and to get emotionally connected to people. Like I said, as you change the organization, who are you being? Are you going to achieve the goals but there's blood on the floor? Or you are going to go with your people and achieve the objectives? So I'll choose the latter. So as an executive team or even owners of businesses, focus on developing managers who are going to have soft skills, who are going to develop their direct reports to the level where they want to be. Personally, also as managers, be comfortable with recruiting people who are smarter than you. It's going to make your life simple. Myself, I've got the best team. Some of them are here. And I can go and leave. If I want to play golf, I can go play golf. So my mental health is going to be okay. Because I'm not stressed. I have a very good team that can run that operation without me. I'm just giving guidance. And they can grow on their own. And there's this post that I saw where somebody was asking how someone had flowers that were beautiful and flourishing. And this person asked, how do you make your flowers look so beautiful? And he says, I just remove the stuff that's going to stop them from growing. Flowers grow on their own. People grow on their own. Just remove the barriers as a manager. And you'll have a very good life and you'll have a good relationship with them. They'll want to come to work, you'll want to come to work, and you'll have no issues with mental health. So focus on that. And then in terms of the other risks that are emerging is like technological risk as well. It comes with the mental stress as well, where people are afraid to say there's new technology, I might lose my job, and so on and so on. Focus on developing people. And also people accept this thing. Change is always going to happen. Try it. My experience, I'm going to share my experience, whether it's embarrassing or not, it's okay. When I was at varsity, I went to St. Mark's High School. It was a good school, but no computers up to A-levels. I went to university, they gave me a computer, they gave me homework to do on WordPerfect. Those who know WordPerfect, I'm not revealing my age. And Quattro Pro, most difficult thing. So I was forced to master that thing because I needed to pass. I mastered it. The following year, they told me, no, now we're moving to Microsoft Word and Excel. Oh my God, I ran, not knowing Microsoft is the easiest tool you can ever use. So accept change. It's for your own good. And it may cause stress and BP, but jump on the bandwagon and go. Others are related to climate change. which is your heat stress, especially us in the low field. The temperatures are going up and up as time goes on. We've got unpredicted storms that damage our infrastructure and even our cane. And droughts as well, they're happening more often these days. So in terms of preparedness, Kusi, as an organization, we've heightened that up, worked with the Department of Human Resources. We are employing a full-time wellness official who's going to support us in terms of the struggles that we're having with mental health. And then in terms of the climate resilience, I saw there's an EOI expression of interest that's out there where we're looking for somebody who's going to help us in terms of how can we prepare ourselves in terms of going forward in terms of the changes in climate.
Yeah, that's profound, Skumbuzo, because people are at the foundation of it all. People are the ones that drive your productivity in the company, and people are the ones that are meant to be safe. So if you have people that are not well mentally, people that are stressed by their jobs, stressed at home, stressed by their bosses, then we won't win with this zero incidents initiatives that we're doing. I think you're right, Mr. Mabuza highlighted a mouthful, but the call is to ask all businesses to be intentional about their well-being of their personnel and not just consider policies and procedures that look to safety as well. Please be intentional and have good people leadership. Be intentional about taking care of your people. Mr. Pane, as a safety officer, how do you ensure safety remains a priority when financial or operational pressures increase? Or, let me ask it this way. How do you personally influence management to keep safety from slipping down the agenda?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Manana. We all know that businesses have ups and downs, and sometimes you have financial pressures, you have operational pressures, but it is at that moment when you are feeling, when the business is under pressure, that is the moment when you're supposed to show your actual mettle when it comes to safety. That is where you show your commitment, your true commitment to safety. We had one speaker earlier on, Babelapa, ukhulume ukuthi one person gets injured now, and then 10 years later, you're still paying for that one person. That's a financial implication on the company, and these are some of the things that bring companies down if, let's say, maybe it's 10 of them who got injured all at the same time. But it's so unfortunate that our department, our safety department, in previous years, for lack of a better word, I'd say we were marginalized in the terms that the budget for safety wasn't that much. And if you come and you say you want 200,000 rands more, there's no money. You guys, we gave you money. When you went to tender, we had an allocation for safety, and you guys are not getting any more. But management tends to forget that, like in any industry, in the morning when we came in, the safety hazards and the risks that were there in the morning are actually not the same than the ones that you will find before knock-off time. So if when we started a project in January, the safety hazards that we actually did a risk assessment for and we were given a budget for are actually not the same as the risks and hazards that you will find in December, 12 months into the project. And when we ask for more, we need more harness belts, we need more of that. Unfortunately, the safety department is always given, no, you can't, you guys have to work with what you have. So, variation orders, safety good variation, you stick with what you have. But it's forums like these that actually open up the minds of those who are in financial powers to say, you know what, safety actually needs to have a flexible budget. According to me, we need to have a flexible budget for safety. Not to say we want, as safety personnel, we keep wanting more, but your company, the organization, for it to be sustainable, it needs to be a safe working environment for anyone. Who wants to go and work lapho kufiwa khona? No one wants to do that. So for your company to, even during tough times, you need to have a flexible budget when it comes to safety, whether be it trainings, because once an incident happens, that's when we actually see, let's say we have an incident from heights, that's when we actually get to see, oh, we need to train people on working at heights. We see a snake on site, then we're only thinking that, oh, we actually need to take people for snake awareness and snake handling. These are some of the things that we find most difficult to work with, the finances. But for companies, it's very prudent for companies to actually give a flexible budget to safety, not to say open up the bank for safety, but it's actually, it would be good for all organizations that are represented here by their financials that actually have an open mind when it comes to safety and finances, because these are the things that work. These are things that work together. We can't run away from that. And it's very expensive, because if you don't do that, you're going to have more expenses in deaths on site. Your reputation as a company is more expensive than actually taking out 20,000 and taking people for snake awareness and snake handling. So it is very tough financial and safety, Mr. Manana, but all we just need to do, we just need to remember that safety comes first. Even during tough times, we'd rather innovate and see how we can work best during tough times to say, how can we innovate so that the risks that are there, we can actually mitigate all the risks that are there without actually breaking the bank. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Lwazi. I think you are more than right. Safety remains it remains the priority within a business. I think whenever a person opens a business, or when you run a business, you're not running it to shut it down. You're running a business for it to be sustainable and for it to be there for the next years to come. And you being intentional about the safety within your organization, no matter what size it is, you being intentional about the safety within your organization is you speaking towards being sustainable as an organization. Now, to be sustainable, you need to invest in your sustainability. You invest in your operational costs. That means in terms of training, attending functions like this, rewarding your employees for good performance in terms of safety. You invest in that to drive the sustainability of your business. And it sits there as a cost line, not at the bottom, but just below revenue, Mr. Mabunza. It sits there as the safety cost. As well, when you do your capital program and your capital plan, you continuously invest in assets and invest in improving your safety within your business. You don't just invest just to improve your productivity, but you invest. I think in some industry leaders, they have even a percentage value that they allocate in terms of my capital program or my CAPEX plan. There's this specific percentage that is just going specifically to drive my safety. Now, if you are an organization here in the room and you are saying you are with the commitment of saying zero incidents, zero harm to people, and you do not have a safety capex, you do not have a safety operational line, you are not going in the right direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our panel discussions, and to help us draw these threads together and all the discussions that we've had today, it's my honor to invite Ms. Phazi Zwane, who's the Chief Occupational Health and Safety Officer at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, to give her expert reflection and to recap on today's panel discussion. Ms. Phazi. I suspect him to meal. I can have a question from the audience, maybe whilst we're still waiting for Ms. Phazi. Bengting in Jagalak lunch, but you know, didn't work. Oh, she's here. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what he was saying from the end where I was. So I thought he was still going to introduce me. Yeah, I will carry out the instruction as I have just been instructed. My name is Phazi Zwane. I'm from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, the Occupational Safety and Health Department. Though I am so excited about this event, I won't have the opportunity to share my excitement with you all. Safety, leadership, and industry experience, we cannot divorce the two. We can never have safety leadership without industry experience. Safety leadership from the panelists, they have just highlighted to us all what safety leadership is. Obviously, safety leadership is just a management approach that we use for employee safety in the working environment. And I think the panelists here, they have highlighted that it is very important for us to report whatever that happens in the workplace. And they have highlighted the importance of near misses. For us to have a safety leadership at all levels, it is important for us to involve everyone. That is another take that we have from the participants. And they have already highlighted the importance of learning, unlearning, and relearning. And as a safety leader, you can never be a safety leader without the industry experience. As a safety lead, as a leader, okay, I'm sorry. As a safety leader, there are rules that you are supposed to follow. I'm sorry, sure. My apologies because of the time. I was told not to make a long presentation. I'm just trying to summarize. But let me just summarize by just highlighting what leadership, safety leadership should entail. One, there should be commitment. Two, there is the identification of hazards and also the control of risks. And three, we should be able to define targets, and then there must be responsibilities for the different players in safety leadership. And also there is also the issue of continuous improvement. The principles, fundamental principles of safety and health, they highlight the importance of the involvement of everyone in the workplace. Just like it has been highlighted that in safety leadership, it is not a one-man show. It is not an issue of top management and employees, but safety leadership is at all levels. It involves everyone. From the labor perspective, it is important that whatever that we do in the workplace, we ensure that everyone is involved. So that is why the issue of employee participation is very key and is very important. So in safety leadership, the industry experience is what we get from the people who are actually involved in the actual work. So you as a leader, you are not hands-on. So the experience of the person who is in the field or the person who is hands-on is very key when we have to do our risk management, where we identify hazards and then we do our risk assessment and then come up with control measures. We cannot do that without the involvement of everyone. So safety leadership emphasizes the involvement of everyone at all levels. And safety leadership is not only for us in the workplace or in industry. It also involves the regulator. The regulator has a role when it comes to safety leadership because the legislation becomes the foundation for the safety leader. Because whatsoever that we come up with, it is leaning on something. So the regulations become the basis or the foundation of us, for us to develop our safety leadership strategies. So the involvement of everyone is depicted in such. And we have, it has been emphasized that as a leader, you inspire. It is not about you giving out instructions, but you inspire. The inspiration is there. So when you are a safety leader, you must have problem-solving skills. And for you to have that, the practical knowledge is very important, because the decisions that needs to be taken, they have to be informed by something. And through our industry experience, that is where we get that information. And the issue of education and training has also been highlighted. For the workers to be able to make the informed decisions when it comes to safety, they have to be informed, and they get that information during the education and the training. So we fully agree with the statement that safety, leadership, and industry experience, they go hand in hand. That's my conclusion. Thank you.
Thank you, Phazi. It's good to see that we share the sentiments, share the same sentiments. Looking at my panel here, there's leaders from the public sector, leaders from the private sector, leaders from contractors, and you from government. It's good to know that safety is a priority in all these various areas. Now, for my panels, as we conclude, I'll ask each of you, I'll give you strictly 30 seconds to just give your closing remarks or a key take-home that you have for the crowd today. Lwazi, please start.
Thank you so much. For me, is to say, really, safety is everyone's business. We need to be role models, not only for the people who are on site, for the people, for everyone. Actually, we are all our brothers' keepers. And most importantly, safety is not something that we do when everything is right, when the money is flowing in. Safety is something that we live by each and every day. Even when the chips are low, we need to be safe. We need to show safety leadership at all times. Thank you.
Thank you, Lwazi. That was good. 28 seconds. Mr. Mpogane.
Thanks, Kusi. I'll take 2 seconds, I'm not sure. Okay, 2 things for me, very important. I think from experience, I've actually seen that employee wellness is important. Where you have got a challenge with where employees have got a challenge with the leadership, you normally see a number of incidents happening. Once there is a challenge, that's just an accident waiting to happen. I think as leadership, we definitely have to make sure that the employees are happy and they are engaged. And if there are challenges, be open about it and resolve those challenges on time. And if you do that, definitely the issues of safety will definitely fall in place. The second one, very quickly, fostering the gap, closing the gap between frontline staff and management is very key. Because even if you are driving safety from a management point of view, the people that are actually going to be working out there are the frontline staff, and it's important for them to be free to raise those issues so that they get addressed. And once they do that, you will definitely have success. And maybe lastly, the issue of culture. I think for me, it's work in progress. I've already highlighted that I'm waiting for the time when all of us, there was a statement made here to say the first line of defense in terms of safety is yourself. So if all of us as individuals, we could inculcate the culture of safety, then things will be good. I think those would be the key takeaways from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mpogan. That was a good 32 seconds. Mr. Mohammed.
Thank you. For me, 2 things. 1, do not test the protocols. Rather challenge them before an incident happens. Be part of the co-creation, and maybe you can come up with better ones. And then lastly, the mental health is an issue. Let's not cause stress. Let's us older guys, let's try and integrate the young guys, the Generation Z guys, who don't even wear suits. Nami sengiqale tone down, ngiyabanga ngifaka itie nje, because I'm trying to be part of them. But ngisengagqokile suit nemateki. Maybe that's where I'm going to. Let's integrate them into the workspace. Singabe impilo yabo ibe lukhuni. I'm stealing from one of my ex-bosses. He said to me, a candle does not lose its light by lighting another candle. It just makes the room brighter. Thank you.
That's good, Mohammed. But stick with me, you'll keep getting younger. Nondombi, last but not least, please, your comments.
Okay, thank you. I think my parting shot is that as leaders, we cannot divorce the total organizational culture from safety culture. Those things, those two things need to be consistent, and so that we can ensure that we have an environment based on trust where, as an executive, when you're sitting in your office, you know that your people out there are doing the best that they can do for themselves, their families, and the organization. And when they're out there in the field, they can trust that in the office, you're also taking decisions that really empower them and protect them and the organization and their families. And then lastly, the call to action for me really came from the presentation by Mabuza. I know that I mentioned the 5 rules, Lord Rescue, where rule number, I think 4 is be my brother's keeper. For me, it was really pragmatic. Lokuthi be my brother's keeper means I must make sure you're sober, I must make sure you're in PPE. But he brought a different light to it, to say, you know, are you really okay? So for me, I think that's the call to action, just to go and make sure, go and find out, are people really okay beyond what I see on the physical? Thank you, Kosi.
Thank you, Nondombi, and thank you to all my panelists, and thank you to you as a crowd for being a lovely audience and indulging us as we shared our thoughts behind safety leadership and our various industry experiences. We look forward to the next Safety Indaba, where hopefully I'll be in the audience to listen more about how we have then progressed in terms of safety, and hearing how all of our organizations here have achieved 0 incidents and 0 fatalities. Thank you.
Ngicela sibashayele tandla again. It's very, very eye-opening kuva my views from different organizations, their experiences and what they are going through. And it's very lovely to hear, as leaders, we need to be an example. Singakhi nje ama-slogans, 0 fatalities, 0 tolerance, especially those 0 tolerance to incidents. So we are not following through. It's very important that we do slogans, we do initiatives, then we follow through. That's my take home also. Thank you.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Indeed, it's an eye-opening experience. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, may I take this opportunity to recognize the presence of one of our board members, Ms. Velile Dlamini. Thank you, Nkosi, for joining us today.
Thank you.
And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. It's time for lunch. Yes, because even program directors need fuel. Am I right? Okay, stop in the sendele table 1, 2, 3, and 4. You'll be guided accordingly by Bo Antoinette at the back. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your lunch.
And Nisa, enjoy your lunch. We've got stalls at the back. You can visit our stalls, stalls, just to hear what are their products and how they can assist where we need assistance. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Still going to 40 minutes for you to reconvene, but intermingle, network, and get to know each other. Thank you so much for your time.
Let's be back at 20 minutes past 3, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you.
ladders, poles, and towers demand full attention. Always check your ladder angle, pole condition, and climbing gear. Harnesses and lanyards must be inspected, fitted, and clipped. 3-point contact is mandatory. A spotter at the base is non-negotiable. No climb begins without confirmed isolation. Weather changes, comms dropouts, or loss of supervision mean one thing: stop work until it's safe again. Your authority to stop unsafe work is not optional. It is expected. Substations and high voltage zones are unforgiving. One misstep, one assumption, and lives change forever.
Uh, Siyathemba ukuthi sanibonani. Welcome back to our second slot of a safety Indaba. Sithemba ukuthi konke kuhambe kahle nikudla niku-enjoyile. Before we kick off, ladies and gentlemen, two wetimvilophu la etandleni tami. Mr. Wendanje, just a very short raffle draw before we continue with our program. A raffle draw yetfu itaba between lama prizes lesiwafake lapha ataba organizations and exhibitors. Bese second prize itaba yema contractors. So tandaza nje ukuthi makungena sandla la siphume ne contractor name yakho noma siphume ne organization yakho. I'll just do a random thing. Ngale organization. Ngifuna kusondzela lapha kulabantu labadzala bato bangaze bathi tandla tami intente enjani njani. Ngikhethele ngimtsandzako bese ngivele ngimbeke ngendlela letsite. So sitawucala ngema organizations and exhibitors. Mr. MD, can you please help me and pick one paper from this envelope? Bathi ngidawukhetha umuntu wami, so naku ngiyakuhlutisa. Niyabona mos organization and exhibitors. Naku MD. Everything else keep in two papers. Okay, thank you. I think it's one paper. Are my gifts close? Stanipa nje my first aid kits ngoba amqoka masikhuluma nge-safety. So the first organization or exhibitor that follow a prize, it's the Ministry of Natural Resources. Shailentan. Do we have anyone who represents the Ministry of Natural Resources in our midst? Back on. Bafunang ba disqualify. Thank you, Minister of Natural Resources. Antoinette. Oh, thank you. Anyone representing Minister of Natural Resources? Going once? I need someone to come and take the gift. Going twice. Going 2.5. Not gone. Natural Resources. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Bafuna kukushuta. Baphephile eka Natural Resources. Thank you. The moment of truth. Baphatsi betfu labasisitako masisebenta gezi, our very own contractors. Nakhona sibanika a first aid box. Ngiyakhuhlutisa ngicela i-board member ngoba yona I see biased. That's ekuthiwe ngine favorite contractor. Ngikhuhlutisa some extra khuhlutisa ring. Velile, over to you. Just one paper. Ngiyabonga nayo iyakhuhlutisa. Ngathi uphuma na 3. Okay, phumena linye liphepha. Ngicela sesithandaza kafisha. Kakhulu sine bema contract. Ngosakumane kube ngimi. Khetha mina Nkosi. Mina ngwaka Uyanda Construction, mshayele ntandla. Uyanda Construction. Going once. Oh, kulukhuni kusukuma Uyanda. Mhlawumbe utsinga I first aid. Mshayele ntandla. Uyanda Construction. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's continue with our program, ladies and gentlemen. Kosi.
Sesiwinisile siyabonga. At this point in time, we will welcome Mr. Mthunzi Masina from EEC, who's going to share with us Emma life-saving rules. Let's give him a round of applause as Asakamuga.
Shayan Dan Dlamini.
Ngicela kuvusela ema-members ebhodi, ngivusele MD, ngivusele ESCO, ngivusele laba buya kulamanye ama-organizations ngetigaba tabo, nathi sonke lesikhona lana namuhla. Ngicela sithi shayele tandla ukuthi sikhonile kuba khona. Mawuva lokuthi there is a rule that you need to comply with. Uye uve ngathi kuta umthwalo thide lokufuna uthwale ngemahlombe akho. MD ku keynote address yakhe he mentioned ukuthi ulonja ema life saving rules. Nawuva leli gama lithi life saving kukwenta ujabule. Kusi le rule letako itawuseva impilo yami. MD siyabonga phindze siyajabula kuba lapha lama life saving rules lo alonjako ananaku labanye bantu labatelwe before 2001 labete kona. If utelwe before 2001 bese ikhona le OSH Act 2001 lo telwe before yona wena. Le ku section 18 ithi an employee has a right to remove himself or herself from danger. Kanti nenhlanhla masotelwe after 2001 ngoba utelwe kuwe sekuyi bed right lokuthi susa from danger. MD siyajabula phindze siyabonga ngalama life saving rules. Ladies and gentlemen, angeke ngize nginichithele isikhathi ngaloko ukuthi lesikhuluma ngako kusukela ekuseni. Kukwente kwacaca lokuthi lo zero fatalities, zero tolerance to incident, safety first. To us as EEC is more than a team. It is a clear and ambitious goal that we have set for us as an organization that can only be achieved by preventing serious accidents in order for us to achieve zero fatalities. That means MD and colleagues, we need to have a proactive safety culture that values human well-being and human safety over everything. Sitfolile, ladies and gentlemen, lana ukuthi production and safety they can coexist. Kuthi ngikuphi lokungetulu kwalokunye ngile story selicanza nenguku lesingeke singene kuko. Sicela sipresente sonke, ladies and gentlemen, kuze ukuthi sitokhona kubamba isikhathi. But ngicela ukuthi masipresenta sonke ningedi nonke la ngembili ngoba emdingi ukuthi angibeka icasi masina ngisakupresente wena but bese sipresenta sonke. Sipresenta sonke kanjani, ladies and gentlemen? Every slide laphetulu will have the life-saving rule. Bese iba nema pictures noma i-picture. Bese lapha phasi ekugcineni sithi life-saving rules kuseveka impilo yabani, the life of the person who will comply with the safety rule. Utawubuka lapha phasi kutaba nemagama labovu lathi what's in it for me. Every time kune rule ngifuna kwathi lokuthi mina ngibenefita ini kule rule. Sitawubona kulama rules. The first rule it's sober up. Recognize impairment and remove yourself and others from danger. I-red mist iyendeke emsebentini lokuthi mhlawumbe ugwadelene nemphathi wakho noma supervisor ekhulumeke kabi. Kule state leso une-anger. Ngeke uhambe sithi sober up uyafana nemuntu onathe tshwala uyafana nemuntu otsakiwe. Ngeke bese ungena emotini uhamba 120 ungaboni ingoti. Angifuni ukukhuluma ngani nangilo natha tshwala ngimiyekele ngiye lapha phasi nangilo ne-fatigue. Uyadiva ukuthi ufatigue. Sithi sober up before you start, before you do, before you act. Sober up. Wena uyadiva ukuthi awuphili kahle. Lo natha tshwala. So when the medicals, you are fit for duty, but masola khathi emsebentini. Akasasebenza medicals ngoba unathe intoxicating substances noma u-under influence wema-drugs. Utawenda i-mistake, utawuphuta ku-reactor, utawuba ne-impaired judgment. If ungakubelieve logo, lisondvo ekseni bang 3, batsakiwe bafuna kuye ekhaya bamisa i-tax iyema. Bayangena bobathathu drive yababona usibatsakiwe. Ustarta le moto phindwe uyayicima. Weqala uyehla uthi siyabonga. Lo wesibili uyabhadala imali leshisiwe. Lo wesithathu is slapped the driver very hard. Driver wacabanga ukuthi uyabona ukuthi ngidlala ngapho. Wabuta ngesingisi wathi what's that for? Wathi lona is for overspeeding, you almost killed us. That is poor judgment from substance abuse noma tshwala. Yesibili ithi do not adapt to the equipment. Your health is your wealth. A workstation must be designed to suit you. Akungabi the other way around. Employer une obligation ye provider economic workstation. But mina as an employee ngine obligation yokuthi ngihlale kahle in that workstation. That is very, very important. Sithinike ithi ke le life-saving rule lena. When as an employee, noma mina as an employee, I need to prioritize my health. Ngekuthi maintain a proper posture lapha kule workplace. Whether on duty or off duty. Ngeke usebenzele embhedeni nge-laptop ngoba usekhaya kakho. Angithi lo mtimba wakho lo mtimba wami ngiyawudzinga even after retirement. Nakubovu njengalapha lesithombeni silapha ka left. Lo muntu ngeke retire lona ngiyakufungela mina. Naka retire kutaba ngogo noma kutaba likhehla after 2 years of bathi akekho. Angithi sifuna ukuprotecta le Bheki yethu ngalokuthi i-support structure yemtimba wethu wonke. Life-saving rule number 3 ithi kude i-task that is worth your life or my life. Never work at heights unless all safety measures are in place. Ngibani lo tawuwa vele uye ngabani na usebenta at heights angekho onke ema-controls ladzingekako. Kutawa wena and ngeke weqe emhlabathini. Naloku wasimanesisho, you are crashing down hard on the hard surface. Sithi-ke wena as an employee, thatha phela le layer of safety loniketwe yona ukuthi you have a right to remove yourself. Uthi remove. Ngeke ube nekuvictimizwa because MD uwasayinile lama life saving rules nomsethe wasayina ukuthi wena if uthi remove awendi liqala ne-act isesayidini lakakho. It's even worse nangabe watalwa after 2001 ngoba kufanele ukuthi ku-birth certificate yakho kubhaliwe lokuthi you have a right to remove yourself. Sithi-ke ngeke ngize ngisebende kuma-heights nangabe angekho onke lama-procedure because the ability to walk, the ability to move, to be independent, mina ngiyayivaluisha as a person. Ngimntu ophuka ema-limbs noma ngilimale sipine, ngako angeke ngize ngisebenze noma ngifele emsebentini. Ladies and gentlemen, life-saving rule number 4. We have thousands or near 1 million of wooden poles that we use as the EEC. Lala ngaphandle kuleli villa seSwatini. These poles, MD and ESCO, they don't speak, they don't have a mouth. They don't tell you ukuthi mina namhla ngidawuwa ngulimade wena. Lenye iroti lela kulamapali ingekhathi internal, you can't see it with a naked eye. Sithi-ke as an employee mina ngidawenda konke kusemandleni ami ngilitheste leli pali for its integrity before ngigibelela kulo. Igibela njani vele into ungayithesti? Angeke ngize ngikwente lokho ngoba ngida-inspector ngendlela yakhona ngisebenzisa ama-approved noma-professional methods njengekudiga ngiprobe kuze ngibone le pali linjani into khona protector ini impilo yami. Nasengibona ukuthi it is safe to climb this pole now sengito li-climb, but if it's not safe ngidasidepo ngeke ngiligibele leli akubuye lelinye ngiri-replace bese ngigibela lona leli phephile ngoba ngiprotector impilo yami. Ladies and gentlemen, growing up, we were told, good, emanti aviwa ngani, ngelbhoko. In English, kuthiwa don't test the depth of the water with both feet. We were told growing up, lubhoko if usebenta with gas, sithi seek permission to operate the network. Once you have the permission to operate the network, there's a critical test or step. Lengamele useke noma ngubani wena losebenta gas. Test before you touch. With a verified test, angilolibhoko ke le test alisibona lapha kulesithombe. Noma ngabe kwenteke imistake. Kuyenteka phela bakwentele tintfo nawe ucabanga ukuthi lento uyentile kanti awukayenti. Angithi sebakuthinzile bandla ukuthi ubone ngathi kwentekile. Now ufika utotesta po hey kuna gesi la. Ngacishe ngafa noma ngacishe kwafala abanye abantu ubone ngani? Ngalo test before you touch. Lo test before you touch in between wena nekufa nekuphila kwakho. So if you test before you touch, noma bekwenteka imistake kuphi, utasima uthatha kukutshele ukuthi kuna gas bese uyaphepha. Why ke ngiteste before I touch? Ngilokuthi gas awubonakali ngemehlo. Awunuki. Awathi nekuthi wena usebenza emagesini noma uyicontractor lesebenza ngagesi. Kuyawubonakala so kushaya ukuthi ha kanti umuntu oshaya ngegesi uba kanjena kubonakale ngawe. Kuyenteka nawe ungaboni kubonela abanye ukuthi ushaywe ngegesi. Sithi ke if you test before you touch, it means utawubuyela ekhaya uphephile ngeke uwadi igesi wena na uhamba kumuntu usuhamba kanjani. Lifesaving rule number 6 MD ikhulumisa ema waterways. Indlela yokuphepha when you're working with water is to keep away, is to keep this distance. Because if you keep away or you keep the distance, you'll keep alive. But there are situations where you have to go in there and work. Sitige, if you cannot stay out of waterways or canals completely, that means you must strictly adhere to all safety protocols to prevent drowning and other hazards. Tshela wena lo ngoba awukhoni kungayosebenza lapha kumele uye kufuna konke kuphelele because kune risk ukuthi unga drowna ufe lapha kunenge lekufuna kulandzeleke njengoba ngicela sibambisane niyabuka lapha sikubhalwe ukuthini ngiyethemba ukuthi siyabambisana kuze kungadleki isikhathi mhlawumbe uyadibuta okay masina why uconcerned about kudleka kwesikhathi the reason is naso presenter after lunch bantu basuke badlile and they want to go home. Sizathu sekuqala sesibili I once made a presentation kulenye indzawo lapho khona bese kufuna kusheshwe lesikhathi besidleka. Ngapresenter ke ngiyaqedza so uyefika MC uthi bekunene ufuna siphangise isikhathi sidliwe yinja. Ngacabanga mina ukuthi hey shothi ngoba ngimi logcina presenter before to MC shothi ngimi lo dlela isikhathi. So angifisi kuphindze ngibe yinja uyabona angifuni kuba silwane. Ngiko sitawungena ku lifesaving rule number 7. Lifesaving rule number 7 uthi by default consider all risk as high. Do not proceed with work until effective controls are in place. Kuze yehle le risk from high to medium or to low kukhona lekufuna ukwende lokuphysical lokubonakalako kuyishifter ulwe nayo ukuthi ihambe iye le ku medium noma ku low ngeke nje uthi hayi ngenti verbal here is not documented angithi kuthi control ongayifaka wendeni kuze yehle le risk ufuna identify onke ama hazards emva kwalo evaluate risk ufaka ama controls la effective elimination substitution engineering ushito lomunye lana wathi hey PPE inkosi yami sesimane siyambala kusomthetho uthi asemfake otherwise yena akayihlisi mani le risk. That is very very important. And after doing all that you assess ukuthi le risk ehlileni ya medium noma ya low wakhanza usayikehli still unsafe you have to stop work ngoba isho njalo OSH Act nemthetho wenkampani usho njalo uma wenta kanjalo ke kusho ukuthi niketa ichance yokuthi ungalimali phindze futhi ungafi wena ufele emsebentini kanye nalabo losebenza nabo. Ang 10 lama life-saving rules, colleagues and team. Nyalo, siyak number 8. Singakhuluma MD, ESCO, na everyone. But we need environment. Kuze siphile. Ngikhuluma nje lana mine environment yadzinga. Environment kulula nje cabanga air, water and land. Phelele environment. Nayo environment very very important ukuthi sinake. Nayo ivele lapha kuma life saving rules. Sithini? Environment ilula, ithi kune mitigation hierarchy funa siyilandzele. Funa avoid degradation, pollution, minimize, mitigate as offset. Ngeke nasobona something bese uthi hayi phela uphile kumele avoid minimize offset akenti ingana ngingenelani mina. You will say no because sengikubonile. I must report it. I must stop it and safeguard the life and nature. What will you get? What will you benefit? Utawutfolani if you report when you see it or you stop environmental pollution or degradation. Ladies and gentlemen, asivumeni lokuthi if we fail to act now, it means the generations that are coming will have to pay heavy cost kuphila la kulo mhlaba lesikuwo because sinekude esikwendile. Good any planet that we know of, ladies and gentlemen, that supports life more than this one that we have. Ngakufuna sibe nekuyinakekela. Let's lesi MD. It's a real picture that we took in Hlangano 2 substation Siyak progress meetings and site visits. You can see from this picture, the two officers, obo technician, lel bande laba irritator lesikhathi libanga umsindo ukuthi akafaswa. Base bafuna iplan yokuthi kuze lento ngasi irritate kufuna sende kanjani. Bathi kufuna sifasele titulo. Ladies and gentlemen, we are saying your seatbelt keeps you secured in your seat and restrains you in a crash. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't lie to you because I know what will happen if you crash and ufase lipande. Angad, kusiktawendegan party. Lesikhathi kwenteka labo tossing and turning let bande takubamba ungashayi i-windscreen ungashayi futhi ne steering. But ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. There's one thing that I know for sure that will happen if you not back it up during a crash. Should you be ejected from the vehicle, that's a guaranteed fatality. And that is why we have to back it up so that we can have that chance, that inch. This is the last life-saving rule, ladies and gentlemen. That's it, koza agayitsanzi le PPE. Ladies and gentlemen, PPE is the last line of defense. Siyakuvuma loku asikuphiki. Sithi use it only after stronger safety means are in place. Awusuki nje uhambe uye ku PPE. Ngidawukhuluma nga-2 wema-examples la kule ndzaba le PPE, ladies and gentlemen, so khona we understand. If we say use it only after stronger safety measures are in place, uthola itender yekuyobala emabhubesi, ema-hyena, ema-leopard, game reserve. There is no amount of PPE that can keep you safe. Sithikelana use it only after stronger measures are in place. Thola phela i-drone. Leta ufike ingenele ngekhathi ishuthi ithathe ama-video ibayela ama-lion ube wena ume outside lo fenisi wale game park. But ufake lama-boots. When there's just in case unyathela litshe noma uyagileka noma unyathela nyeva uyaphepha. I-PPE iyaloku. But using PPE correct is a personal responsibility. Bayangekho umphathi kungikhumbuta noma bakethi baka safety tongibuka singigcokile cha ke is a personal responsibility. Lokhu kunike PPE, we are handing the employee a layer of safety to increase the safety factor so that you can prevent any injuries. Layer sibili, it's match the specific PPE to the identified hazard. A doctor, whole doctor, was shocked to the core. If you're talking shock to the core, ubana 4 or 5 were my emotions lagu all at once. The doctor was strongly and deeply shocked and surprised and upset. When abuta a patient on the next day, lababitwa sama clients nyalo ukuthi ulele njani. Wathi ngilele kahle dokotela. Lento labanginikete yona ingisidile. Dokotela bekacabanga imedication. Kuze bamnika imedication. Wathi kuphi lento labanginikete kona because it sounds like kula kuwe. Esaba ngisho kumkhombisa udokotela ngoba ucanga lento yamphilisa. Wavula lelikhwapha. Wasinakavula the armpit. Lokwenda udokotela abe shocked to the core. Ukhanza le thermometer yasesibhedlela. Yekuchecka I temperature. Ukhanza la khwapheni. Lokumenda abe shocked, abe upset, ngilokuthi bengakameli bekhona. And the client nyalo believes ukuthi uphiliswe ngikho. Wasaka sakhona kusho ukuthi hey kwenteke ebucala lana. Bengakamele kusale kuwe lena. Sithi ke match the specific PPE to the identified hazard. Ngeke phela umophe wena uclean emanti ufake safety harness. Sekude lo matching. Ladies and gentlemen, bengicela sipresente kanye kanye sinani ngethemba lo sisipresentile. Ngicela ke manje conclude la kulama life saving rules. Even though, ladies and gentlemen, sithi ngema rules langa asimple nje ubuvile, clear statements, but they are non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. But what I like about them, they give the worker, the employee on the ground, who oftentimes has most insight on potential hazards. Kumnika ke manje the right to remove himself or herself or to stop work without the fear of being victimized. So as employees, if sibona something like this, sivasijabula ukuthi at last sengitawukhona manje ukuthi remove from danger ngingabekwa nelicala because ama procedures engapane noma rules engapane ayavuma. Lama life saving rules njengoba ubonile. Angile final barrier between lo muntu nalengodi. Weqale life saving rule wanga comply with yona guaranteed. Gibela nje elipali njengana ngisimbona sacaka la akhahlele stepis guaranteed utakuwa vele. Wenda i-connection yagesi wabypassa guaranteed vele utawulimala. Kusho se final barrier lengamele si-cross. Le empowerisha the individuals and ithi kuye act. Kungako sithi before you start, before you engage, before you do, you must stop and think safety. Ekugcineni sithi these life saving rules, MD and ESCO, adzinga both employees and employers ukuthi kwabona babe committed la kule safety like isivile namuhla ukuthi angeke ukhone ukudivorce. Uma senda kanjalo, ladies and gentlemen, sita ukhona ukuthi si achieve lo zero fatalities, zero tolerance to incidents. Siyabonga.
Thank you so much, Mthunzi Mshalentandla. That was a mouthful. Solo sihleli lapha sikhatsi uthi lesilwane singasidli lesikhatsi. Ngoba kutaze konakale. But no, it was a very good presentation and ngiyakholwa ukuthi each one of us khona la kuthethe. Mina ngivele ngasala lapha nje ku sober up. Sober up. Sanibonani.
Ayilunga, sikhathi sezidliwe yinja.
Oh, isidlile. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
And now it's time for us to celebrate the champions among us, our safety culture ambassadors. Ladies and gentlemen, help us welcome Ms. Noncedo Mamba, our GM Corporate Services, who's going to present the awards to the nominees. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Namangfuni kuba yinja. But logumqoka namuhla is we've come to the highlight of this event. Nangabe sithi safety is our culture emagesini. It means we achieve that culture through the people that live and actually on the day-to-day basis demonstrate safety as a culture. So sesifike lapho ke sesitotsi emkhatsini wethu, as much as we are all safety ambassadors in the spaces that we operate in, kukhona labo laba display commitment ne effort base bona babonakalisa kokuthi bayahlabana kwendlula sine sonke. Singabike nemona. Today it could be laba lestaba hlomelisa. Tomorrow it could be you. Fagum food, get motivated. Let's acknowledge the fact that appreciation and recognition is the greatest form of currency in real development of connection in the workplace. So, nangabe sitawuthatha isikhathi to recognize those individuals, we are merely shining a light on the hidden gems, and we are encouraging and inculcating a particular practice that is funa kokuthi nalabanye eceleni babuke bahawukele and bakope, so that it becomes everyone's way of doing things. In that way, nakhona lokuthelelwanako lokusifo ngathi kungaba le culture ye safety. These awards are not only about recognition, they are about reinforcing. So that sitokwati kokuthi kahle kahle emagesini, what do we consider to be ideal conduct? What do we consider to be desirable behaviors? Asisho kokuthi lalabanya abagendi kona sithi nje kukhona laba dlala elichaza lelisezingeni lelisetulu kakhulu. Excellent safety culture demonstrated and recognized by fellow colleagues. That's what these awards are about. Outstanding achievement in our external recertification audits that we just underwent. That's what this recognition is about. And sitawutsike sibeneti ma categories lamabili, where we will recognize the departments that actually stood out in terms of their initiatives that they were driving towards enforcing a safety culture. And then we will also identify individuals that actually illustrated and displayed excellence in living the safety culture. We will start with the departments. So in recognition of commendable initiatives in enhancing hazard identification and risk assessment for project-specific application, this award goes to, drum roll, Distribution Department. I like the fact that he didn't even expect it. Well done. Well done. And the next, it's in recognition for excellence in facilities management, high housekeeping standards. This award goes to our HRD department. Disclaimer, I wasn't part of the adjudication. I know, it is a wow. Stick with me, as I'm win. And then the last one in terms of this category is for excellence in incident reporting, investigation and management support. This award goes to none other than Generation Department. Uphi Luyanza? Luyanza Charles Mbongseni. Mbongseni. Well done, Ngos. Nyamba. All right, now we move on to the individual employee recognition category. So we will have 2 individuals that we will recognize here. Again, it's not because you all didn't do what you ought to do. Emakesini, safety is part and parcel of what you do and how you do it. But again, kufuna kwekuthi silikhanyise leli lambu and shine it brightly on our bright stars, the ones that make sure kwekuthi ngoma ngabe sibhekele eceleni bayasikhumbuza. Again, I have to make a disclaimer. Okay, this next recognition is very special. I ngoba wagithi no, then no. It's awarded to this individual for his unwavering resilience in upholding safety standards across all spaces that he works in. Not just his workstation, all spaces that he is exposed to when he is doing his work. And this goes to none other than Mr. Velapi Mamba. Dakumela Nkosi. Is that his? He takes both, okay. Samgate. Hey, ngabona umuntu nami. Well done, Nkosi, siyabonga. And last but not least, definitely not, we recognize this individual for consistent excellence in timely incident reporting and investigation. And this award goes to Mr. Bangame Shong. I apologize for messing up his name. No practice. Well done, Shok. It's Kula Bengame. Thank you for the correction. With that said, let's once again put our hands together in applause for the achievement for those individuals and the departments that we just recognized. And we celebrate these achievements with them because from them we can take a page, copy and paste into our own chapters and make sure that this permeates throughout the organization. I trust that you will be encouraged by these awards and can only raise the bar higher as we vutela towards 2027 together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And for the next recognition, I request my boss, my MD, please join me on stage, if you may. This event would definitely not have been the success that it has been without you, the companies that joined us into putting it together, and obviously the individuals that have spent tireless days making sure that it is the success that it is today. And in recognition of their sleepless nights, relentless commitment and hard work into actually making this event such a beautiful occasion, we want to take the opportunity to thank our program directors, both of them, Mkhonta and Nalunga. If you could all just join me on stage. And our moderators in the, was it the panel discussions? And the presenters. Okay. Okay. So the MCs first will come and receive their token of appreciation from the MD and our board member, Ms. V. Dlamini. And because angifuni kuba yinja ngidovele nje ngicele ukuthi mangibabita bavele basukume, and if I could have Sia from EBH Mshengo up. And then Siso Kozarez, Bengisiso ngiyambona. Uphi maka? Sengimongela. Yes, this is Koza here. Thank you very much, Koza. On behalf of will receive on behalf of CM Mabuze. Yeah. And this will go to Magaziwe. Maga? Moderator, panel discussion 1. And this one will go to Simanga Dlamini, presenter. That was the last one. Oh, please. Mabak stage paper. Siyabonga Nkosi. No, Baba Pile Nabaphuma ngale. Yes, yes. I think with that, MD and my board members siyabonga. Manje ke labo MC se batfole tipo base se bayanyamalala. The job is not done. Yes, please. Thank you very much.
My Nemona, Nongato was handling this very well. Thank you. I was expecting that. Asanisha Ilima Balenza Futsi, another round, a big one. Ngiyabonga MD na board member ukuthi ni hambe niyopumula ngicela niphindze nibuye on stage so we can go through this. This, ladies and gentlemen, is a declaration. Sitawucela ukuthi bonke labanale declaration, let's see, 0 fatalities, 0 tolerance to incidents, safety first. But awusayina, if you are one of them who has that declaration, Gutsi, you commit yourself to 0 fatalities and 0 incidents, and you will uphold safety first. Ngicela ukuthi utusayina lapha. We'll have that board at the back, but for now I'll ask the board member, na managing director, ukuthi bete batosayina, batok declare, because sisite kucala from the top to the bottom. Please come forward, MD. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Asibonga kakhulu na co-host wami lapha, co-MC, co-program director, co-pilot. Ukuthi nje nisibambise up until the end. Hi Zweli, how are you? Sithatha kuye ke babe Mdlalose lapha nakulesi kwendawo lamuhla. And we'd like to thank every one of you, especially our social partners as the company, by Bambisi company, to make sure ukuthi his safety is adhered to. We thank the managing director, we thank the board members, sibonga abo Minister of Natural Resources, kusibakhona, Minister of Labor, kusibakhona, sibonga nani tisebendi, sibonga ama contractors ethu ukuthi abe khona. Let us all adhere to this one thing. Safety first, safety, safety first, safety.
Safety always.
Thank you.
At this point, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Mr. Mpumuzi Mazia, who's going to close the session officially. Babe Mazia, buya ngembili babe, utosivalela, utabese futhi mawuceda ukusivalela, bese sozivalela nangemthandazo njengoba uzivulele. Siyabonga.
And masasicedzile sicela ama corporates, the corporate companies, please use that exit. The rest of us ngicela sisebenzise the other exits, but that main exit nje lela lengiyikhombako ngicela ukuthi all corporate partners labasijoyinile lamuhla use that exit khona lokuncane sicela kuniketa kona. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. You've been wonderful. Thank you. Kwekugcina ngci. Kwasho bafundisi. Mr. MT, Your Honor, please. Ngibonga ukuthi beniseka kasukumi. Last sentence, Sami, I'm holding certificate. I still maintain malunga ukuthi masiphuma. Let's exit the way that we said we're going to exit. And mainly lama organizations, the stawa bita la pasta wanegeta, these certificates of commitment to zero incidents and zero tolerance to fatalities. Sitawucela ukuthi kube ngibokela laba sitholela lama gifts. We will ask the MD to present lama organizations lalambi kwethu, and any representative of these organizations, please come forth to receive this certificate.
Thank you, Lunga. The first organization to receive a certificate of participation is the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Utawulandzelwa Ministry of Natural Resources and Energy. Alandzelwe ngu-Eswatini National Fire Services. Followed by Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority. Eswatini Energy Regulatory Authority. BSA Holdings. DBO Insurance Group. Royal Eswatini Police Services. Bapalali Red Cross Society. Prime Trading. Eswatini Water Services Corporation. Followed by Eswatini Railways. Alandzelwe ngu-Eswatini Environmental Authority. Eswatini Environmental Authority. Royal Eswatini Sugar Corporation. Ubombo Sugar Limited. Maloma Colliery Limited. Maloma Colliery. Sebahambi. Last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, Sincephetolo MVA Fund.
Thank you, MD. Thank you to our board member. Siyabonga kakhulu futhi nakulama organizations last recognize zile lamuhla. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Mpumuzi Mazia Atosvalela.
Good afternoon, once again. Nisesekhona. Sanibonani. I won't be long. I think bese ba introducile Mpumuzi Mazia from the EEC. Kwami is very brief. It is to do some closing remarks. I think a protocol was already established in the morning, but nonetheless, allow me to say, MD, my executives that are here, industry captains, event organizers, IT, and all stakeholders who have taken time to be part of these discussions around safety under the banner of zero fatalities, zero tolerance. Njengoba ngishita ukuthi I will not be long, but it is to appreciate your participation in this Indaba. I believe each and every one of us here has some few key takeaways from the panel discussions that were led by Magaziwe and Tusilake, which I think were very interesting, and also some presentations from RES and also from the EEC. I think there we picked up some issues, and I want to believe that each and every organization, there is something that we will take, go and implement so that we achieve the zero fatalities and zero tolerance. On my end, I think gulama sessions, there is no doubt that leadership involvement is very important in ensuring that safety culture in different organizations iba realized. Also, nale balance, I think the proceedings were very interesting to follow. That in fact, they shouldn't, the finance, risk management, they shouldn't compete, but they should complement each other. So with those words, ladies and gentlemen, ngivumeleni ukuthi siyabonga kakhulu. Kunesiqubulo ke se-strategy sethu ke lekutawuvuma ukuthi sibonge ngaso. Siyayisibese sesivuthela ligama lale strategy 2022 to 2027. So vuthela. Bathi ke ngibese sengiyathandaza. Ngicela ningivumele isikhathi sami setinhloko. Siyakubonga uNkulunkulu umuhle wethembekile kusukela ekseni nasi kuqela. Besithemba uNkulunkulu umsa wakho njengoba uthembisile ukuthi kunemusa welisuku ngelisuku, kunemusa waso sonke isimo. Usethwele Nkosi umusa wakho kwaze kwaba la. Siyabonga onke ama deliberations labekhona. Siyabonga for the knowledge that has been imparted to us. Siyabonga lapho sibe challenged khona. Nalapho sibonile from the presentations where we need to pull up our socks. Siyacela ukuthi usiphe inhlakanipho ikakhulu the spirit of diligence ukuthi sisa implement ngoba lokhu uthite kuthinta abantu ikakhulu esikhulumini lesithe it is just more than a tick box kepha ukuthi kubuyele umuntu ekhaya aphila emndenini wakhe. Sisetawuhlukana ke Nkosi sihamba imigaqweni. Sicela ukuthi uphakamise isandla kubete loba involved in any accident egameni lika Jesu waseNazaretha. Sicela ke Nkosi ukuthi usibusise ngamunye lesila wendele buhle nekubajadwa kwegama lika Jesu. Amen. Thank you.